Hey everyone, how you doing? It's your boy Shaheener coming at you with a very special episode of the Pokémon Babblers Podcast. Of course, joined by my co-host Bano over here. Hopefully nothing gets shot up there. Before we get into this episode, I do want to say, just get it out there, this is the last episode of the Pokémon Babblers Podcast as a series. So, there's a few different reasons for it. First of all, it's episode 21 of season 2, so 21 I thought the meme funny. But also, I feel like this show or this podcast has kind of run its course. Like, I feel like that we've talked all we really need to talk about in terms of the video games for the Pokemon franchise, and that everything else is just scraping the bottom of the barrel. So I don't want this show to overstay its welcome. And
we don't want to talk about Troze.
No, we're not acknowledging Troze or Cafe Remix and things like that, no. I feel like that this is a good way to end it, especially in the episode that we're talking about, too, because it goes back to our very first episode that we did on Season 1, which was going over our first impressions of the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet initial trailer, and now we're going to be talking about the whole game as it is now with the DLC and the epilogue and everything. So I feel like that this is kind of a nice way to end it. Like I said in the last episode, episode 20 was technically supposed to be this season/series finale, but I think that this just makes more sense. What do you think? That's kind of how I feel about the end of the series right now. Like, how do you feel about it? Like, how do you feel like what we've done so far and like where we're at now? Like, how do you feel about everything?
I definitely felt like in some of the episodes that I was just like I mean, like this is where this was become. This is what we're doing now. We're talking about Conquest and what else? Like the 4th mystery dungeon game, and stuff like that. I felt like there's probably just wasn't like enough to like cover it. I feel like in retrospect we probably should have just done one mystery dungeon, but like the rest are all the same, albeit for like little differences here and there.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, but we definitely have like run through everything we could have possibly run through. I feel like our strongest episodes were season 1 because we were so well versed in like all the games, so we had more to talk about. Whereas some of the spin-off games, we just we didn't have enough, and I feel like other people who like actually played the games and like really enjoy it probably could do a better video.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree. I feel like. Yeah, and also if you notice too, like the episodes were way longer in season 1, because like you said, we have so much to talk about, and we have so many more experience with it. And I feel like that with like half the games in season 2, we hadn't even played them, and so it was something where like we kind of talked about at the beginning when you brought up the idea of doing a Pokemon podcast, and then we brought up of like, okay, what can we do for other seasons? Because of course the first season would always be main series, second season was going to be spin-off because those were video games. We were thinking about doing some other seasons of like the movies, or I want to do like a book club kind of thing of like reading the mangas and discussing those. But I feel like that those wouldn't be as interesting to listen into, where I feel like it'd be better just to like read them or just watch the movies, because the movies would probably be like, I feel like that if we did videos on them, they would just be like a movie review rather than a podcast, and it'd just be like 20 minutes long. It just wouldn't be worth talking about. So, right. Yeah, and there's so many games that like we went over, like you said, that we should have just condensed, but I wanted to give them all a fair shake, at least in terms of like story and things like that. But, I mean, yeah, I feel like main series is really where we should be sticking at. I mean, if new things come out, like when Legends ZA comes out, I'm sure we'll be doing other episodes like when they come out.
Right, there'll definitely be a Babblers Reacts to the first trailer we see. Well, the first actual trailer we see of that, not just the reveal. And hopefully the audio's good this time.
Yeah, we reacted to the teaser for Legends ZA, but unfortunately the audio was unusable. Not like we said anything stupid, but like literally the audio levels were so botched that I couldn't fix it. And so, yeah, sorry about that one. I'm sure that when the next episode comes out, it should be better. But, yeah, you ready to get into Scarlet Violet?
Yes, this is going to be... I don't know if we've ever said it before, but this is our comprehensive review on Scarlet and Violet.
Yes, everything to where it is right now. Talking about the whole game, talking about the DLC, the Hidden Treasures of Area Zero, talking about the epilogue, the Mochi Mayhem. So everything here. So we did a first impressions Scarlet and Violet Babblers back when, like a week after the game came out. We did that with our friend Joel. who also has done the thumbnails for both seasons, so I do have to give special shout out to him for that. But, yeah, at least for Scarlet and Violet, it came out on the Nintendo Switch on November 18th, 2022. It's already been a year and a half since the game came out.
Right.
The game was revealed on Pokemon Day, February 27th, which was when we recorded the very first episode. And also, I'm wearing the same shirt that I wore the first episode, too. That's
nice.
Yeah.
I was going to say, that reveal is kind of... It's not special, but it's like, interesting because I 100% thought that was, like, a Detective Pikachu, like, reveal. Because it had the cop going through, like, you know, a museum at night, and it was just... I was like, oh, yeah, there you go, Detective Pikachu 2, guys.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, too. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, yeah, this new game. I was like, what? Really?
Yeah, Gen 9. And if you go back through, I think I was telling you about it, we were writing some of the stuff on the docket here, that like if you go back through that trailer, there's so much stuff that you can pick out that's just like Scarlet and Violet stuff, like, you know, stuff like there's a bowl of oranges and grapes, there's the Team Star logo, I think there's even like some a sandwich on a table too, so that way like that was like a hit for sandwiches. There's so much in that initial trailer that like you should go back and you could be like, you could do the DiCaprio thing.
Yeah, you can literally just point and be like, oh yeah, that's a reference, and things that you wouldn't have even thought about. Right. And yeah, and of course they revealed the starters in that one too, which were Sprigatito, Fuecoco, Quaxley.
Really crazy too, because I was like, even if it was a Gen 9 teaser, I thought it would have been like how the ZA release was, where they showed us like nothing.
Yeah.
They gave us like almost everything in this initial trailer, aside from like how the game would play. We got, you know, like gameplay, we got the starters, and then we got like, you know, I did like a little peek at the map, but it wasn't like a full blown thing because it was just like the actual like hand drawn map on the wall.
Yeah, we got quite a bit of stuff, which I mean was really cool. Yeah, it's just I don't know. It was a lot that they gave us. I mean, looking back on it, and it was cool. And also with the starters too. Like I didn't hate any of these first stage ones. I feel like that I'm pretty easygoing when it comes to first stage starters overall. Second stages are really just wonky, I feel like. Except for maybe like Gen 1 and 2. I feel like that they're very hit and miss after that. And then, of course, the final starters are, for the most part, pretty cool. Like, I mean, from Gens 1 to 9. My favorite from these three was definitely Fuecoco. Just the whole line. I mean, Crocalor was kind of whatever, but I mean, that's how all the mid stages are in this generation.
Right. I was very disappointed. I had so much hope for Quaxley going into this generation, and then just turned into an abomination.
Dude, you and Greg hated it.
Yeah, same thing with Sprigatito. Sad that it decided to be a two-legged anthropomorphic animal again, but it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
I like going back on it. I mean, Masquerada doesn't look too bad, but Quaquaval's an abomination.
I don't hate Quaquaval, honestly. I don't hate it. It's kind of silly, and I like it's kind of like dance style and stuff, but also I never used it, so I know that you and Greg had major grief with that one. Where
Quaxley like, and whatever the middle stage was, I can't remember what it was, are like good. I would even go so far as to say that the middle stage of Quaxley is like one of my favorite out of the three. Quaxwell,
yeah, there we go.
Yeah, Quaxwell didn't look too bad, but Quaquaval for me was just like the absolute wrong direction to take that line in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I like that it was different than Swanna, because I was saying that Quaxley looked like, it was basically like, why do we have another waterfowl like Ducklet and Swanna? Like,
even on a design level, it didn't make sense, because it was so obsessed with its quaff as Quaxley, and then it is even more so with Quaxwell. And then in Quaquaval it turns into a dancer. How does that translate from caring about your hair into being a full-on dancer? Yeah, I feel like that was just it took a wrong turn.
Yeah, maybe just like a giant coif that goes all the way down, like a 10
or like a big coif, like plume or something like Clavel, where he had like the the pompadour.
That would have made sense, actually.
Right.
That, or like if they got rid of Squawkabilly and it gave itself like a giant water pompadour or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, because I feel like that would have been just too many pompadour laden birds.
But I think the starters could be summed up as like every game we've ever done so far. First stages are great. Second stages are clearly forgettable. Third stages are like super divisive. Either they're really good or they're really crap.
Yeah, Skeledirge was definitely S tier for me, for sure. Yeah, and I really did like Fuecoco. Crocalor, just whatever. But Skeledirge, excellent. But I kept on calling it Skeleridge for the longest time, and I didn't realize till months later that it was Skeledirge, not
Yeah, this is one of the generations where I didn't completely hate, like, all of the final stages. Obviously just the one, but I could live with them.
Yeah, Masquerada I have no gripes with. It's not the worst. Like, it's not anything to write home about either.
Right, not to mention, during the first stage of competitive battling, Masquerada and Skeledirge actually had usage.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I can imagine with Skeledirge with having Torch Song, that move was so great. Like, I used that on Terra Raids so much.
Yeah, it was Torch Song, Slack Off, and then Fairy typing as its Terra to to do that stuff. It was good. Same thing with Masquerada. Masquerada had a niche. But as it developed, they just kind of got left by the wayside.
Yeah, that would make sense for sure. So this was the first truly open world Pokemon game where the worlds are connected and it also has kind of like a choose your own adventure kind of concept to it.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike Legends Arceus, which were open world or open levels, but they weren't like all connected. Like you'd have to go into a level selector.
Right.
And go to
we found this out like in the next trailer, not the initial reveal trailer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then like finding that out, I was like, oh my god, that's gonna be the best. Like this is gonna be the best Pokemon game ever.
Right.
And we had so many high hopes because of how well the other games ran and stuff like that, and especially in a way, like the proof of concept the Legends Arceus was. But yeah, it was just amazing at the time of like just knowing like, oh my god, you could go everywhere and it's gonna be seamless, it's gonna be this and that. Right. And of course, it was technically that, but we'll be talking about it probably throughout the whole episode. But this game was just marred with performance issues, just in terms of like getting through the world too and just traversing everything. It just chugged really bad in some places, like Castle Royal Lake and the Lagtree Thicket. Those ones were really, really egregious examples of like how poor this game runs. And also, I mean, granted, on the Switch, like this is already like they released the system with old hardware, and this is 5 years into the Switch's life already too. So I think that like they were too ambitious with what they were trying to do in here, and they made the world a little bit too big, or maybe they didn't optimize it fully to where it just chugs. Like that's all I can really feel about that.
It's definitely not the Switch. It's definitely how they did it, because there are some spikes with Breath of the Wild, and then by Tears of the Kingdom, they definitely they had fixed those issues. But it's definitely like Game Freak. They didn't have enough time, or they didn't do enough quality of life testing, because there's some bad performance in this one. We're only 13 minutes in, so I don't want to hammer on the bad performance.
Yeah. Because I mean, genuinely, I enjoyed this game quite a bit. I mean, there's things that, like, of course, like, I mean, not many of the Pokemon games are like just straight up perfect, nothing wrong with them. Most of them are just like, oh, they're really good, but there's like maybe like one or two things that I don't care about for features. This one was the first time that like I noticed performance issues. Not like of course there's graphical things in other games, like in Sword and Shield there was like the tree textures that didn't look good or whatever, but it didn't hinder the performance of the game. It didn't hinder my enjoyment of it. Right. But with this, it did hinder my enjoyment a little bit. Like there were some parts where I actually felt motion sick playing when I was like gliding on Miraidon, because I played Violet, Bano had Scarlet. And so I only just played Scarlet recently for the first time, but I mean, it didn't really feel much different. I thought, honestly, like riding on Koraidon would feel kind of different than Miraidon. I don't know why I was thinking that. Maybe because
it's definitely more funny.
It was goofy for sure. But I felt like Miraidon just made more sense in that aspect, especially with flying around rather than gliding, which of course will be a thing we'll talk about with the DLC. Right. But also, this game implemented a 4-player simultaneous playing with Union Circles, so you and 3 other friends could exist all in the same world and like do your own things. You don't have to be like connected to each other. You're not held together by like I remember in the game Destroy Humans 2 that like if you're playing split screen, that you would have this link to each other where you couldn't stray too far away from each other and it'd pull you back in if you got too far. This one, you could literally go anywhere in the world and like not have to be connected to other people. But like you could like find shinies in there, you could do dens together, you could trade, you could do all this stuff, and all in the same thing. It was so cool.
Yeah, initially when they showed that off, I was like, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna challenge gyms together, or are we gonna what are we gonna be able to do? And as it turns out, not much. But there are like, especially where with the game is now, there are definitely like some niches and stuff you could do. Like Shiny Catherine, I don't know if you know who that is another Shiny Hunter YouTuber. No. Did a I think I told you about this. Did a hide and seek using the synchro machine from the Indigo Disc. So you can only use the synchro machine in the terrarium for whatever reason. And I think it's just they didn't have enough time to do every single Pokemon. And what you could do is they split it up into biomes, so you could pick a Pokemon, whatever it is, and then you could become that Pokemon and then hide. And then the other 3 players have to go and look for you within the biome.
That's so cool. I would love to do that actually. That'd actually be really cool.
Yeah, so that's was something that ingenuity right there that you could do with that wasn't intended using the 4-player system.
Yeah, that's good fun right there. That's just, and it's not even related to battling or training or anything. That's something you just do with friends, which I think it's a really cool idea that they thought up with.
Right, so, and then it's also even with the 4 players, it's not optimized because I'm pretty sure you get reduced spawns. The closer you are to each other, or just reduce spawns in general. Probably. I mean, it did help very early on, because when we did it to we Alex and I did the 4-player co-op to catch version exclusives. So I would go to Area 0 and Alex would join my Union Circle and then go to Area 0 with me. And then as I walked along, I was able to spawn, Great Tusk and Fluttermane and all the other stuff so that Alex could then run up and catch it. So that way we didn't have to, trade constantly back and forth.
Exactly. And that's how we each got Walking Wake and Iron Leaves as well. So at least when they were available.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, because those Pokemon were exclusive to each respective game. And so, Bano would start one for for Walking Wake, and then I would join him, and then I could catch it. And then we do one for Iron Leaves, and then Bano would catch it, and so we each get one. Thank goodness. Right. It's not like in you only get one Koraidon, one Miraidon, where you can't respawn them or hatch them or whatever. I mean, obviously they're legendaries, but
right. And Union Circle takes the place of Wycom, except for the fact that you actually go to the other person's game, because before with the Wycom it's just link trade, battle, whatever. And I don't remember if the Union Circle actually serves as how you do your how you do competitive battling. I think there's some other option in there to when you pull up the menu to do your competitive tournaments and stuff like that. I don't think you do it through the Union Circle.
I don't think so. No.
No, but then there's the only.
I think it's Poke Portal or something like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's not much to say about it other than it's neat. I see the potential for usage in doing other stuff. But they did make it shiny sandwiches. That's another thing we didn't mention, is that you can do the sandwiches with each other and it makes the sandwich bigger. But we'll save that discussion for sandwiches. Yeah. But other than that, I can't think of anything memorable to say about the Union Circle. It was okay as a feature, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel that if you were playing it normally and you had a big group of people to play with, then I think that would bring more usage to it. But honestly, after the initial hype of the game, I feel that whenever we did anything online, we were playing cooperative, we never really did Union Circles. Other than hey, could you help me get a shiny sandwich, and then you log off or whatever. Or we would go and do a Terra Den for the weekend, whatever, the Mewtwo raid or Charizard raid or something like that. But the Union Circle, just as having multiple characters in there, didn't really use it too much. But I'm sure that other people got their usage for sure.
And I think at some point during the DLC, well, they brought it back in the DLC, trying to make it a feature, but that's something we'll get to when we get to the DLC.
Mm-hmm. And so in this game, at least in the base game, they introduced 103 new Pokemon, with 2 more added in an update, which were Walking Wake and Iron Leaves. So at least at this point, before the DLC was released, there was 1,010 Pokemon. So we finally reached the 1,000 Pokemon threshold. So, and Pokemon number 1,000, I thought it was really cool that they kind of celebrated that way, having a Pokemon that was in all gold and like you had to work hard to get it, which was Golden Go. I mean, granted, I'm not the craziest about its design overall.
Initially, I hated it.
Yeah, it was just like silly, like surfer looking dude with like like dreads made out of coins, and so it was kind of goofy. But I mean, it's nice as like an achievement of like, hey, we got to 1,000 Pokemon finally, and here's this golden Pokemon to celebrate.
Right, it grew on me. It definitely grew on. It took time to grow on me because initially I was like, really, this is Pokemon number 1,000? Like, really?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't have a problem with it as much now. But yeah, 103 new Pokemon was really cool. Can you think of, like, off the top of your head, some of your favorites?
Oh yeah, that one, Lechonk was so freaking cute when they introduced that. I loved it. Satitan, especially Shiny Satitan, was dope. I mean, I could appreciate a Pokemon like Orthworm or Grafaiai. Yeah, there was some cool ones. Like, I love Dondozo's design too, even though it's just a giant catfish. The Paradoxes, like, there were some of them that were pretty cool. I was kind of disappointed with, like, the significance of Koraidon and Miraidon overall, but I mean, I guess we could talk about that one later.
That was our initial reaction too. At least my initial reaction was like, I was kind of upset that we had like the legendary as like a pet or as like a gimmick, but we can go into that later. But like for frame of reference, like initially, at least I can't remember what you said, but I remember like I was like, this is stupid. This is like the dumbest idea ever.
Yeah, I was very disappointed with it just being relegated to just our HM Pokemon, and that there wasn't as much like mystique around it, like Zekrom and Reshiram, for example. It's like those ones had a lot of like they had that aura of like, this is like a really legendary Pokemon. This is a very special thing. Or like Zygarde, when you find an X and Y, I still like. I know we did an episode on X and Y, but I still gotta say, finding Zygarde in that cave was so freaking sick. Of just like, there's no context to it. You're just in that cave, and then all of a sudden it's there. It's like, what the hell is this thing? Like, it's just so cool. Oh man, I love those kind of legendaries and mythicals where there's nothing about it, and then all of a sudden it shows up. Like, Deoxys is one of the coolest Pokemon ever in terms of its story, in my opinion. It's just like, we don't know anything about it. All we know is that Rayquaza hates it, and it wants it dead. So that means it's a big deal. But we didn't have that with Koraidon and Miraidon. It was just like, oh yeah, here it is. It got hurt on the shore, and you gave it sandwiches. Like,
it reminds me of, did you ever watch Billy and Mandy?
Yeah.
Remember when Billy's like trying to kill the spider, and he's like, I'll be whatever you want, Dad, and then Billy's like hitting with sticks, like, I want you dead!
Oh my god, I haven't thought about that in like 20 years. Jesus Christ. Man.
Some favorite Pokemon off the top of my head, I'd say like the Tinkatuff line was pretty cool.
Oh my god. Goated.
What else? I kind of put myself on the spot here, now I can't think of any of the Pokemon.
Armor and Ceruledge? Even though some people are like, oh yeah, they're Mega Man characters. Like, no, Ceruledge is one of the coolest Pokemon with the worst shiny.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I was excited and disappointed in equal fashion because of that.
Yeah. Oh my god, it was. I'm not even like, no hyperbole. Ceruledge, the worst shiny of all time. There's almost no difference. Like zero. I'll post them right now. There's nothing different. Like a very slight difference on the iris. That's it. Like, you can barely tell. It's like that meme. It's like, they want you to tell the difference between the two pictures. They're the same picture.
The same picture.
Yeah, it's the same one. But
Bellybolt was a good one.
Yeah.
Even though it freaks me out that the things on the side of its head aren't the eyes.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I like that. Also, it was very hard to find a shiny Tadbulb. Like, that one was pretty tough.
Oh, Clough.
Yes, Clough. With it,
Clough.
His shiny was really cool too. I like Blue Clough.
Cyclizar was pretty cool.
Yeah, there were some really cool ones. Were there any that you straight up disliked?
Not disliked. It's just like a lot of like the fodder Pokemon, like Nimble and Flamigo and
Tanamouse.
what do you call it? Like a lot of the early route Pokemon. Nimble, Lechonk. I didn't hate Lechonk, but it's just like they're there to fill out the Pokedex is what they are.
I think it was meant to be meme bait. I think it was meant to be there for people to like talk about it online. Knocked something over. But yeah, I feel like it was there kind of like Wooloo is like It's cute. We're gonna like sell a bunch of merch on it, or like Bidoof. I think it was just Gen 9's Bidoof. But
And I was
still
talking
really
about, like, you know, Dondozo and Ceruledge and Armarouge, because like those are like I consider like Gen 9 Pokemon, whereas like the other ones that I really like are like Toedscruel or like Wugtrio or like Clodsire, and those are like kind of like evolutions, not necessarily like I know like they're encompassed under the Gen 9 umbrella, but those aren't like Gen 9 Pokemon to me.
Yeah, they're related to or there's some kind of like I know some people call them like convergent Pokemon, or like I think they're also called ecologically similar Pokemon like Toedscool, Wiglet, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but those are basically they're deviations of Pokemon that already existed.
And then like I was scrolling down the Pokedex right now, and it's like all the ones I really start to like are like towards the end, and those are like the Ruinous Quartet and like the Paradox Pokemon. I'm like, okay, those aren't like Gen 9 Pokemon.
I pray for the day that we get the Ruinous Quartet as shinies soon. My god, shiny Chi-Yu looks amazing. I need that in my life. I need the blue fish. And I also love with that one, I mean, of course, let's talk about it now. I love their story to them. I love that you can take history classes on it.
Right.
They're also, I love that Chi-Yu's design is like cell shaded. It looks like something straight out of Wind Waker. And I
also their theme slaps.
Yeah. Oh my god, the music's great.
Yeah.
And Chien Pao, that one was great too. I love that. Chi-Yu and Chien Pao are my favorite of those four. Wo Chien I thought was fine. Ting Lu is pretty cool, but yeah, Chien Pao, excellent.
Excellent. Chi-Yu, excellent.
Yeah, Chi-Yu, excellent.
Also, it's like they knew what they were doing because Chi-Yu and not Wo Chien, Chien Pao, Wo Chien did have a little bit of the limelight. All four of them really had their own limelight in competitive too.
Yeah,
it just seemed like Chien Pao and Chi-Yu were kind of like the standouts, and I think Chi-Yu was the one that like lasted the longest before it got phased out by like all the other Pokemon they kept bringing back.
Yeah, that's sick. And there were about 203 Pokemon that returned to the base game, so the Paldean Pokedex has around like 400 Pokemon. And there were Pokemon that were introduced in like software updates, but they don't have Pokedex numbers. So when they did like the Charizard 7-star Terraden, then it got introduced. That was before Pokemon Home came out, so at least at the time, that was the only way you could get like Charizard or other starter Pokemon. And then once they integrated Pokemon Home months later, then you could bring those Pokemon over, but they still didn't have numbers in the Pokedex.
And I don't remember ever trying, because why would I? I think when we got home compatibility right before we had like the Charizard raid and stuff like that, the only Pokemon that could transfer over to base Scarlet and Violet was Carbink, and people were confused as to why that was.
Yeah.
And like, is there a Carbink evolution? Like, what's going on with Carbink? And then as it turns out, it was only because Carbink is it was introduced in the Teal Mask, and it's also, I think it's also catchable in the Indigo Disc. I'm not entirely sure, but it's because Carbink is one of the only Pokemon that can spawn in the DLC area added in the Indigo Disc that was in Area 0, but because Area 0 is in the game, stuff like that, it was down there.
That's so odd.
Right. That's why it was confusing a lot of people as to why Carbink was the only one that could go through. It was so weird.
I mean, if I were to hear that at the time, I probably would have thought, like, oh, are they finally going to make the direct, like, evolution line relation to Diancie? Are they finally going to make it related? Because obviously there was, they just, like, I wanted to find the ties to it.
Right.
But, and also in this game, which was kind of weird, is that there's only 4 new regional forms, and 3 of them being variations of Tauros. So it's like all we got was Paldean Wooper and then Tauros, but they had three versions of it. They had the Blaze Beast one, like the Aqua one, and then they had a regular one. So they're all fighting based. But yeah. It's weird.
Take a second right here. I want to go through just like pull these up for the next point.
Yeah.
Let me see real quick. Sorry.
You're good.
Alright, let me go blow my nose real quick and I'll be right back. I feel like I need to be in a hermetically sealed bubble.
Yeah, no, I feel that all the time.
Right. Okay. Let me know when you want to cut back in.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so, like, yeah, going off that point with, like, there only being 4 regional forms, I feel like there was, like, a split in the development for this game because, like, we only have 4 regional forms, which is very low compared to, like, everything else that we've gotten, but we also got Pokemon like Toedscool, Wiglet, and then we just got a boatload of, like, evolutions for Pokemon, like Annihilate for Rigaraft, a Dunsparce, Kingambit, Clodsire, if you want to count it.
Yeah.
So I feel like those plus the 4 like encompass what we were supposed to get, but at some point they were like, do we just do more forms or do we roll with the conversion idea? And then somebody was like, well, we do not have enough time, let's just do both. And then we only ended up getting like a handful of like what we usually would get.
Maybe this is a way for them to test the waters to see what players liked more, and then maybe they focus on that side more. If people are like, oh yeah, I like the evolutions more, like Annihilate and Kingambit and stuff, then they'll focus more on those. Like, kind of like how they did Gen 4. Maybe if people are like, oh, I like the Paldean forms more, like I like Pooper, Paldean Wooper, or Tauros and stuff like that. But, I mean, there were so few actual Paldean forms, it seemed like that they wanted to focus more on, like, the ecologically similar or evolutions. So, yeah, they kind of just, like, they put their hand in everything, but, I don't know, I feel like the latter was more, at least that had more impact on me, personally.
Yeah, it's definitely like for me I'm like, why can't we just have all of them? But like I feel like the ecologically different ones like take a little bit more imagination to think about.
Yeah.
Because like a on land Tentacool was like never like on my list for anything.
Yeah, no. And it turned out good too. Like I thought I was going to hate it, but I was like, no, it's cool. And then also like shiny Toedscool is one of the coolest shinies. Just straight up. It's really dope. I love that one. Right.
And Wugtrio and Wiglet weren't too bad either. It was actually really funny to see, and their shinies are also really great.
Yeah.
I remember I even tried to use Wiglet, but then I just quickly got over it.
Yeah, I never used Wiglet or Wugtrio. I don't remember what my team was at this point. I just remember using Skeledirge quite a bit. And, yeah, but I don't remember using any of the convergent Pokemon or whatever
I did. I used the Toedscool.
Yeah, I straight up just can't remember. My playthrough was so long ago. But I do remember, like, the first night or the second night that I was playing Scarlet and Violet, I'm at the Castle Lake, and I run into a shiny Gyarados, and literally right next to it was a shiny Veluza. And so it was within, like... And I didn't have any shiny charm or nothing. It was just full odds, and they were both right next to each other. It was the craziest luck. I think later on I saw 2 shiny Glamoras next to each other, like in Area 0, but I already had the shiny charm at that point.
Yeah. And I think my team, for sure, like, I used Toedscool, I had Team G and G, Gengar and Gyarados, and then I can't remember the rest.
Yeah, you always have to do G and G. Also, I gotta say, too, trainer customization sucked in this game.
Yeah, it did.
Like,
It's
was
very terrible.
So horrible. I honestly, at that point, the way they introduced it, they might as well just not have done it. Right. Because it's so limited. So the shirts and the pants are connected, and they're all based on, like, school uniforms. So you can't have, like, your own shirt or your own pants or anything. And they all look terrible. Like, it's not just like, oh yeah, you can't change it, but they look bad. So it's like you're stuck with, like, okay, is it like this bad design or this bad design? Like, you can change your hat or your sunglasses or your shoes and stuff, but it's all in direct contrast to what you're wearing over here. So it's like, I think I set myself up with the most expensive clothing options, and it just looked bad together. Like, I was just like, okay, let me ball out and just spend hella money, because that's what I did in Sword and Shield, but in this, it's like, it's not worth it, because everything just looks stupid.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the weaker aspects of this game, and I feel like they try to make up for it in the DLC, because I did see, like, there are, like, a lot of extra clothings, but it's more of, like, in reference to other Pokemon games that you could, like, buy stuff for, but it's still, at the same day, you're still wearing, you know, your school uniform, which isn't that great.
Yeah, so I ended up using, later on, I got, like, the gold, the outfit from Billy and Onair in the teal mask. So that's what I ended up using later on, and then I had the teal mask on. But it also, like, when you got closer to it, you could tell how compressed of a JPEG it was. That it was, like, there's a lot of, like, grainy, like, distortions and stuff like that. It looked really bad. But, I mean, I don't know, it was something different, I guess.
Yeah, definitely one of the weakest aspects of this game was trainer customization. I mean, there are some stuff that you could like look funny, but for people that want to like fashion out, there's not much of an option here.
Yeah, and that was something I didn't start to appreciate until later on, because I remember whenever we would do the Dynamax adventures with our friend Patrick, he would always have a different outfit every single time, and I was like, that's really cool. Like, I should do that. Because I remember playing on Sword, and I had the male character on that one, and there wasn't as many clothing options. So then on Shield, I picked the female character, and there was so much stuff. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I could accessorize, I could design stuff, and it's like I really appreciated that in Sword and Shield. It's probably one of my favorite parts of that game, was just being able to like dress yourself up. But in this one, it's just it's not worth it. Like, I just kept the same thing, and I was like, I'm not going to think about this anymore. Because before I would change it up too. Like, every time that we would do a different like Dynamax adventure, I would always be a different outfit. But yeah, I just didn't think about it too much after that. Yeah. But also, this was the first game, if we're shifting gears, to have 3 separate storylines for the main game. And so there's of course the Victory Road, so like beating the 8 gyms. There was a thing called Starfall Street, so at least we'll talk about more about the story in depth later on, but at least it's just a general synopsis, is that there's a mysterious character named Cassiopeia who wants the player to take down a group called Team Star, which are basically just like outcast kids that have made their own like rebel groups against the school. Like, it's like that whole thing. You got to take them down one by one, and then there's the Path of Legends, which there's 5 giant Pokemon throughout Paldea called the Titans, and Arvin, which is one of your classmates, they want you to defeat all of them, so that way you can get this special item called the Herba Mystica, so that way he could feed it to his sick Mabosstiff, which is another Pokemon there.
Spoiler, but yeah.
Yeah, spoiler, yeah. But, yeah, so that will also help with your ride Pokemon, Koraidon or Miraidon, depending on your version of the game. So with, like, jumping higher, swimming, gliding in the air, climbing walls, things like that.
All right. So, yeah, very interesting that they, like, chose to do this. And I also feel like it was done extremely well, because initially I was like, what the hell are they doing? Like, where are my 8 gyms? Where's my Elite Four? And, you know, just tie the legendary into the story at some point. But I really like this one. I mean, sometimes, like, if I'm doing a speed run, it feels very tedious, because I'm like, oh, now I gotta go fight the Titans, and now I gotta go fight the Team Star base here, the Team Star base over there, instead of just, like, going to each gym and then, like, you know, just beating them, moving on. So it does seem a little bit tedious, but, like, in the overall experience, like, if you're just taking your time and enjoying this game, it's a really good addition to the story.
Yeah, definitely. And I think especially with it being an open world game and how big it is, it only makes sense that it would add more primary objectives as well. Because you can't beat the game, like, completely without doing everything there. Like, you could go at your own pace, which is amazing. I love that. But you have to have everything done before you get into the last part of it. And so, yeah, it was definitely necessary to do something like that. And I mean, what do you think about the gym leaders, like their designs and stuff like that? Because I liked a lot of the gym leaders, honestly.
I feel like we took a step back. I feel like Sword and Shield's gym leaders were like very distinct and very appealing, whereas these ones were like kind of hit or miss.
Yeah, I feel like that there was some hit and miss, but like overall, I like the gym leaders. Like I like Grusha and Katie and Tulip, and there were some really cool ones. Sword and Shield had some good ones too, like Nessa, of course. But yeah, I quite like the Scarlet and Violet gym leaders.
Yeah, I definitely liked. I think more of the Team Star designs. I feel like those were like whoever did Sword and Shield's designs did Team Star. And what was the other one? The Titans don't really have like a design, so really we're only focusing on the gym leaders and Team Star. But I like Team Star more so than I like the gym leaders.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I did like a lot of the Team Star leaders and stuff like that, but I don't know. I feel like I like the gym leaders a bit more, but I still liked like the Team Star leaders for the most part. Like, what was that last one? The one that had like the really like the face paint and like the,
Airy.
Yeah, that one was cool. Yeah, Airy was a cool design. Yeah, so this was also the very first game to have version exclusive professors.
Alex, the boards are different.
Yeah, it's kind of
The
interesting.
boards are different.
So in Scarlet, you got Professor Sada, and in Violet, you got Professor Turo, which both are absolutely beautiful. They're beautiful specimens. No.
I think in one of the DLCs, I didn't notice this before because I think we only ever saw her from like the top up. But like in the DLC, there's like a thing where you like could see Sada's model, and she like legit has like a 6-pack, and I was like, oh, I never noticed that before.
Right. I love the memes too at the beginning of this when they show the professors. It's just like the Squidward meme, the "Oh no, he's hot."
There was also like some other artist interpretations where like Turo's like doing something, and then Sada's like eating like the giant anime meat and just like with like crazy eyes, like "Arr!"
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
Yeah, so basically, Scarlet and Violet kind of had their own kind of gimmicks to them, where Scarlet was kind of based more on like the past in a way, or at least they had more adjacent stuff to the past, and then Violet was more based on the future. So the character designs for Sada and Turo represent that as well. So Sada has like bones on like her clothes, and like her hair is a bit more frazzled, and Turo's like very clean and like has like a lab coat and like looks very much like a stupid science bitch, as they would say in It's Always Sunny.
Reject science, return to monkey.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that was like one of the things too, is like people were like, reject science, return to monkey.
Absolutely, always got to return to monkey. So this was also the first Pokemon game not to have a set mode. So it was always like you got to choose between shift or set in terms of like switching out Pokemon. So it's only shift. So every single time you knocked out a Pokemon in trainer battle, then it would always ask you if you wanted to switch, which was kind of annoying. So yeah. Also,
I feel like we skipped over it, but we'll go back to Sada and Turo because there's not much we can say without talking about the story.
Oh, 100%.
So we'll go back to them later, but just know that excellent character design. And oh no, they're hot.
Yeah, they're hot.
They're joining Sycamore in the hot club.
Yeah.
Sycamore and Juniper. My bad. Don't forget about Professor Juniper.
Yeah, I was literally gonna say like Juniper is also in that club too.
Aurora, not Cedric. I forgot because there's 2 Junipers.
Yeah, I mean, who knows how he looked when he was younger?
Right.
Yeah. So also the single-use hold items now replenish after battles, except for berries. So was like a focus sash, I think.
Red herb, white herb. I'm trying to think of the other ones, but I think those are like the most like standout ones. So like you could reuse your white herb, you could do Cell Smash and get your white herb back and stuff like that.
Which is nice that you don't have to look for it every single time again.
Right.
But also the NPC trainers now must be interacted with, so you have to actually go and talk to them so you can initiate battle, which I think is amazing. I absolutely love that because it was so frustrating to be like, okay, I just need to like in Gen 1, I need to get to the power plant, but there's like a million trainers that I have to battle to get there. Right. But with this one, it's like, okay, I could just grind on like random Pokemon, or I could just do the gym battles, or just traverse the world and not be interrupted. And I love that. I feel like that this game would be... I would lower my ranking probably by like 2 whole points if the trainer battles were like when they looked at you, you would battle them. So I'm so happy that they changed it, that it's your choice if you want to battle them or not.
Right. It was... I was like 50-50 on it because I like very quickly realized that I wasn't like battling trainers for experience anymore. I was mostly battling Pokemon for experience. Yeah. And it was just like really weird just because I was like, well, now what's the point of the trainers?
There were some incentives also, if we're going to go on that. Like there is so there's a bunch of Pokemon centers in the world. You don't have to go to a city for them. There's a lot of like, they're like kiosks basically, to where they have one section for healing your Pokemon, they have one where it's the Pokemart, and they have one where you can actually build TMs. Like your TMs are based off of like every time that you battle a wild Pokemon, it has like a special item drop. Like for Spinarak, it'll be like a Spinarak web, or like a Tarantula Fang or something like that. And those item drops help build TMs, and so it's all in these kiosks, and they're all over Paldea, and they also are like your fast travel spots too. And so at a lot of them that are not based in a city, there would be a character there that'd be like, oh, have you battled all these trainers in like North Province Area 3 or whatever, and then they'll give you a special item. Excuse me. Which, I mean, that is incentive to do them. I never really did too much. I mean, maybe I could go back for it, but I just don't feel like it's worth it once you beat the game. Because then you'll just sweep the floor with all these trainers.
There were a couple of them that, like, they would give you exclusive TMs. Like, that's the only way you could get it. Mm-hmm. So if you cared about that, there was that. But other than that, yeah, like, not a lot of them were, like, mandatory. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I don't know. I was kind of leaning, like, it's okay as a feature. I didn't think it was, like, necessary, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Also, there were some items that they removed, which I guess makes sense in hindsight for a number of them. So, like, repels are gone, escape ropes are gone, fishing rods are gone, and incense is gone, too. Which, that one, I'm kind of like, really? But now, so the requirement for the Pokemon that have, like, a baby Pokemon, like Mantike or Happiny, stuff like that, you just gotta breed the Pokemon, and then it'll just show up. Like, it'll just show up as a baby form. So you don't need, like, any hold items or anything anymore for those. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, I understand totally with the fishing rod, because especially if the Miraidon could swim on the water, that you don't really need it. So, I mean, I guess it just makes sense. I didn't really think too much of it. And then repels, like, it's so easy to avoid Pokemon that, like, you don't really need it.
Right. Well, you'd think.
Yeah.
But with, like, the fishing rod, I don't know. It might just be because I was, like, a fan of chain fishing and X and Y, but, like, I feel like there could have been, like, a separate table for some fishing encounters. Like something that's, like, deep in the lake or something like that.
Yeah. Or if they had something, like, in Area 0 where they had, like, a pond or something like that, that would have been cool. Mm-hmm. I mean, I can understand it in some way. Like, I think that would have been cool if they had it there. I think it would have made sense. But I'm not torn up that it's not there, basically.
Or, like, it could have served as, like, a picnic reset on water, like, where if you pulled your fishing rod out, it would, like, despawn and, like, respawn more Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. Right. And also, this is the first Pokemon game to have 3 separate regions in it. So it has Paldea, it has a new area from the DLC called the Kitakami region, and there's also Unova comes back in a way, which of course we'll talk about when we get to the DLC. But at first we only had Paldea, which, I mean, it was so big on its own, I couldn't have fathomed anything else. I mean, of course DLC was inevitable, like how they do with Sword and Shield, but, like, the fact that they got, like, 2 whole worlds with it is pretty bonkers.
Right.
Let's see. And so I think we discussed all the Pokemon already, or at least the ones that we liked and didn't like.
Right.
So the main battle mechanic gimmick that they introduced in this game was called Terastallization. So this gives Pokemon a gem-like appearance, and it changes its typing. And these Terra types, as they call it, are not related to its natural typing, and so it can be changed with these, like, Terra Shards that you get, which are an item that are dropped by Pokemon in a Terastallized battle. So you could have, like, a Charizard with a Water Terra type, or you could kind of prepare it in ways like that. So it helps with strategy. I'm sure it helps with competitive as well, to kind of know, like, okay, I'll have this Pokemon with this Terra type, so that way I could use it to combat against X, Y, and Z Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, Terastallization is I'd say probably the best competitive mechanic since Mega Evolutions.
And that's so crazy, too, because I think when we first saw this, we didn't think anything up. Like, we thought it was stupid. I know I thought it was stupid. I was like, this is silly. Why are we doing this? Mm-hmm. But I guess I like it better now, thinking about it, than, like, Dynamaxing and Gigantamaxing. Right. It's like, oh, it's just big, and it's only big for 3 turns. Who cares? But, like, Terastallizing adds an actual level of depth to it instead of just big.
Right, because a lot of people were seeing it more so as, like, the offensive, and there's still, like, a niche for, like, an offensive, like, what it does. Mm-hmm. Like, if you need to kill something, like, if you want to, like, Terastallize, Fire Blast, and kill, like, make sure you kill whatever, that's still a thing. But the more, like, what do you call it? I say, like, more, not rarer, but, like, the more obvious use and, like, the more sought-after use is to use it for defensive typing, because it does change your defensive typing. So if you, say, are, like, rock flying and you're weak to ice, you could Terastallize into fire, and then you now resist all the ice types that, like, would have killed you in one hit, right? Because now you're a fire type defensively. But you still retain all of your offensive capability, so now you have super effective rock, flying, and fire types.
Yeah.
So, like, that's, like,
so crazy.
Yeah, where it was, like, really crazy, and in competitive, that's, like, life or death now, because, like, if you were quad weak and then you turn into, like, whatever, and then you, like, resist it, it's, like, insane. And stuff like that. And then also, like, just, like, turning on like a resistance. Like, so let's say you are a normal type, or you're a ghost type, and then you turn Terra normal, and now you resist all super effective ghost types on you. Like and that buys you like a turn of like no damage, which is absolutely like crazy in competitive battling. Because like you can go a whole turn without sacrificing pretty much anything, but sacrificing nothing, getting benefits, and not take damage is like could turn the entire battle around.
Yeah, and I was actually reading through some comments that I had of my ribbon challenge video actually this morning, and I remember there was one like debate that there was in the comments where somebody's like, "Oh well, Pokemon's just a basic RPG. There's no depth to it," and we're just like, yeah, it might not be the most like complex RPG ever, but they're adding more elements to it, and it makes it more viable for competitive. And just because there's stripped down elements doesn't mean that there's not like a level of strategy to it. And I think that was before Scarlet and Violet really like took off. I feel like I know actually no, it came out a few months after Scarlet and Violet, but like I didn't think that was in the discussion. But like terrestrializing adds so much more, just more layers to it overall, and it's amazing to watch these kind of battles now, because I think that we're kind of accustomed to traditional like competitive stuff since like the beginning of competitive scene, but now it's like they're just adding it to make it more exciting, and I'm only curious on how it's going to go forward from here, like on what Legends ZA is going to do to it. I'm sure that maybe there might not be as much of a competitive scene there, but even like Generation 10, like what they're going to do there, I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't think Terastallizing will go beyond Gen 9, but
right. Yeah, Terastallization started off hating it, very slowly realized how important it was and how crazy it was. And then I guess we could also talk about Stellar type, but I feel like Stellar type has like been completely like skimmed over in terms of like Terastallization. Like the benefits of Terastallization I think outweigh the benefits of Stellar typing, which I'm still not entirely sure what it does.
Yeah, neither am I. Like, it was just introduced pretty recently with the Indigo Disc DLC, and it's just, I'm not, like, I just thought it was a gimmick just for the DLC. I didn't think that there would be any kind of viability to it. It almost, as a way, is kind of like the shadow typing in XD Gale of Darkness and Colosseum. But it's really, to me, it's nothing really to write home about. Let me see if I can find my note on it. So basically, it's exclusive to Terrestrialized Pokemon except for Ogerpon. Ogerpon cannot be a Terrestrialized Pokemon. And it's super effective against other Terra Pokemon, and the defenses are the same as their natural typing. And so Stellar Pokemon gain an attack boost for every move type. And the Pokemon Terrapagos is only a Stellar Terra type. It cannot be anything else other than Stellar. But I'm just not crazy about it. I feel like that it was just kind of like, it felt like it was only meant for Terrapagos, and then for everything else it's just a byproduct. So I'm not personally crazy about the Stellar typing. I don't know if there is actually any usage for it, or like if anybody's made a team with a Stellar Terra, but I mean,
I think it's definitely overshadowed by the fact that it's just like you only get the super effective boost for one type. You don't get it for like everything else. So it's like why waste? Because you don't get to Stellar and Terrastallize. You have to choose one or the other. So like why waste it on that?
Yeah, right. And so to replace the max raid battles from Sword and Shield, there's the Terra raid dems. So basically, you and 3 other trainers, whether they're NPCs or your friends, have a time limit to knock out a Terrastallized Pokemon. And these attacks can be done without waiting for your teammates to do an attack, in theory. And difficulties are based on their star ratings from 1 to 5. But then there's increased spawn events that occur as well, with a stronger than normal Pokemon, which would be like a 7-star. So these stars almost relate to like their levels. Like a 7-star would be a level 100 Pokemon, or like a level 5, or a 5-star would be like a level like 65 or something like that. And so, these Pokemon usually would only occur during special events during like a weekend, and then they'd repeat the following weekend, like Charizard or Mewtwo. But you see these dens all over Paldea, and when you interact with it, you'll get these. You'll get a type of currency called Battle Points, or BP. And I mean, it was kind of cool to like be able to battleize different Terrastallized Pokemon. But I feel like it was only really worth it when you're doing those 7-star events. Like, I didn't really do them other than that. Or if I, like, see a Pokemon that's like, oh, this is a Pokemon that might be hard to get, and I should just get it now because it's in a den. Like, finding Annihilate in a den was so much better than doing Rage Fist 20 times its Primate.
Right.
So...
That, and it's like, there was no, like, boosted, like, Shiny Weekend or anything. It was just, like, the Mightiest Mark. And also, it's just, like, they did it so well in Sword and Shield. And then in this one, they just, like, it's worse. Somehow it's worse.
Yeah, and also with how it runs is so ass. Like, it's probably the worst running thing in the whole game. I hate doing dens because of how shit it runs. There's so many times where, like, the game just, like, straight up just doesn't work. I don't think I've gone through one smooth Terra Den in my whole time playing this game. It's like, there's like models that will like pop in and out, and there's like a crazy delay when it comes to using your attacks. It's not as fast as you think it would be. And I feel like that the way that they had it done in the max raid battles and Dynamax adventures in Sword and Shield was so much more streamlined. I honestly liked when it was all turn-based, where it's like you go and then your partner goes and then like the enemy Pokemon goes. Is like, I liked that better because it just, I don't know, it just made more sense and it just ran better. Right. This one is just like, it's just a smorgasbord of just random attacks.
Right, and it's like, I feel like to bring it back to the way it was, I think like they could still keep the terastallizing thing and like the bar of health, but like make it less crazy and maybe only one Pokemon on the team can terastallize.
Yeah.
To do more damage, and like, because I think it's like the resistance is like crazy high. Like if you're not doing a terastallized attack, it's doing like a fifth of the damage. Like if you're just, even if it's like super effective, so it's like really crazy. So like maybe make it like, I don't know, a third of the damage or something like that. Just like something higher, and then like I said, make the only one person be able to terastallize.
Yeah.
Could actually like, you know, bring more of like a dynamic and more of like a strategy to it and stuff like that. But the way they are now is just like a huge miss, and like we've given it so much time because, like I said, it's almost a year and a half, almost 2 years at this point, and they still haven't done like a boosted, you know, shiny event. They still do these like random 5-star raids. Like I think the most recent one is for Iron Hands and Brute Bonnet, and it's like they're not even boosted odds. And okay, sure, if I don't have the other copy of the game, like I can't catch it, but after a year and a half and you haven't completed the game, I don't see how like this is useful.
And it's also only 5 stars as well, so it's not even really a challenge. Like the 7-star ones, I feel like were the only ones I felt incentivized to do. I don't think I did any of the 5-star ones because I was like, I could just catch this normally. Why would I want to do this?
Right.
And
not
so it's like the 7-star ones, at least you get like ability capsules and patches and like chances of Urban Mysticas and all that.
Right, not to mention the 7 stars are only one per game. Like, you can do the raid over and over again, but you can't catch it over and over again.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. 5 stars dumb. You can catch over and over again. Yeah. But I think it's the same deal. They only spawn once per day.
And also shiny locked on 7-star raids, too.
Yeah, all the shiny locks cringe on the things, too. Like, it's just so off compared to what we had before. And I think part of it is because, like, people abuse the hell out of the 10s in Sword and Shield.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like it's just like chipping away at the longevity of the game because people are still doing Dynamax adventures almost 5 years from when Sword and Shield came out. And then, you know, people will maybe get on to do like the latest 7-star and then go on YouTube, find the strat, do it, and then forget about it.
Literally, that's all I do now. Whenever there's a 7-star and it's like, and if somebody wants to do it in our group, I look up like the Austin John video or whoever has a strat, or look on like the latest Cerebi post where they have all the details, and then somebody's like, "Oh, what's the strat?" And then somebody will say it. I'm like, "Okay, I'll just do that." And it's like there's no fun to it. I feel like after that, it's just like I'm just trying to do this just to get like the 7-star Pokemon, possibly get some Urban Mysticas.
Right, and it's pretty sad that like some of the 7-star raids are like so difficult that it's better to do it alone than it is to do it like in a group. Like even the Blastoise one, like all the strats I could find for it were just solo. There were no like, hey, bring this Pokemon and bring this Pokemon, or like you could bring that Pokemon, but it would just be super boring because all you guys are doing is calm minding for 6 turns.
Yeah, I remember the Cinderace one where we all had Slowbros.
Yeah.
And it's like
you're all just nasty plotting and, doing the defense, and like that's it for like 7 or 8 turns.
Yeah.
And then like two people hit it, and then it's over.
Yeah,
it's just like it's not fun.
Yeah, the most recent one I did was a Venusaur 7-star, and I remember we tried that for hours, like us and our buddy Patrick, and we couldn't do it as a group. We could not do it. I had to do it solo right after that, and I got it after like two attempts.
Right.
But yeah, that was pathetic.
Yeah,
that it's like
I don't know.
It less incentivizes me to play with people, and I don't like that in my games. I want to be able, if the game is meant to be played with multiple people, I want to play with multiple people. I don't want to have to solo it.
Yeah, this seems like something they should have tested more, and I feel like they should have built off of like I feel like the framework is there, but they should have like based it more on. I know they want to do different things, but it just works so well. It's kind of like don't change a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. And so one thing that they actually changed about like the game that I actually appreciated more was the picnics, because I mean we had Pokemon camps in Gen 8. We had me in Gen 6 and Refresh in Gen 7. But the picnics in Gen 9 were actually, I appreciated them quite a bit. Especially like sandwich making. I felt like that I appreciated definitely a bit more than like curry. Curry I hated doing. I just didn't bother. Unless for getting Keldeo in Crown Tundra. That was it.
Yeah, I feel like with the curry there was a lot more there. And it's like definitely like... because you have to like fan the flames, spin the thing, push A bunch of times, and it's like the sandwich. There's less to it, and you get the benefits like right away.
Yeah.
And it also doesn't take a lot of time, whereas curry kind of does, because like you have to load in the camp, select the curry, pick the ingredients, and then go through all that hassle to do it.
Right.
So I could see it. I kind of miss camps in a way, because like I feel like if they did do camps, there's like more customization there. If we're not getting customization on our character, we might as well get custom. Even in the picnics, there's customization. You can change like the cup and the tablecloth, right? And it's like, okay, we probably should have put this effort into more clothes, but whatever. So I don't know. I feel like there should just been more. And then also, it's just like more in the spirit of Pokemon. Because you're like on a journey, you're going outside, you're like exploring the world, and there's not always going to be a hotel, and you're definitely not running around with Mom's Black American Express card and like just going to get a hotel everywhere you go. So like camping is more of like what you're going to be doing, and realistically, and so I feel like that would be more of like an interesting thing to do is like if we going forward. Like camps become a thing, and like you could like find a good spot, like kind of like secret bases too. Like you find a spot, customize it yourself, and stuff like that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, if they brought back secret bases in a fully 3D game, I would freak out.
Right.
Also, this was the way that you did Pokemon breeding. That you got your eggs. There's no daycare centers anymore, and so basically you load up 2 Pokemon or whatever in there, and then there'll be a basket right next to your picnic table, and you could check it, and it'll let you know if you got eggs. But you can kind of like run around the encampment, and then if you have multiple eggs that go in there, it'll just automatically load them up. So you don't have to just like wait for like a character to be like standing there, and they're like, oh, here's the thing. It's like you could just collect multiple eggs, just run around in the picnic.
Which I think it only stacked to 10 though.
Yeah, but that's still like quite a lot that you could get. And also there's like of course with the sandwiches, there's different like boosts and stuff to eggs, getting more eggs, or like boosts for attack, or finding different size Pokemon, or higher shiny odds. And so I did.
Don't forget Terra Power.
Yeah,
so you do Terra raids better.
Oh yeah, that'd be so fun.
Because everybody loves Terra raids.
Yeah. So because there was definitely benefits to like the picnic, especially like but eggs. I remember when that changed, a lot of people were not with it. I was kind of like confused by how it worked. I'm still kind of like, it's strange, but I appreciate it now. I think now after like actually like trying it out and doing a whole thing of getting a bunch of eggs and like shiny hatching with Masuda, I feel like that I appreciate it now. But
I still haven't gotten a shiny Masuda egg. I don't.
Yeah, mine I got an Eevee. Yeah, I did it once and I got an Eevee. But I honestly liked with Sword and Shield as well, where they had that one on, I think it was like Route 5. Yeah, I like that one the most because of that bridge. You could just go back and forth. I did that one the most.
I like it. I like the stacking eggs. I wish it just wasn't capped at 10. I wish you could just like leave your controller there and get a bunch of eggs. Yeah.
Yeah, just leave it overnight and get like 200
leave it overnight
eggs.
and get like a bunch of eggs. I also I also miss I always say I always miss the mechanic in Scarlet and no Sun and Moon. I knew it started with an S.
Yeah.
That like Pokepelago, you could like have the spot island, just leave the eggs in there, and then they hatch overnight. I don't need like a massive amount of like auto hatching. I just want like a passive one. So like say like if I did a picnic for Sprigatito and did all that, and then I did a picnic for Quaxley, and then I took like only those Quaxley eggs and then put them in there and hatch and like let that do like a full 24 hours or whatever. While I'm hatching Sprigatito eggs, so that way I could get do passive hunt. I don't know why they don't do that. It helps more people competitively, and it doesn't like break the game. It's just like something you could do passively to like help you out later. Same thing with like Pokéjobs. I don't know why they got rid of those. That was just a very simple way to like use your excess Pokemon to give you benefits later on.
Yeah, that would. Yeah. Like, I don't know why they abandoned those either. I mean, granted, I never did Pokemon jobs or, like, never paid attention to them. But I would like to give it a shot. Like, if they put it into a later game, I would like to try it. Because I don't know, I never bothered. Or just having a passive way of doing stuff. Because, like, I know people will do, like, they'll have, like, the Ace Academy tournament run with, like, a controller with, like, macro function on it overnight. Or, like the trading for a shiny Pokemon in Let's Go. Like, they'll leave that overnight. But that's just something that you have to manually do. I just wish that you could do something without having to actively have your system on. Right. And just kind of like have it waste away. Like if there's just a passive thing to do, that'd be really cool.
Right. Yeah.
But also these sandwiches, also they only last for 30 minutes if you do one for like egg power or shinies or whatever. And there's a bunch of ingredients that you could get. So there's like different like produce and meats and spices and sauces
and stuff that shouldn't go on a sandwich, but
yeah, like rice. And so there's different combinations. So there's a bunch of like pre-made recipes, like assuming you have the ingredients that you could do, and that way you'll have like guaranteed of like certain buffs. And then you could of course freeform it too, where like there's plenty of guides that show you like, oh, if you want to do like a encounter power level 2 without any Herbamiscas, you just got to do like 6 things of rice. It's like, that's first of all sounds gross as an actual sandwich, but why is this giving me a boost of normal types?
Right.
But then there's an item, we kind of briefly mentioned it, called an Herbamistica, which abbreviated as HM, which gives you shiny odds with sandwiches, but they're super rare to get. Like you only get them from certain drops in a Terra battle. Like certain Pokemon will yield certain Herbamiscas. There's like sweet, salty, sour, spicy, things like that. Bitter, yeah. So there's 5 of them, and each one has their own boosts as well. And so once you use them, though, you gotta see if you can find them again, and you gotta be really lucky to get it, and you gotta have a really good team to like battle these Pokemon as well. So it's like you really want to use them sparingly, but they give you like a level 3 encounter. They give you shiny powers as well. So you're more likely to find shiny Pokemon out there. And so an exploit that Bano and I found is that basically we would be in a union circle, and the host would start up like making a sandwich, and the second person would join. You guys would make the sandwich, and once it shows all the buffs, then the host will leave, and the second player will have all the buffs of the sandwich, but without wasting any of their items.
The host wouldn't lose it. Yeah, you have to save before the sandwich, but the host wouldn't lose out on those ones. And then it's kind of just piggyback back and forth between each one. Like, you hunt for 30 minutes, you give me a sandwich, I hunt for 30 minutes and go back and forth.
So we did that quite a bit, actually. And so that was really convenient to do, but it definitely was not what they intended. But they never patched it, which, I mean, I kind of appreciate. But it's one of those exploits they never
on one hand, I appreciate not patching the exploit. On the other hand, I don't appreciate the fact they didn't patch the rest of the game.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many things they could have fixed on this game. But this is the one exploit that I really like that they kept. Because it was pretty much a lawless land with this game. Like, people just did whatever they wanted. And there wasn't really things that they changed. But that was one thing that I really liked. because
Oh,
those
also,
Ermiscus were such a pain to get.
egg moves in picnics. Another a good ish change. I think is that like so they introduced a new item called the Mirror Herb, which also has like functionality in battle. I think it copies like a stat boost or something like that. But in breeding, if you want an egg move, you just have to like get a Pokemon, breed it with an egg move, and then evolve it into whatever the same species of Pokemon you want is, and then give the Pokemon that you want to learn an egg move the Mirror Herb. So let's say if like you make a mistake and breed a max attack, max HP Azumarill, but you forgot to put Belly Drum on it, and then you just have to do a quick and dirty breeding for one that has it, and then give your competitive one the Mirror Herb, and then leave them in there for like 10 seconds tops, and make sure there's an empty move slot, and then that your competitive one will have Belly Drum.
Yeah. I think it's actually instant. Like, you don't need to leave for 10 seconds. Literally just, like, right away it gets it. Because actually, so recently I was looking for a 3-segment Dunsparce. And so what I did, I had two Dunsparce, one male, one female, and they both had Drill Run. Because that's the move or Hyper Drill. That's what it needs to evolve. And I just left them both in there. And I would get these eggs, but like, actually to get the first one with, or no, we did this with, oh god, there was, I was trying to build a Pokemon, I think it was Chestnut, and I needed, what move did I need? Belly Drum?
Belly Drum.
Yeah. And so we did a Mirror Herb, we got Chestnut with Belly Drum and a Chespin with Belly Drum. Or we ended up teaching like the Chestnut or Chespin Belly Drum, something like that. But, I don't know where I'm going with that.
we just had to do that and use it.
Yeah, you had to do it. Yeah, but
it was nice.
Yeah, but anyway, so battle points and watts are replaced now with league points. Sorry, I said battle points earlier, but it's actually league points, and those can be used to purchase items instead of just your currency. So you have your money and you have your league points. You can't do split payment, but you could pay with your league points if you have like way less money or vice versa.
Right.
And so they brought back Let's Go, but more as like a feature gameplay-wise. So it's an auto battle feature that has your leading Pokemon do like quick and dirty battles against Pokemon in the overworld. They don't give as much experience as a typical battle, but it's something that's nice if you just want to like let's say if there's like a massive outbreak out there, like a mass outbreak, and you need to, for example, to get the best odds for shinies, you have to knock out 60 of the Pokemon in the outbreak. And so you just Let's Go battle all of them. And you don't have to like encounter every single one. You just do a Let's battle, and especially have a Let's Go battle. So, I mean, it was useful in that front, but yeah, it kind of took away a little bit from the actual battling, and I felt like the actual battles are just a bit more slow. But
I don't remember very well like when this game launched. I think like in order to evolve some Pokemon, they might have patched it out later that like you had to like. If you wanted something to evolve, it had to be in a real battle, not in Let's Go.
Yeah, Tanomouse was... Well, actually, Tanomouse was an example of a Pokemon that required experience from an actual battle rather than by a rare candy. I don't know why, but that's how it was.
Yeah, so, like, I don't know. I think I had trouble evolving, like, my starter because I, like, kept doing auto battling and got up to level 16 and it didn't evolve. I'm like, does this thing evolve at level 18? Got to level 18, still didn't evolve. But then I did like a regular battle and it evolved at level 19, and I was like, oh, okay, weird.
Yeah. Also, what was really weird about Tanomouse is that if you were trying to like evolve a bunch of them, usually for like if you're evolving like 5 other Pokemon, it would show the evolution animation for every single one. But for Tanomouse, it would show it for one of them, and then all the others just auto evolve. Like it wouldn't show the sequence for any other ones. It would you just look in your party and there it is. So I mean. It was weird. It was really weird. Because that one, there was 2 Pokemon in this game that had, like, 2 different forms for their evolutions that were like a 1 in 100 chance. So, Dunsparce and Mousehold. So, for Dunsparce, it was a 1 in 100 chance for it to have 3 segments on its body rather than 2. And for Mousehold, it was a 1 in 100 chance for it to have a family of 3, so 3 of the mice, rather than a family of 4. That was more common. And so, it was so odd that they chose that, but also like getting to it was really annoying too, because you had to do these battles and then they would just evolve. Like you just have to look at your party and like, oh, is it a family of 3? Nope, I gotta catch more Tanomouse and evolve them. But anyways, shifting gears from there. So there are classes because this game is based as like you were like a student at the Mesa Goza Academy, or sorry, Mesa Goza, which is the Naranja or Uva Academy, based on your version of the game Scarlet Violet.
Naranja gang, rise up.
Uva gang rise up. I wanted to be Naranja, but you wanted to play Scarlet, so like I'll play Violet. Because I liked Professor Sada a little bit more, and I also like the paradoxes in Scarlet more. But yeah, so there's different subjects like biology, math, history, language, battle, art, and home ec. And completing these classes give the players different items, or even one of them gives you a Galarian Meowth, which is kind of cool. But also, there's some that are actually kind of useful, like with the history of the Ruinous Quartet.
Professor Ryfort, bless.
Yup.
Nurse Miriam, bless.
Yes, the nurse I remember was a really cool character, and you build these bonds with the teachers too. And I don't know, I appreciate that. There's some characters that have at least minor depth to them.
It's not a dating sim. Let's get that out of the way very clearly. It's not a dating sim, no matter how much you want it to be. But you do have like interactions with the teachers, and it's a very nice addition. I just wish like there was a little bit more interaction outside of just like their little story, and then battling later on, but we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah.
I really wish that like they did add some stuff in the DLC for like talking to certain characters, but they didn't add anything like more interactions for the team. Well, they did, but it never went any more deeper than that. So I don't know. I just wish there was more.
Right, and also so there's a couple of firsts now in this game where I guess there's more like technicality. I guess so. Technically, this is going to be the first Pokemon game to feature 2 leagues and 8 Elite Four members. But
I was going to go back to the teachers real quick.
Yeah.
Circling back, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, the interactions with the teachers and like all the extra stuff on the side just made me realize like how much more the Pokemon games, if they're going to continue this way, need voice acting like very, very, very badly.
And hopefully not voice acting like Detective Pikachu returns, because that voice acting was an abomination. Like, get actual good voice actors. Like, even the ones from, like, Tears of the Kingdom did really good. So, yeah, something like that. But, yeah, that would be cool. To have dialogue from the characters.
I really, like, slept on the classes. I'm kind of mad that I, like, didn't, like, at the end of the game. Like, it really seems like you should be doing these, like, as you do. I don't know, like, how you would do it. Like, do one after every badge, or, like, how you would, like, layer it with the game. But I feel like playing this game the right way, like you explore for an hour, go do a class, go do a badge, come back, do another class, stuff like that.
Yeah.
If they I feel like they probably made the choice not to make the classes mandatory, because that probably would have like affected the overall thing. But I don't know. I feel like layering them atop of gameplay, I just don't know how you do it.
I would probably do after like every like class, or like if you do like a class, team like Operation Starfall and Titan, like you do 3 of those, and then you go and you take a class or something like that.
Right, because I feel like these characters really get slept on. Like I said, I really like them. I like a lot of them more than I do the gym leaders. Like the home ec guy, the Jacques, the nurse, Professor Ryfort, Time, Hassel, but Hassel has more to stuff later, and Dendra has a little bit but not a lot. It's just like I feel like there was more there. There could have been more there, but like either they ran out of time or what was going on. Because I really like the teachers a lot more than I do most of the gym leaders.
Yeah,
I'll get it out of the way. The ones I hate: Brassius, Kofu. I feel like I didn't like Rhymes a lot. I didn't really care much for Iono either, to be honest.
Yeah, Iono was overrated. I gotta put that out there. I thought Iono was overrated. People liked her because like, she's a streamer, but
I feel like she fits more in the anime than she does in the game.
I like
Katie. Katie was neat, but like there wasn't a lot there.
Yeah.
Like a bug type Baker, really.
Yeah. I like Katie. I like Brashius. Grusha is my favorite, no question.
Tulip was okay. But
I like Tulip.
Yeah, but like everything, like I don't know, they all felt very surface level. I didn't feel like there was like a lot of deep thing, and I felt like a lot of their gym challenges didn't reflect like anything of the gym leader, like except for Iono. Iono's challenge kind of lined up, and same thing with like Grusha, but I feel like adding the Koraidon was kind of weird. Also, like, what are you gonna do if somebody doesn't know how to like snowboard Grusha? Just screw them, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Right. So yeah, I just feel like there was a lot of disconnect between the gym leaders and like what they did. Like, if Katie made a sandwich, like did like a sandwich tutorial, that would have been something.
Yeah.
If like there was like a mini game where you like had to like kind of like the Mario Party where you have to like match the puzzle or like but like you have to like chip out a or like use like a Pokemon with razor leaf to like cut grass into like or cut like a bush into like a certain shape.
Yeah.
Or like with Kofu, like another cooking one, or who's the fifth gym leader? Larry. Larry's entire challenge was like completely like disconnected from who Larry is and like what Oh, he's also I know he's like a filler gym leader. That's what they say, or like that's like what his thing is.
He's just normal. He's Larry.
And then Time is like a rap battle, but like you don't actually rap or do anything. You just do a double battle.
Oh my god, if they did a rhythm thing like Parappa the Rapper, that'd be amazing.
Right. And then Tulip, you just do an exercise, which is more Dendra's thing. And I'm like, okay, why
hated that one. I gotta say, I hated the Tulip one.
Why aren't we fighting Dendra? I feel like Tulip just shows up to do gym battles.
Yeah.
And then Grusha's...
She's busy. She's a businesswoman.
And then Grusha, like I said, like, what if you don't know how to snowboard or ski? Do you just...
Or what if you don't have the physical ability? Like, what if you're, like, in a wheelchair? You can't fucking
Right, you have a broken leg or a broken arm. Like, what are you going to do? Just not do the gym challenge?
Right.
So I think it's just... the gym leaders are too disconnected from what they're trying to be. So I don't know. Maybe they just put, like, the B or the C team on gym leader designs. Yeah. But I will say they had us in the first half because the whole internet was like, wait, what? When they're like, Grusha, he loves to snowboard. A lot of people were bamboozled.
We all thought that Grusha was a girl just based off of like the more feminine traits. But then on the character bio on the website it said he, and so we were all like, oh my god.
There's a lot of compilations if you go look for it because there's a lot of people like, hey, and then like people when they read the things like, hey, yo, what?
And I'm like, hey.
Yeah, and then other people were still like, hey, girl.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of very attractive characters in this game.
But yeah, going back to it, I feel like the teachers in the classroom like 100% are their characters. Like the language teacher, I mean, it's a gimmick, but he does speak in like different languages, and for the most part, you are able to pick up on what he's trying to say, which is neat. And also, like by the fact that you said, you get a Galarian mouth, and that shows that he's more of like a. I wish he would have gotten more, more cultural. Like he's traveled the world and experienced these things. And it's like, hey, here's a Galarian Meowth. Hey, here's an Alolan Meowth. Hey, here's a stuff like this, stuff like that. I would have loved to see
here's a Zarude. Yeah,
I would have loved to see like some more stuff from him. Professor Ryfort Bless has like her design. She has like I don't know exactly what it is, but I remember when I did like a report for it like way back. I had to do like a Native American thing, and I drew like the Thunderbird that they used to have like on stuff like that. She has one, but it's for like Articuno. She has a Marshadow like hairpin and stuff like that, all like legendary stuff like that. And obviously she's obsessed with the quartet and whatnot. And I really wish there was like a whole like side thing where you actually took her, kind of like the Perrin quest later on for those who haven't done. But like
if they integrated her with Snacksworth.
No, I don't know about Snacksworth, but like if she was more hands on and like finding the rods and like being there when we open the tomb and seeing the quartet and stuff like that, and maybe make it, I don't know, like a Titan battle or a double battle. Yeah, and like obviously you still have to catch it. I don't know how they'd write it like that.
I feel like they'd have to make it like a guaranteed capture kind of thing, kind of like how they did with Terapagos.
Right, and then with like the art, I really wish they would have just done like some sort of like really simple like point and click, like draw something, or like they give you like the coloring book, like they give you the outline and then you just have to color it in, or like maybe do a copy, kind of like the Mario Party games where you just have to like copy what's drawn. Stuff like that. Right. Give you more stuff to do.
Yeah, exactly.
And like I feel like that would have made that would have sent like people over the moon with like the school stuff. People were like, no. Victory Road, screw that shit. Starfall Street, screw that shit. I want to see how people like how crazy people can get, because like people take something that's not designed for any way they do it, and they take it and they run with it. If there was like a freestyle draw thing, obviously we're gonna have our bunch of our small percentage of shitters, but for the more like majority of creative people, I could see people doing like, I mean, you remember what was it, the Wii U like thing where people used to draw on the pad and like have like excellent drawings and like you see it on Yeah. I feel like those people would have come in here in spades and like drew like crazy stuff.
Oh,
if we were just given it.
Yeah,
and
or
the same
like
thing
Art
with,
Academy people would love that stuff.
Right. And then with math and like battle we could have had like more intricate stuff, like kind of like how the battle CDs were in XD, like where you given, and then like by extension there's also like a Pokemon visual novel game I play. I don't want to say it out loud because I don't want to get it like canceled or like done anything, just in case like anybody ever watches this video that has the power to do something. But there are like things in the game where they put you in certain like scenarios where you have to click the right option or you lose the game. It'd be like, this Pokemon's paralyzed, you have to pick a move in order to win the game, and you're poisoned with 1 health, so if you don't pick the right move, you lose the battle.
Wow, okay. Dang.
So like I really wish like the battle would have done that and made you like think and stuff like that. Like, so let's say like you're poisoned, one health, the other Pokemon's like 20, but it's paralyzed, and your moves are like quick attack, fake out, and stuff like that, and you have to pick the right move between one of those ones, and stuff like that. Or just do like a battle league and like you could get stuff like that for the battle class. I don't know, but I feel like the whole teacher thing could have been expanded upon more, but for what it was in the game, I enjoyed it, and I really wish they continue and like do like
they
doesn't
just
necessarily
expanded upon it.
Yeah, they don't have to be teachers, but like give me like a side plot with like character side quests essentially, but not like Arceus side quests where I'm like just doing the one thing and getting it over with. I just want more development from that. I feel like give the world more life and make it more RPG-esque, and people will see Pokemon less as just like a catch-em-all game and more as like an actual RPG.
Yeah, make it
like,
legitimate.
People who are like, oh, Pokemon's just a gimmick game. Well, this is that step to make it more so than it is.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with all that. Like, give us, like, just expanded characters. Like, they don't have to be main people in the game. Like, you don't have to give us this, like, a fleshed out story like Arvin or whatever. But it's like, give us some more gameplay elements to it. Like, even, like, minor ones are fine. Like, give us something where it doesn't run like this. Oh my god, I just totally forgot about the gym, for Katie with, like, the olives.
The olives,
like, bouncing that around.
Brassius' one with the Sunflora.
That stuff... that ain't it, Chief. Right. But, like, if they had anything else, it probably would have been okay. But, yeah. So, yeah, moving forward from there. So, this was the first game technically to have 2 leagues and 8 Elite Four members, but the half of those are in the Indigo Disc. The first Pokemon game to have 4 champions, because
quote,
it's
unquote.
almost like a tier. Yeah, it's like a quote-unquote, because it's like a tier of trainers. So, like, Nemona, there's a character named Geeta, there's Kieran.
Who's the actual champion of the league.
Yeah, Geeta is the actual champion. She's like top dog. She's La Primera. She's number 1.
Right. It's kind of like saying like if like Lance is the actual champion, but Red is also a champion trainer because he's beaten the league and moved on. Same thing with like Blue. Blue is a gym leader, but he's also a champion.
Yeah, but it's like the champion would be Geeta.
Would be Geeta.
Geeta.
Probably the one character that just got like shafted the most.
So boring. I don't like Geeta at all. She's my least favorite champion.
I don't understand what was going on with Game Freak with that one. I like the design trash, story boring. Non-existent, team garbage.
Yeah, she was very much a pushover, and her character was non-existent.
I don't think there's ever been like a pushover like Lance is mid. Lance is like whatever, like the general like average bar for like what a champion should be. Strong, imposing, looks like somebody who like knows what they're
I understand what you mean by mid now. It's like he's not mid.
Yeah.
He's a good example of what a champion should be.
Good example of what a champion should be. Cynthia, actual like demon.
Badass. I
worship
the ground that Cynthia walks
Kukui,
on.
mid. Wallace, mid. Steven, probably better because I just like his
Steven.
design and his aspect and his like
Alder,
relation to the story. Alder, pretty good.
love Alder.
But at the bottom you got Diantha and you got Gita.
I like. Well, if I were to rank them, so Gita is literally lower than low. I fucking hate Gita. So after that, I'd probably say Kukui. Then I would say Wallace. Then Alder, I guess. Then let's say I would say Lance. Kukui? No, Lance was just right above. Or sorry, I would do Gita, Kukui, Diantha, Wallace. Then I would do Alder, Lance, Steven, and on the top would be Cynthia.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cynthia's my number one.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. You didn't miss anybody, did you? Oh, Leon?
Oh, Leon. Wait, where's Leon from? Oh, from Gen 8.
Hold on, do I have to do the... Yeah.
Leon, I would probably put above Diantha, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, so I put her above Diantha, below... Yeah, kind of towards the bottom. I don't care for him that much.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just... I think what they were trying to do is they didn't want Gita to overshadow Nimona, because, Nimona is, spoiler alert, the final battle. But at the same time, it's I don't think Nimona's team was, that stacked.
It wasn't.
Or difficult.
But I actually like Nimona's character more and more.
Yeah, Nimona's character saves her from her battle.
Yeah.
Is 100%.
Yeah.
But Gita is I wish there was more there. I wish she wasn't done as dirty as she was. I also wish somebody would fix her hair.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, she's just this very mid, very whatever kind of person. I'd pass her on the street, look at her once, and never look at her again.
Yeah. Not a double look.
Not a double look back. But yeah, so tech, quote unquote 2 leagues, quote unquote 8 Elite Four members, quote unquote 4 champions.
Yeah. It's all just it's very ambiguous.
But we were given a lot. I think the skipping over the quote unquoteness. This game lets you eat a lot.
Yeah. There's a lot packed into this game.
If you were to zap my brain, forget every experience I've had about Scarlet and Violet now, and I was to play it today, I would have been holy shit. This is insane, the amount of content we have. Of course, it costs you almost $100 to get it, but it's a lot of content.
Yeah, it's $60 for the base game and then $35 for the DLC.
Right.
And I think they have a physical version where it has the DLC included, but I don't know if it gives you that much of a discount.
Right. Well, let me put it this way, because in my head, this is what I'm imagining. If I had multiple copies of myself and all the time in the world to play this game, I can imagine playing it and organizing some trying to get people to do voice acting, and then really thinking about how to progress with this game. What am I going to do? I'm going to catch Pokemon. I'm going to go to school. I'm going to go and do the first batch. I'm going to go do this class. I'm going to go over here, get to this Pokemon, do another class, and write it out as a script story, get voice actors, do the voice acting, play the entire game plus the DLC. I feel that as a complete package is probably minus the graphical details and the performance of this game. This game would literally be a 10 out of 10, the best Pokemon game ever made.
On paper. But
we're not there. But like I said, if I had all the time in the world and infinite resources, I would the legit the perfect Pokemon game exists as a framework. It just needs more polishing.
Oh, 100%. If they had a developer like CDPR or somebody who knows how to make a game, then
right.
Yeah. Then I think that this game would have been easily a 9 or a 10 out of 10. But
right.
We're given what we got. So
right. I'm going to say it could be game of the year. I feel if it was given more attention and more care, it could be a contender. It's not going to win, but it could be a contender.
It would definitely be a nominee.
Right.
But let's get into the plot actually for this, because there's a lot of plot to go over. So
We've been dancing around it for long enough, so we might as well.
yeah, exactly. Might as well just go straight for the jugular.
All right. Do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it?
So we'll trade off on them. So I'll start
Okay.
with the Victory Road stuff. So this is pretty basic overall.
Well, let's start from like the beginning. So you move to Paldea.
Yeah, you moved to Paldea. I forget from what region you moved from, but like you just moved there. And so you're introduced to the director of the the Yuva or Naranja Academy.
Yeah, we got another Sycamore situation where they just like somehow show up at our house and start rizzing up our mom, and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, I was like, damn, dude, like you're trying to be my stepdad or something. Like,
and then it's like, here, go outside, young one.
Yeah,
go
exactly.
do this.
Yeah, so it's like they invite you to go to the academy and be a student over there, and you meet Nimona, who is like
your neighbor-ish.
Yeah, it's like a neighbor, your friend, your rival, and honestly one of the better support characters. Probably my favorite support character in this whole game, and one of my favorite like support/rival characters that they've introduced. Just
also like right off the bat, like after you pick your starter and whatnot, because she's there when you do it. Because you do this really lame like walk down. I get what they were going for, but you do a walk down the path. But like I think when I did it, like Coco got stuck behind a sign, so I was just like walking, and then like a lot of the Pokemon were just like skating across the floor, like trying to like catch up, like their version of T-posing across the floor. And I don't know like the exact like details to why we're going to Nemona's house, but we go there, and then that's where we meet Nimona and stuff like that, and then like you get to choose your starter, and she's like super excited for you to do it. And then she picks the starter that's like not weaker than yours, right?
No, she picks the one that's weaker than yours. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay, so she picks the one that is weaker than yours, and she's so excited that you're starting a new journey that she's like, I want to start a new journey too. Even though we're told like, hey, she's a champion trainer and probably the best trainer at the school.
Yeah, she wants to start from scratch.
She wants to start from scratch to mash you.
Yeah, and so she
really cool.
urges you to challenge the 8 Pokemon gyms throughout Paldea as well. So collect their badges, and so that way you could take on the champion assessment at the Pokemon League, which will then bring you over to champion rank once you complete everything. So at least basically be at her level.
Right. And throughout the game, she very much encourages you. She has like 2 or 3 battles, I believe, at certain points. I know she has one at Gym 3 and I believe Gym 5. But after that, I don't think she battles you again. I think she drops in on you every time you go to like one of the gyms to like take the challenge. She'll either A, be there, B, tech call you, or C, actually be there and battle you.
Yeah, you always get like a checkup after every gym battle. Like once you win, you get a checkup from either Nimona or by Gita, who's the chairwoman of the Pokemon League, and also is the Paldea's top champion, or by other like Elite Four members.
I was say they sprinkle in all the other Elite Four members too.
Yeah, everybody kind of gets introduced here and there.
And I feel like that's a feature that should have been in Sword and Shield, like with like fans. Like if it's like a whole thing, people are like following you. I feel like each gym should have had like another like interaction with somebody. Like, hey, here's a potion. Good luck on your challenge. Like, oh, I saw your battle against Milo. That was crazy when you used insert Pokemon here.
Yeah, and
stuff like that. Like that would have made that like experience more
like a Team Yell situation. You become Marnie.
Yeah, and I feel like they did that just enough where it wasn't annoying, but it was also just like enough to be like, hey, remember Nimona here, just making sure you're still doing, your Victory Road stuff. And, her dialogue's pretty great. And she's just like a fun, excitable character that like every time I talk to her, I get like, I'm like smiling at the dialogue that she's like what she's saying.
Yeah. And she's so focused on battling that's like her whole personality, but it's a way more of like a golden retriever rather than it is like I am a one-trick pony kind of thing.
Right.
So once you beat all the gyms, then you make your way to the HQ where you take an interview first, actually. And so,
really took me for a loop on that one. I was like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, and there were some questions where you actually had to remember what you said first and then go back to what you said, which is kind of cool.
And initially, I was like, am I being scouted for an Elite Four position? Is that what this is? But like, it was just like, I don't even know what it was for, really.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Yeah, maybe they send that information over to Game Freak so that way they could use your data and your information for survey results. No, right. So after you succeed that, then you battle the Elite Four members and you battle Gita to become a champion rank trainer.
You battle the Elite Four members with a broken theme. because when this game launched, their theme didn't actually play.
Oh,
so dumb, and I didn't even notice it because I blew through them so quickly.
Yeah, no music. It's just
There's
silence.
no music. It's just silence. But now it works. And the Elite Four. Let's talk about the Elite Four. So they were sprinkled throughout. The first one is Rika, which blessed Rika, blessed Rika. The second one, I believe, is the child. I don't know who Poppy. Yeah. Which at first I thought she might have been Gita's daughter, because like in some of the things you can see she has like a little yellow star kind of like on her black hair like Gita does, but they don't elaborate on that. She's also like quite literally a child,
a toddler, like
a toddler, which I'm like, okay, I get it, we're in Japan and anime, but I don't think we've ever seen this for Pokemon.
Well, right. I mean, we had youngster trainers plenty, but we haven't had a character in Power that's a toddler.
Well, I mean, we had Acerola in Sun and Moon, but she was also royalty, and definitely not a toddler.
Yeah, she wasn't 4 years old.
Yeah, and so after that, we have Larry, who's surprise, it was like the fan favorite, and also like, hey, Larry, like
it's the 5th gym leader, and then he becomes a 3rd Elite Four member.
You relate to him because he's just like, oh, I'm like a dog for the Pokemon League. I just go wherever they tell me, and he like works.
he's fucking burnt out in defeat. He reminds me of just a regular ass person, because I mean he's a normal type trainer, but it's like he's so just fucking. You can tell he's just exhausted.
I forget, is he's flying in the gym and then normal in
he's
the
normal
Elite
in the gyms, flying in the Elite Four.
So yeah, he's flying in the Elite Four. But so it's like it's crazy because you see him again and he has 2 completely different teams.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's Larry, and then after all of them have like an interesting thing, because Rika fights and is like, oh, that's great. Hey, Poppy. And then Poppy shows up. Poppy's like, I'm going to destroy you.
Yeah.
And then you just beat Poppy. And then Poppy acts like a toddler and goes to Rika. And then Rika calls out Larry. And then you beat Larry. And they're like, Larry, call out the next one. And Larry's like, Larry, you got to speak up. She's like, Rika's like, oh, whatever. Hassle. Yeah. And then Hassle comes out.
Dragon type.
And it's really hard because like if you didn't take the classes with Hassel, A, you barely know who this guy is, and B, he talks like he knows you, but you're like, oh, who the hell are you?
Yeah, that's what I felt too thinking about. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? Why does he know me?
Right? Because like Rika and Poppy ish, like they showed up once and it was like, okay, whatever. Larry, you're like, hey, what's up, dude? And then Hassel shows up and you're like, who the fuck's this guy?
Yeah. Oh my god, and I totally forgot about it until now on how just unenthused I was about his ace Pokemon Excalibur. In theory, it's dope. It's an ice dragon type, and ice type is my favorite. Its name is a play on Excalibur, which is badass, and it's just such a whatever Pokemon, and its shiny is nothing to write home about either.
Yeah, it's not crazy. I still like it. It's not crazy, but Hassel's story is what saves the character for me. Just like as a quick aside here, Hassel is from a dragon type training family, kind of like Lance and Claire is, and I don't think they say that his father or like the patriarch of the family is like dying, and Hassel's like the next heir, but Hassel's so enthusiastic about teaching kids about art and stuff that he doesn't, he likes his life here and doesn't want to go back to wherever he's from to become like the new head of the family. And one of the people of the family comes and like begs him to and tries to like not sabotage your classes and stuff like that, but like tries to get him like to convince him by like not guilt tripping. You kind of say guilt tripping him, but like just like, hey, like your family needs you, and he's like, well, if my family cares, then they'll let me do what I want to do. And then the person goes away, and Hassel I think actually like goes and talks over with the family, and then like he's like, we didn't put the issue to rest, but there is time for me to do what I want to do before like things actually get to the point where like like we need an answer. Are you going to stay a teacher, or are you going to go back and do that stuff like that? And that like I said, open-ended, leaves a lot for more intrigue, and was like really interesting to see. Obviously did not get that the first time through because I was just like blowing through the Elite Floor. But after having that thing, I'm like, wow, that like that's where I had that whole monologue earlier of like, I need more.
Right. And so after you beat all of that though, because Gita is like, you just go through her too, like I don't think anything of her. Her ace was a Glamora.
right? Everybody's like, you did a good job. Now it's your time to fight the champion, which you then fight. You fight the Elite Four like in the main building, which is all right, whatever. And I like the walls are like cubes or whatnot. And then you go on to the roof of the building to fight Gita, and like right by Area Zero, like at the highest point aside from like Glaciato Mountain in the region and stuff like that. And it's all wonderful and done. Gita, absolute like blow through. But I guess we could take a pause right here to talk about like why on God's green earth can't we fight the Elite Four again?
Dude, I've been asking that since you told me that we couldn't rebattle them. I was like, that's the stupidest thing. It's like, yeah, I know it's breaking for the formula, but this is a formula that works. And why are we getting rid of it and replacing it with an Ace Academy tournament, whatever? We'll talk about it, but like,
we'll talk about it later, yeah. But like, I don't understand the choice made there. Like, they made this area, they made that. Even the Elite Four building is like an arena you can use in competitive battling. I get that, but I don't understand why you can't battle. Like, they spent time on the assets and everything, but why can you not rebattle the Elite Four is beyond me. I don't even if they had like, it's not like they even get like different teams. You just can't battle them again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's weird. It's so weird. It's a horrible choice, and I don't understand it. Mm-hmm. But anyway, you beat the Elite Four, and Nimona is waiting for you outside the building. And is like, did you do it? And you're like, yeah, I did it. And then we get like the scene, like the memeable scene that people do like a couple of YouTube videos on, where she asks you to be like your friend, and you can say no, and she gets more and more like brain dead as you like go on, and it's like you're like no, and then like she gets to the point where like me, you, friend, now, stuff like that, and people were just like like the crazy like, oh my god, I love this character so much.
Yeah.
But yeah, after that, you agree to battle Nimona, and Gita worms her way back into the story, and is like, oh, that'd be interesting to see. And then like you go through like a bunch of choices, and I made the wrong one because like, where should we battle? It has to have like a place of significance, and I was like, let's battle where we first started. Let's go to your house, and we'll battle on the beach. And that was the wrong answer. And I don't remember the other one, but like obviously you picked the center of Mesa Goza to battle. And Nimona has like this whole opening dialogue to like the fight, where she like congratulates you. I don't know the exact dialogue, but it synchronizes with the moment perfectly, where she's talking about like your entire journey, and talking about how like she's been there and seen you grow, and now that you're here, she's like her excitement is like through the roof and like pouring out, and now you guys are actually gonna get to like battle mano y mano, no handicaps,
no holds barred,
no holds barred, and she's like beyond excited, and you could feel it. You really can like feel it, and like if she had a voice, and like the animation was a little bit better, like I said, it would be insane how like good this fight would be, and like the circle of like completion for this character is like complete.
Right, exactly. And yeah, and it just rounds that storyline out pretty well too, because like you start battling her and you end battling her too.
Right, and she's not like upset or mad or anything. She's just excited to have somebody that she can finally battle with. There could have been a little bit more to it. I really wish they did do it, because like my headcanon is that like she's battled everybody at the school to the point where like people are like, why bother? And they kind of touch on this on like the in the anime. I can't remember what it's called. It's like, I think Paldean Winds is what it's called. Mm-hmm. They touch upon it where like she's battled everybody, and people I wish they put this story where just people are like, why bother? Why I don't want to battle Nimona. I'm just gonna lose. That's like the point, right?
Yeah.
And like I'm just gonna lose, and I really wish they like had a thing where she's like, everybody likes Nimona. That's great. But nobody wants to battle her, and that really like weighs heavily on her, because it's not her fault that she just got so good, right? Mm-hmm. If anything, it's an accomplishment that she's as strong as she is, right? Yeah.
But when you're at the top, there's no challenge.
There's no one there to like push her or celebrate with her. And I think the like dynamic with Gita would be cool. Is like, yeah, I can battle on equal terms with Gita if Gita was good, but Gita's an adult and has responsibilities and busy. And Nimona's like a young person in the prime of her life, and all she wants to do, she has all this energy, she just wants to get out. but nobody wants to do it. Another thing in the headcanon is that she wears like that glove, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted that, like, for me, that's like she has battled so much that she's given herself, like, you know, not like a disability, but like a carpal tunnel or like, you know, an injury and something like that. But she still loves battling despite that, and so that's why she has it on, so that way she can still do what she wants to do.
Right.
Just a little bit more context and a little bit more story, and I feel like, you know, it doesn't matter to me because, like I said, that's my headcanon. It all makes sense, and her character's gone from like a 7 to like an 11 out of 20, you know, a 15 out of 10.
Yeah. And so the next story that we get into is Starfall Street. So basically, a mysterious person named Cassiopeia.
Well, I mean, hold on. Your notes are great, but like, it starts out when you go to Mesagoza and you're going to school, and you see this girl being accosted, not picked on or anything, by Team Star, and you kind of like, without like much prompting, you jump into the situation and fight the Team Star members off, and the girl's kind of like just mute the entire time. She doesn't really say much, and you beat them, and then like they want to do more battles, and that's when Nimona drops by, and then the Starfall Street guys are like, or this Team Star guys are like, we got to scram. That's like the champion trainer, and so they scram off, and then the girl leaves, and then as you go to the opening ceremony and whatnot, you go to the cafeteria, and that's when you get a call on your Rotom phone, like, you know, unprompted and whatnot, and then the person reveals themselves to be Cassiopeia, and says like, you had an encounter with Team Star, like, what do you think of them? And then you just pick whatever option that's available. I'm not sure which one it is.
It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter. And she asks you to join her Operation Starfall, which is to
dismantle Team Star.
Dismantle Team Star, and she reveals to you that like there's 5 heads of Team Star, just like points on a star, and each of them are in a certain area, and that you have to do that. And Director Clavel shows up right after that call, or I think he joins like in mid call and is like, can I, like, you know, say something or something like that. And it's like all weird stuff like that, and so you agree to do it, and so then you after you get out of school can go and do in any of the Team Star bases. And
also he goes undercover on these excursions too as a student named Clive. Doesn't acknowledge anything.
I don't know that. I think it's this Clive character just shows up out of the blue and is just like
right. Oh,
Director Clavel's at school.
Yeah, no. I don't know what the correlation is actually. Sorry, I totally botched that. But so a new student named Clive shows up and helps you
with his pompadour.
With these excursions to take down Team Star. And after each victory, you learn about about Team Star. Essentially, just
I was gonna say, I don't know what Clive's role in it. I know Cassiopeia is like the person in charge, and Clive is like, I guess, their support. But like, when you go onto the bases, each base is kind of like a gym where they all specialize in a certain type. So like the first one, technically you should fight, is a dark type one, and it has this unique thing where it's combining like the Let's Go functionality and like horde battles, to where, excuse me, you get 3 Pokemon and you can send them out and Let's Go fighting, like to do automatic fighting, but you have to do 30 Pokemon in 10 minutes, and like each star, like there's like you're in the base and there's like a ton of Team Star members, and every time you walk by them, they all throw out their Pokemon for you to fight, and there's like 3 Sneasel or like 3 Stunky or like, you know, 3 Pawniards of like whatever dark type that you have to go through before you can actually fight the boss. And go ahead.
And so that first one, Giacomo is Giacomo is the dark type one. And so like they have like each one has their own roster, but they always end with a variation of the Pokemon Reverum, which is typically a poison steel type, right? And so this one has a variation. It's like poison dark or poison fire or something along those lines, which is kind of cool because, but also it's like you can't catch that Reverum or anything like that. You can't get a Reverum with a different typing other than what it actually is.
And I know when we saw the car in the whatever trailer, I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, and then people were like, oh yeah, that's a Pokemon. I'm like, oh shit. Like, what is that?
Right, and it's very cool because like we'll start with Giacomo obviously, but like every member of Team Star or like leader Team Star offers something to the group, and I think Giacomo's role was like mixing the music for the trainer battles, which is absolutely crazy because okay, like the Team Star battles, whatever, it's like a cool one, but the boss's theme for Team Star, Giacomo cooked with that Giacomo cooked with that one.
Yeah, no, he didn't have to go that hard.
Yeah, he didn't have to go that hard, but he did.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's his role, and like Alex said, every time you defeat one of them, you get a little bit of insight as to like the origins of Team Stars and like what happened. And to go into that a little bit without giving away too much is that I think it's the previous year before you joined the school, or it might have been the previous 2
about
years.
18 months.
18 months, something like that. Before you joined the school, there was a lot of there was a divisiveness between the school with a lot of kids being picked on and, you know, singled out and bullied. And the boss of Team Star, without revealing themselves, gathered all of the bullied kids, that being Giacomo and the rest of the Team Star members, which we'll get to, as well as a bunch of other kids who decided to join them, to actually like go to the school and confront their bullies. And a lot of them, the Team Star members, went like all out. They changed their uniforms. Eri put on like war paint.
Yeah.
Mela, you know, decided to change her entire uniform. Atticus, you know, was straight up ninja. Ortega flaunted his Kazash and caught himself with a solid gold rod. And you know, the day that I don't even think the boss was still there. Like, I think she was there, or they were there the day of. But like, it was it's kind of weird. And I think Pokemon, the Game Freak, decided to rewrite the story at the last second because it might have been too much for Western audiences, or it might have been a little bit off because, like I said, these guys were like, we're done with being bullied, we're done with taking it from everybody, we're gonna stand up to them, and we're gonna like battle or do whatever we have to do in order to gain respect and, you know, be accepted for just being who we are, right?
Yeah.
But then they pull the rug out of them at the last second and have the bullies be like apologetic and also like withdraw from the school because they're afraid of confrontation. And I don't know, it feels like a hollow victory, and I guess it kind of makes sense with like the story still, but I really wish there was that clash.
Yeah.
Like, you know, and it didn't have to be like kids punching kids. I get that, like, you don't want to promote like violence, right? In a kid's game.
Your words, not mine. No,
right. You don't want to promote violence in a kid's game, but like at the same time, kids are gonna scrap. Kids are always gonna like scrap with each other. That's just our animalistic nature, right? At some point, if it's not, you know, a fight and as an adult, they're gonna, you know, either scratch each other or punch each other as kids. It's just gonna happen.
Yeah.
We're never gonna be able to erase that.
Yeah.
But like I said, I really just wish that there was that clash. Like I said, you don't have to like do like people like throwing each other off desks and, you know, like smash, get the chair, and like smashing kids over, stuff like that.
My God, it killed him.
It could have just been like a bunch of grabbing shirts and like yelling, and like the school like really had to like come down hard on it, and like, you know, that, like I said, that's my headcanon. There was a clash, like and the school came down hard. Like the teachers like had to like physically separate kids and stuff like that and whatnot, and you know, there's stuff like that. But
and the director did them dirty too. So at least the director at the time did them dirty because basically once those kids defected from the academy, they removed any records of bullying from the school. So it seemed like that they were the bullies, that they were the antagonists.
Right, and they were the antagonists of the whole thing, and the Cassiopeia, or you know, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. The boss of Team Star took the sole responsibility for inciting the incident, like I said, which, you know, would have made sense if they were there. But like I guess Cassiopeia, or the boss, the boss of Team Star probably kept like all like the emails and texts and stuff like that, organizing it, and then showed it to the director and was like, I was like the main instigator, please, like, you know, don't punish everybody else because they've been through so much. And took the fall for it, and the director gave them a 2-year expulsion, I guess. Yeah.
And so, like, the entire staff of the academy at the time all quit as a result to that because they felt like that all the bullying could have been prevented. And that, and that's also why, like, the current staff doesn't know anything about it. They think that Team Star is all a bunch of bullies. They don't know what happened. But
nobody knows the actual story except for Team Star. but nobody's willing to listen to Team Star because they have this perception.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So
Right.
it's pretty rough for Team Star members. They're like, you're kind of along with everybody else, where you're like, oh yeah, they're a bunch of bullies, they're a bunch of bad guys. But no, it's just like it's a complete misunderstanding. They're just a bunch of misfit kids.
Right.
So
you do confront the rest of the Team Star members. Like you said, you go from Giacomo to Mela, who's got like probably like the most out there design. She's got like the flaming leather boots that go all the way up to her hips. Mela. So
yeah, Mela and Ellie are my favorites.
She's got the really cool hairdo, and she's like a fire type trainer. And then from there, I think you go to was it Atticus?
Yeah, you go to Atticus, and then
Atticus and the Lactree Thicket, who's like legit a ninja weeb, I guess. Mm-hmm. I don't know. People take weeb as like a derogatory term. I don't. Yeah. So I don't know. I apologize if that offends you. Yeah. But he's like a ninja weeb, and he really loves ninjas, and he dresses up like one, and he's a poison type specialist. And then you go to Ortega, which I mean, rich kid, and is just as very fancy, and I think he really likes designing like fancy clothes, which is how like all of the Team Star members have like their fancy stuff, except for Giacomo. Giacomo just has like
very much a punk.
I was gonna say regular drip, but like can drip be regular?
I mean, it's about your confidence. It's about your swag.
Right, he's got standard drip.
I think Giacomo would have easily been a part of Team Yell had he been in Sword and Shield.
Right. Mela's obviously got the rocker thing going for her. Atticus, has completed the circle. He's now become a ninja.
Yeah.
Ortega has like a very flamboyant like presenter, or not presenter, but like I don't know, like MC kind of dress.
Almost has like to me almost has like a New Orleans kind of has a like the nice setup. Like I feel like you remember the episode where King of the Hill, where they go to New Orleans and like Bobby starts to become more like, I think it's like one of Hank's relatives. It like starts to get like that like, well, I'm starting to get quite famished, like that kind of thing.
Yeah,
like I'm starting
like an
aristocratic the kind of like
an aristocratic
Southern kind of.
Yeah, also has like the solid gold rod, which is like pretty crazy. Also has his butler outside of the camp, like trying to make is like making sure that Ortega has everything he needs, and that the Team Star Ortega's kind of like bankrolling Team Star.
Yeah.
And then Atticus, I'm not entirely sure what Atticus does for like the group, because like I know Mela like trains the Rever rooms and does stuff like that so that they work. Giacomo obviously does like the music. Ortega bankrolls them, but I'm not entirely sure what like Atticus does. And not to say that I don't like his character, but like I just don't know what he does.
Yeah, and then Aerie is just completely fucking feral.
Aerie is like the most outgoing one of them all, and is tall. She's like a very tall girl, and I think this is mainly just in charge of like keeping up their spirit. I think like it's like this spirit kind of thing, kind of like, because festivals are like not really a thing in the Western world. But in Japan, it's all about like team spirit, or like spirit for the city or stuff like that. And I feel that's what Aerie does. Is like she's like the spirit of Team Star. Yeah, morale, and like does like all this stuff.
Like,
and, if like people are like clapping, Aerie's the one that's like doing the big clap, or like people are like she's like like screaming at the top of her lungs, like to get everybody hyped up.
Right.
And I think that's like what the face paint does, is like stuff like that.
Yeah.
And she's a fighting type specialist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's definitely the most bombastic out of the five. But so once they're all taken down, then you get a message again from Cassiopeia where they reveal themselves as a boss, and that they started Operation Starfall because they believe that the team can't operate in the situation that they are right now, that it's too just segmented and too just out of control.
And they want them to get back to school and like get back to their lives, essentially, like going back to school and enjoying their school life, or as much as they can.
And so they're kind of trying to press the figurative eject button on the whole thing,
right? Because I guess like I forgot, I think like the Team Star rule is like, in order to like tell people what to do, you have to like beat them in battle, because there are like codes, like there's like a Team Star rule book, I guess, of like what to do, and like one of those is like if you lose in a battle, you have to listen to what the winner says or something like that.
Yeah. And so then they ask to meet them at the schoolyard at night, and then they reveal themselves. Well, actually, Clive reveals himself to be Clavel, which is a huge shock. Like, I'm actually
huge shock.
Genuinely surprised about.
I was just starting to like Clive, really.
Yeah, And then when
I don't know if I could deal with this betrayal though.
No, it's honestly overwhelming. Like I couldn't handle it.
Oh, and you battle Clavel too.
Yeah, you battle Clivel. And then you meet up with the boss of Team Star, which actually ends up being Penny.
Penny, the girl who you saved in the beginning of the story.
Yeah. And so she challenges you to a battle, and she has all the evolutions.
Most of them. We only have 6.
Yeah.
And has quite possibly the best theme we've heard in quite a long time. Like, actually, like, if you can't get up and dance listening to Penny's theme, I don't want to talk to you.
Yes. Don't at me.
Don't at me.
And so she challenges you to battle, you defeat her, and then Clavel reveals that all the Team Star bosses were actually watching the battle. And also Clavel allows a team to continue operating as long as they turn the base into training facilities for other trainers.
Right. Also, this is the first time the Team Star bosses actually meet their actual boss, because for the most time Penny did everything from
the shadows.
And from a phone talking to them and stuff like that. And it's also like implied that there was a lot of like one-on-one like messaging or like texting between each of the members of Team Star, so they really like built a rapport. Like they were friends without actually like meeting. So like they actually felt like friends, and even the Team Star bosses, once they got together, became even more friends and stuff like that. Like I said, Ortega basically got everybody's outfit. Giacomo made music. Mela did the training. Ari did the spirit. Atticus did something. You know, and like they all came together and stuff like that. But Penny was always keeping them not at arm's length, but was never like comfortable being there, or however it was. And at all the time you were doing like stuff like that, Penny was like Cassiopeia would talk to you, and then Penny would show up to give you TMs and league points and stuff like that. And it's hinted at that she's giving you league points and whatnot like all this time, and then at the end they're talking about it. Penny actually goes with you to Clavel to talk about like the whole Team Star stuff. And Penny actually reveals that she's been hacking the league point system and been giving you like obscene amount of league points for like no reason, for, you know. And she admits to it. She's like, I have been doing something wrong and I've been abusing the system. And Clavel's like, oh well, this is very pressing. We might have to do something. And that's when Gita walks in and is like, oh, you've been hacking our system, huh? And she's like, maybe I should make you do a little community service in the form of like working on it. And Penny, this is where Penny took off for me, because Penny was like, what? I was gonna binge a bunch of anime at night and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like I had all the snacks lined up, and Gita was like, and then Penny was like, I'll take a look.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So Penny's story like is kind of like is left on that note, is that she's very good with technology and has a knack for it. It really enjoys it, but she also enjoys like lazing about, watching anime, drinking soda, hanging out with her friends,
as we all do,
and stuff like that. So like that's where like when that story ended, I was kind of like, you know what, this is nice. Yeah. I wish, like I said there before, that there was more stakes to it. Like there was more, like if there was of somebody who was picking on Penny, I really wish there was that confrontation and like, you know, the resolution to that. Like either the person says they're sorry, or Penny's like, you know, I don't even know what you'd say, like I apologize or whatever, like, you know, like I'm not afraid, kind of like I'm not afraid of you anymore.
Yeah, that's what it's like, or I forgive you or something like that.
I forgive you, like, you know, it is, we've moved, it's been 2 years and everything is like done. I've met my friends, I'm happy being with them, and you know, there's no animosity between us anymore. Whatever we've had is gone and past.
Yeah,
kind of thing. So I don't know.
So next part is be the Path of Legends. So basically with this, so this is now where Arven gets his time to shine.
You do meet Arven pretty early on in the game, where you after you talk to Nimona and you actually like, she's like, hey, meet me at this lighthouse. You do see the legendary Pokemon Koraidon and Miraidon crashed on the beach, and you go down there. And that's like the first thing you saw, where you like jump off the cliff and you like Rotom phone saves you from like, you know, breaking your legs, and that whole mechanic is introduced. And you go down there and you feed it a sandwich of all things, and it gets bigger, and you like follow it. It saves you from like some Pokemon and stuff like that. So you build up a trust with it, and then you take it with you to the lighthouse, and that's where Arven shows up, because that's where Arven's been squatting, I guess, or living. I don't think it's his actual house.
Yeah.
And Arvin actually is like, what is that thing doing here? Because Arvin then, tells you that, like, you know what this Pokemon is? And he's like, yeah, it's my mom's Pokemon or my dad's Pokemon. What are you doing with it? And then that's where they reveal that they're the son of Professor Sada and Professor Turo. I don't think in each version of the game he doesn't tell you that it's one or the other. It's just, it is one or the other. It never says both, even though it's very clearly implied from his design that he's the son of both.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then he's like, well, if you have it, you might as well just like keep it, or like if it likes you, then just stay with you because I don't want it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And because it's just a reminder for Arvin that his, what we learn later on, that the parent isn't there, so he wants nothing to do with it. And I think he's actually the one that gives you the Pokeball.
Yeah, he does give you the Pokeball.
He gives you the Pokeball for the Pokemon. Mm-hmm. So from there, you then go to school and do all your stuff like that, and you go to the cafeteria where you also get like the Team Star introduction. But that's also where Arvin is, and you talk to Arvin, and he's talking about like the treasure hunt, like what's he gonna do, like what are you gonna do for your treasure hunt? Because I think that's something we skipped over, is that like you're given free reign to go do whatever as long as you go and find a treasure or something, like a quest for you to do.
Yeah.
That they call the treasure hunt to like to succeed at, and so like you're given free reign to go do whatever. And so obviously there's like Victory Road and Starfall Street are the other two paths, but then Arvin gives you on the Path of Legends. It's like, hey, there's like these mystical herbs out there that are written in this book, the Scarlet Book or the Violet Book, whatever, that give your Pokemon extreme boost. Do you think that's something you'd want to do? But and you're like, yeah, but they're guarded by like Pokemon, and it gives you like the points on the map where they could be, and it's like, I'll meet you there and whatnot. And then you like leave the school and do a bunch of stuff. So then you're left to do whatever. So the first one, quote unquote, that you go do is Cloth, which is actually really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And so you go there and you fight the Titan Pokemon. You do it twice. All of them are 2 battles. And you fight with Arvin. Arvin has different Pokemon every time. And usually has a Pokemon that's super effective against whatever you're fighting. Mm-hmm. And so these battles aren't really like hard or like difficult or like have any gimmicks to them aside from the fact that you fight them twice. So it's just a little bit weird. I really wish there was like a little bit more with like the Titan Pokemon. Like there's like, I don't know, like a statue of Cloth or like something that people talk about like in Artizone, like, oh, like the path used to be guarded by this deity of Cloth or whatever, but we haven't seen it in years. And stuff like that. Or like there was a legend about like, the Orthworm. One in Casseroya Lake or the Orthworm, like these like how did we like, they're developing that section next to it, and they're like, oh, we've discovered like these giant holes and nobody knows where they've come from. We get like the small ones with the Orthworms, so we just cover those up and do whatever, catch them or move or like relocate them, but like these giant holes are coming up and we don't know what's going on. And I just wish there was more like that. But anyway, you fight the Titan Pokemon, and as you defeat it you don't beat it the first time, but you like injure it enough to where it starts to like run away from you, so you have to chase after it. And as it turns out, it's going to find the Herba Mystica, which it then consumes to get a power boost, and then you have to fight it while it's boosted by whatever herb. I don't know if it gives a particular stat upgrade. I think it's kind of like Totem Pokemon where they get a certain stat upgrade.
I think whatever's best stat is, it gets a boost on that. Like a beast boost almost.
And, you are given your entire team to work through to try to defeat it. So it's not insanely hard. But eventually, once you defeat it, it like runs away. And then you enter the cave where it was to like look for more herbs, and then usually there'll be one there. And for the first 2, Arvin is just talking about it. He's like, oh, great, I got the herbs. I'm going to make a sandwich. Hey, here's your half because, you helped me do the thing. And then you kind of just like take off and do whatever. And also, I think something I skipped over is you do talk to Professor Sada or Turo. Clavel calls you up to his office where you talk to Sada and Turo about like, oh, hey, you have Koraidon or Miraidon. And they also say like, hey, it might be in your best interest, like, because it doesn't look like it's like as healthy as it can be. And you talk about like, hey, I did see it like in its full battle form earlier, and then they're like, like maybe the Herba Mystica can help you, get its power back, and you should do that. And so every time you beat one of the Titans, you get a call from Sada or Turo saying, hey, like I'm registering a power thing. Did the Miraidon eat the Herba Mystica? Oh, hey, your thing should be able to do a high jump or climb on walls or swim or do whatever, basically like your HM stuff. and you slowly regain like your abilities and whatnot. So I think it's the third one is where you're not there, but the cutscene reveals that Arvin is trying to help get his Malbostif, which is sick. And whether it's the third or the fourth one where he tells you he's like it's been to a Pokemon Center, it can't be healed, and for whatever reason it just keeps getting more and more sick. Like he doesn't want to eat, he doesn't want to do this, and it's very very heartbreaking.
Very lethargic.
Yeah, very lethargic. It is very heartbreaking. It definitely made me feel. I've never owned a pet aside from like goldfish, but like it's not like a pet that I cared about.
Yeah,
I've never had like a dog or a cat where I was like, man, like I really care for this animal. And I was like, damn, like this really, like,
It really did hit home for sure, especially
really
having a pet for so long. Like it, I really felt that, and I felt like the emotional stakes were definitely higher. I felt more invested in Arvin's story, especially with how much depth and like the grief that he was feeling of like he's so determined to do anything he can to save his best friend, and it's just like. It's almost like it almost seems futile in a way, and then once you start to notice of like when he feeds it, the Urban Mystica's like after a couple instances, then it starts to like, oh my gosh, like it did this thing, or like it moved,
right.
or it stood up.
Yeah, it's crazy that like at like the fourth scene, like when he like just nibbles on a sandwich and like barely gets up and is like barely able to move, like the reaction from Arvin is so crazy and like so heartfelt that you're like, oh my god, like that. There are a lot of reactions of people like legit like welling up, like oh shit, like
I felt
this is a Pokemon game, but like I gotta
right,
but it hits home in a way that's like so crazy, and you really feel for Arvin, and once you complete it, and obviously mobile stuff gets better because I don't think they'd have the guts to
bring back dead Pokemon again like they did in Gen 1.
To kill Mabosstiff. They did that. Man.
Yeah, that would have been dark.
That would have been dark. But anyway, Mabosstiff gets better, and eventually you get a call from Professor Sada and Professor Turo asking you to come to
the great crater of Paldea.
Yeah, the great crater of Paldea. And Arvin is like, whoa, like, because Arvin's Mabosstiff got injured going there trying to look for his parents. And Arvin's like, whoa, like, that's great and all, but we can't go down there. Like, I don't wonder why they would say to go down there. They know how dangerous it is. Why would they ask you to go down there? Mm-hmm. And he's like, I don't think, he's like, as your friend, I can't wholeheartedly, like, let you go there unless we have somebody who's really good with technology or really good with battling. So if you do the Path of Legends extremely fast and finish it as one of the first ones, you're kind of like, I wonder what those could possibly be. But if you do like everything in the order and you do Victory Road and Starfall Street before you finish what's this one called?
Path of Legends.
Path of Legends. Then it all comes together in like a completely like nice package, which is why I think there is like a certain order to play this. Like,
absolutely.
game.
Yeah, it's like you could again do it however you want, but they really suggest you kind of go in certain ways. Right. At least if you want the story to seem coherent.
So then, like, let's say you did everything, and obviously you like, I wonder who is good with technology and who is good with battling. Mm-hmm. And then obviously you're led to be like Nimona and Penny, right?
No, it's gonna be Gita and Giacomo.
No, it's gonna be this kid with this small kid who gets sick on a bus, this guy with glasses, and this chick with like a bob haircut that you take with you on a school trip later.
No, it's gonna be Lady Freya from Gen 8.
Yeah, you take these like your best friends. So you go and you look for Penny and Nimona, which is kind of weird because like you're led to only choose one, and then Arvin's like, I'll go get the other one, and it's kind of like, does he even know Penny?
Yeah.
He knows Nimona, I know that, but it was like, does he even know Penny? Do you even know who that is?
She's like, I don't know any of you guys. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, he like knocks on her door. He's like, he needs your help, and you're like, who are you? She like comes out in her like a blanket and a hoodie with a bag, and she's like, who are you?
Yeah.
Or she calls security because she's like, this dude's banging on my door. Here.
Yeah. Like, I was watching anime.
Yeah, I was just watching stuff on my computer, and this guy started banging down my door.
Yeah. So the group of friends make their way to Area Zero within the Great Crater to complete the professor's request. And as they get closer, they're encountering these really strange-looking Pokemon. They look like Pokemon they've seen before. Like in Scarlet, you see a Pokemon that looks like Jigglypuff. And in Violet, you see a Pokemon that looks like Delibird. And you're like, oh shit, those look cool, but there's something weird about them. And so it's later revealed that these Pokemon were brought in from a different era by a time machine created by the professor.
And I know you want to get there, but I just want to talk about like the initial going into Area Zero is like insane.
What the hell?
Yeah. The initial like going in there is like crazy, like
gliding
just, like,
in on your Pokemon, on your legendary.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, so dope. Building up to this, like you love Nimona or you hate her. You like Penny or you hate her. You feel for Arvin, but you don't know if you like him. But like all separate ingredients, all separate ingredients on their own, right? But when you mix them together and you brought them all together in Area Zero, it just started clicking. And like every like interaction I had, like from that part to the end of the game, I was so like excited that they were all there. I really felt like we had like finally like made it like a, you know, a complete dish. And like it was so, like the whole scene about like going into Area Zero where they're like, you know, well, I guess how are we gonna get in? And they're like, well, you know, let's get on your ride Pokemon and do it. And Arvin like hops on, and then Nimona's like, you know, jumps on next and like, let's go. And Penny hops on, like sits backwards. She's like, I guess this is what we're doing. And then like, you know, there's like the whole, it's like very cinematic. And I wish I took a picture of it because like the Crydon does like a leap, and then Arvin grabs your hand, and then like, you know, like as you guys are falling, like puts you in the front. And everybody, you know, Nimona's like, yeah. Penny's like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. Arvin's like, let's go, best buddy. Yeah. As you guys like fall in, and it's just like, it's perfect.
It's
like
excellent. It's
excellent.
I love it.
And so you fall into Area Zero, and Penny and Arvin are just like you, are like shocked and like and awe of like this place, and everybody's like, wait, where the hell's Nimona? And Nimona's like, there's crazy Pokemon over here.
Yeah, she's just like so caught up in like battling and encountering Pokemon and stuff.
It's like, there's so much crazy Pokemon over here. And there's like there's like a bunch of like it sucks because like you're walking down there, and I get they want to keep the pacing of the game up, but you lose out on like some of like this like conversations between each other because Penny or like Nimona talks about her parents. Penny talks about how she doesn't like her dad. Arvin's like, well, I don't have a dad, so you should, or I don't have a parent, so you really should appreciate them. And Penny's like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. And Nimona's like, come on, guys, let's move on. Who cares about parents? This is our adventure and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. And it's just like the interactions work so well, and it's like it just builds up as you get like deeper and deeper into Area Zero. Yeah, because
there's dialogue the whole time you're going that way. Like you can't go on your ride Pokemon at that point either. Right. And it's like you're just walking through, and you have all this dialogue going through at the bottom as you're going around too, which I think is really cool. It adds to more of their depth than just them as characters.
Right. And initially, when you get down there, that's when your ride Pokemon jumps back in its Pokeball. Like, and you guys are like, "What the hell's wrong with it?" Like, it's afraid to be here. Mm-hmm. And so, once you get to like the first like building that you see, you walk in there, and Professor Sada Arturo tells you that like, "Hey, my lab's at the very bottom of Area Zero, but in order to open it, you have to release the safety locks on each of the facilities as you go down." Mm-hmm. So you do the first one, you get to the second one. That's where you fight the odd-looking Jigglypuff or Delibird with, I think, Penny, because it's the Penny walks up to it, it's like, oh, it looks adorable, and then it makes so much more, I guess it makes sense in both, because like she walks up to the Jigglypuff and she's like, oh, look, it's a Jigglypuff, and the Jigglypuff's like, ah, you know, because it's Screamtail. And she's like, oh, what the and then same thing with like the Delibird's head just like pops off, and I could see her be like, what the you know, is pretty crazy. And then you get to the third one. I don't think there's a battle there, but like the third one is kind of like where it's like the entrance to the cave, and it's like the bottom of like the beginning Area Zero, and you do that one. And I think that's the one where like she's Professor Sada Arturo's like does something, and then like the intercom was like brr, 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 and does like a bunch of like computer gibberish, and Penny's like legit freaked out, and Nimona's like, oh, that was spooky, and Arvin's like it couldn't be, could it, you know, like everybody has such different reactions to it. And that then you enter the cave, and like you also see more and more paradox Pokemon or different Pokemon as you get down there. And so then you start to enter the cave, and you see all these like glittering crystals, and you get to the fourth one, which unlocks the thing, and unlocks the entrance to the lab, and you get to the very bottom of Area Zero, which, oh my god, the transition from like the waterfall and like the glittering lights and like the grass and the, you know, the spiral, to then get into the cave, and you just see like the massive crystals and like the cave is lit up, and just like the Pokemon down there. Area Zero is like so crazy. I mean, now for me it's just so played out because I've been there so for so long.
I just wish that there's like fast travel in points in Area Zero instead of having to like traverse it every single time if you're trying to go from like just from the base of it, from the Zero Gate to like Area 3 or Area 4.
Right.
It's
And
like,
there is
I wish that there was like,
but you're doing just the building. There's no map to it. There's not. It's not like
at
the
least
rest
like
of Paldea.
later on. Yeah, exactly. I wish that there was like a separate map off for it.
Right. And so you get down to the very bottom where you see like the lab is imbued in like this very big crystal, and you're like, well, that's got to be the lab, right? Mm-hmm. And so you guys get to it, and she tells you on the intercom that like, hey, there are crazy Pokemon trapped in here in the lab. So like when you open the lab, be ready for it. And you guys like talk about like what's gonna happen, and you guys like hit the button, and then you guys keep talking about like, oh, and you like, maybe we should pull out the Koraidon and Miraidon. You do that, and it's like very, very scared of like, you know, when you do that, and they're like, why is it scared? Is it scared of a Pokemon? Oh, you mean the Pokemon that were in the lab for the door we just opened? And then like the door finishes opening, and then that's when like a bunch of Paradox Pokemon just like pour out, and depending on version exclusives, like pour out and attack you. So then you do like a battle, and then you do that, and then that's when the twist happens, and there's like another version of your legendary Pokemon. It's another Koraidon and Miraidon comes out of the lab, and this is like the fully powered one, and it like does like its roar or whatever, like to assert dominance. And your one is like, yeah, your one is like very much cowering in fear because of the yellow one. But or no, that happens after you open the door and after the battle, but then it realizes that the door is open, and then it goes into the lab and dips out, and that's where you and I think you and Arvin go into the lab, but Penny and them, I think it's
no,
Penny
I think you go solo, and then they all join you after.
They all join you after. Okay, yeah, because I think something happens where like Nemona's like, I got this, and then Arvin goes after Penny or something like that.
Yeah.
Or they go to chase down the ones that escaped the lab.
Yeah, I think they're all like trying to like hold them back so you could go into the gate.
And so you do go into the lab to look for the Pokemon, but you can't find it. And then like as you enter the lab, you realize the lab is like totaled and destroyed, and you're like, where is the professor? And then you do see the professor, and it's like a huge twist that I never would have saw coming, like, ever.
This was fucking crazy.
Is that the professor is a robot, and like they get up from like all robot, like get up from their chair and whatnot, and straight up just tell you like, yeah, I am an AI robot based off of the professor. And then you're like, where's the professor? And then like, yeah, they're dead.
Yeah, they're dead. They're done. They're done.
They're done. And it tells you that there was an accident in one of the labs. I think it was the third or the fourth one that you unlocked is where it happened, because you walk in there and like, this place is destroyed, and they basically tell you that they use the machine. They tell you what the machine is, that it's a time machine, and they use it to summon Pokemon from either the future, if you're playing Violet, or the past if you're playing Scarlet. And that they summon two copies of the Pokemon. They summon Koraidon and Koraidon, or Miraidon and Miraidon, and that one of them, and it makes a little bit more sense in the past one than it does in the future one, that like they got extremely territorial when they saw each other, and that the professor jumped in the way of them fighting, which ended up killing the professor. And then obviously the one that was weaker lost the battle, flew out of Area Zero, while the other one stayed down there and was basically like ruling Area Zero, or is like the apex predator and whatnot. And like I said, for me it makes more sense in Scarlet than it does in Violet.
Yeah.
But I guess, you know, because if the Violet Pokemon are like robots, that means we had to like program that territorialness into them, and it's like, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't if you overthink it, for sure. If
you overthink it, for sure, yeah. Like it makes a little bit more, for me, it makes more sense in Scarlet. Yeah. So they tell you they're a robot, tell you that they called you down here because they want you to shut down the time machine, because the time machine is just like is working on its old programming. Same thing with the robot. The robot has no real control over its actions, and the professor built the machine to keep, you know, bringing Pokemon from the future or the past back to the present, because that was like their dream. And that they built, like, they're gonna need your help because they've built so many what would you call them, like redundancies or like safety locks to prevent the machine from ever being shut down,
something like that. Yeah. And
so the robot's like, hey, like, I'm gonna turn on you and like try to kill you in a couple seconds here.
Yeah, because you're trying to go against the original plan.
Yeah, because you're trying to go against the original plan. But hey, you brought the book, and if you can put the book in as the activation and you can beat me, then maybe we have a chance of doing it.
Yeah.
of shutting the machine off. So like the robot like goes over there and is like, oh, the machine's been activated. Oh, by the way, hang on, I'm turning evil as I'm like walking to this. As I'm walking to the time machine right here, and the time machine goes on, and you can see that it uses a master ball to like catch whatever Pokemon from the past and bring it there. So then you engage in a fight with the professor, which is pretty cool. It's really cool on both ends. It's just really stacked. They all have booster energy, or the peak one has booster energy. So the fight's really cool, and it's all Paradox Pokemon, which is insane.
Yeah.
I think like the first one sets up Sunny Day or whatever, so that way, or Electric Terrain or Sunny Day, respectively. So that way the professor has like a boost, and then you have to fight like whatever like extremely strong Pokemon. For Scarlet, that was Roaring Moon. For Violet, it's
Iron Valiant.
Iron Valiant. So that's also really strong. And once you defeat it, that's when everybody shows up, and Arvin's like mom, dad, and they're like, no, I'm sorry, I'm a robot. But the robot has like
all the
feelings, all the memories, and is like, I'm so glad to see you like grown up and you're healthy and alive. But like I'm not
for long.
No. Yeah, and Arvin kind of like starts to feel for the robot, because he's just. It's really shitty for Arvin, because like we just came off of him like almost losing his best friend. Now he's getting like just dumped on like the whole info. Like he just lost his parents is gone, like for sure.
Yeah,
like he may have had an inclination.
His parents are
Dunzo. Like he had like an inclination, but now it's like confirmed. Like your parents are gone.
Yeah, exactly.
And hey, I'm a robot in the exact personage of your parents, but I'm not actually your parent. And then that's when awkward. Like I don't know if it's how it's explained or if it's even explained, but like they start terastalizing like the robot, and it's like there was another safety lock that was like built into the time machine to like prevent it from being stopped, and it activates this protocol which locks all the Pokeballs not directly tied to the professor. So like all of like even Nimona is like the first one to try to throw out a Pokeball to like fight the robot, and it just shows like this whole lock thing, and like it can't unlock the Pokeball, and you're like, what are we gonna do? And then it's kind of left up to you, and it's very stupid because you could just like try to pick something in your bag that's not the obviously intended item, because you do have, if you remember, the Chekhov's gun. It didn't go off 3 times, but it was there in the beginning. Arvin gave you the Pokeball for the Miraidon or Koraidon, and they also the other one shows up to like defend the time machine and listens to the professor, and so that's when you decide to throw out your Koraidon Miraidon, and then it goes into its full power form, and then you have a scripted-ish battle. Like it won't won't die. It was like, oh, it toughed it out for you, so you beat it, and then once you beat that one, it runs away, and then the AI loses the battle, and like the time machine shuts down. But at the same time, the AI makes the conclusion that as long as the AI exists in that time, or at there, then the time machine will never be truly like shut off or ceasing, and it kind of hammers home the point that like it needs to shut down, because it's just going to keep bringing more and more Pokemon back from the future of the past, and eventually these Pokemon are going to break out of Area Zero, and then there'll be all kinds of like chaos.
It's going to destroy the ecosystem completely.
It's going to destroy the ecosystem because these Pokemon were never meant to be here. And so making that conclusion that it'll never be shut off, it decides that, well, if people can't go and Pokemon can only go through the time machine in Pokeballs, then what about an artificial robot, and decides that it's going to send itself to either the future or the past to cease the time machine from functioning. And that's where we have kind of a heartfelt scene, because like I said, Arvin's kind of just had like all of this emotional trauma dumped on him at once. Literally finding out his parents dead. Hey, I have maybe a potential surrogate parent here, and now that one's going away too. And it also takes the I think it takes the book with it as well. It takes like the key with it to go through the portal, and it's like this very teary farewell thing, and it sends itself through time to parts unknown, and we don't know what's going to happen to it.
Exactly, and so
which wraps up the story.
Yeah, so like technically, like Arvin gets his closure, but it's just in the worst possible way. I feel like, because it's just like he finds where his parents are, but
he gets the closure that he needs to find out like what has happened. and all that stuff. Like I said, it's dumping, and the game picks up on it, and it does this beautiful, absolutely beautiful scene where it wraps up the story, where you guys leave Area Zero and you guys are like walking down the path towards like Mesa Goza, and very clearly even Nemona's kind of like oh wow, we just went through like some shit. Like she's usually she's like let's go.
Yeah.
But
now she's trying to process all the trauma that everybody went through.
Yeah, Penny's also like a little bit more intuitive of it. She's like, oh man, like that was crazy. And you guys are all like walking down. Everybody's kind of like somber, and then like that music kicks in. Oh, it's such good music too. Mm-hmm. And like Nemona's like, you know what? Let's just take the long way home. And I think that's like the key word there is like, let's not like go just straight back home. Let's take the long way home. Let's stop somewhere.
Yeah.
And like, let's get our minds off of like what just happened. And Arvin's like, oh, I don't know. And Penny's like, oh, if we get some snacks, I'll be down.
Yeah.
And then Arvin's like, I kind of don't have it in me. And that's when like the Koraidon Miraidon starts like nudging him forward and stuff like that. And he's like, all right, I get it. And then they like all turn around to you. And that's when you come in. Like I said, music, whole scene, choreographed, beautiful, absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
Neat bow on like the entire story. Like that, I beat Victory Road. I did the Starfall Street. I did the Path of Legends, right? Or well, like I did the Victory Road. Yeah. But that is like legit the end of Scarlet and Violet, and I was like, oh my god, like 100%, like best story I've seen since Black and White.
Yeah, 100%. That was it was really good story. Yeah, they honestly like I didn't expect the story to go as hard as they did. I mean, there were moments where I was like, oh, cool, there's some, like, emotional stakes over here. And like, early on, I could tell I already liked the story more than Sword and Shield. But, like, once it ramps up, especially with Arvin's story, my god, dude. Like, that was one of the best parts of the game itself, was the story. Especially the ending, too, with the professor and just all of the shit that happens to Arvin. It's so freaking... It's heavy. But it's done in a very, very good way. Like, it's probably one of the best stories that they ever did.
Right, and then Ed Sheeran comes on, and I was taken completely out of the moment.
Celestial.
Yeah, I was taken completely out of the moment after that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, the Ed Sheeran kicks in, and I'm like, oh, great, fucking Ed Sheeran. And it's just like, I really wish there was, like, another one of those, like, I know they did it in Arceus where they have, like, the drawing of, like, the festival of everybody celebrating. I really wish there was, like, a picture or just, like, a drawing of, like, everybody sitting around a picnic. Mm-hmm. Just, like, being happy and, like, talking about stuff. And, like Penny could have had Espeon, like, laying on her lap. Nemona could have been, like, like, eating 2 sandwiches at once. Mm-hmm. Arvin could have been, like, making them. And then, like, you could have just been, like, generic, like, whatever. Like, it didn't even need to, like... Because obviously I'm pretty sure it'd be hard to, like... Because, like, the character model for Arceus is just the one model.
Yeah.
So, like, even with, like, if you were doing the Scarlet Violet, I think a funny thing to do, like, to incorporate that would be, like, your character, whether male or female, like, have 2 separate photos for it. Mm-hmm. Like, the legendary could be, like, eating the sandwich, like, as you're doing it. Arvin could be, like, yelling it as he's, like, cutting another sandwich. Like I said, Penny and Nemota could be doing, like, their own separate thing.
Right.
I really wish, like, we had that. Like that would have been perfect.
Something like
that.
A
photo finish. And I would have just been,
they
like,
had those
excellent.
For the DLC, which was really cool. But, yeah.
Right.
So, once everything on the main story gets tied up, you get into basically the post-game. And you meet up with Nemona. And she kind of suggests to have, like, a battle tournament at the school. Right. And so while she's setting that up, she wants, like, the strongest trainers there, and she's like, oh, what if Gita comes in too? And so like she's really trying to, like, convince Gita, like, hey, you should join this thing. But she
Gita's
also
like, I got work.
Yeah, she's like, I'm an adult, I got work, I got shit to do. But she said that she'll do it as long as the player goes and fulfills her obligations for work by checking the gym leaders to make sure that they're still, like, competent and good enough to battle. So you got to basically go back and battle all the gym leaders again.
Which is cool, I guess, if tedious, I cared more about them.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't.
It's tedious. And
like, if I had come back to Katie and Katie's like, oh, hey, I'm, like, doing a new... Like, I don't necessarily... Like, if, like I said, they did the mini game for it. Like, I mean, if they actually made one for it, or, like, had her tie into, like, making sandwiches or stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, or, like, it would have been cool, like, if she was, like, making sandwiches, right? And then she's like, "Oh, I'm going for like a world record in sandwich," and like it's just like a massive sandwich,
a
and like
giant-ass sandwich.
you get the sandwich mini game, but like all the ingredients are like massive proportion.
Yeah.
So like you're dropping like huge stuff on stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
And obviously the physics sucks, so I wouldn't make it like a stacking one, but like you just like make this big like it'd just be a cutscene where you like it's just the regular sandwich menu and you just like throw the stuff on it, and then it cuts back to like the in-game cutscene where the sandwich is just massive.
Yeah, it just takes up the whole screen.
Yeah, it just takes up the whole screen, has stuff like that, and then she's like done like that. It's like, oh, what are you here for? Oh, yeah. I probably should start like making sure I battle, and then like you battle her again and stuff like that.
Right.
So like I said, if I cared more about the gym leaders, it'd be great, but I really don't.
And so after you do all those battles, then basically the tournament is ready to commence, which they call it the Ace Academy tournament.
Right.
And so you go through a few different rounds of it. And at least for the first time around, you have specific battles. Battles are scripted, at least in terms of like who you're battling. So you battle Arvin, you're then battling Jacques, you're battling Dendra, and then you battle Gita in the finals.
Mm-hmm.
And so once you do all those battles and you go through the tournament, then the director Clavel, he then declares that the tournament is going to be occurring regularly instead of just like a one-time instance. That's what the implication was. But that is your Elite Four now. That's your replacement for it. It's like there's a bunch of strong trainers that you battle before that are going to be in there. So like you battle Nimona, you can battle Penny. There's a bunch of trainers you can go through in there, and it's random each time after that. But
it's also pretty weird.
Yeah.
Because like we came from that like the whatever the was it the Stars tournament or something in Sword and Shield, where it was the exact same thing, but it's like. Even in Sword and Shield did better because like it had like the tournament bracket, so you knew like each time who you're fighting. And it wasn't even like pictures; it was just names. It would just say like Leon and Raihan versus this person and this person. Sword and Shieldbert. Obviously, Leon and Raihan destroyed them too, and then like they're moving on and on. We don't even get that. It's literally just like a drum roll, please, as to who I'm fighting this time. Oh, it's Miriam. That's cool because I wanted to fight Miriam this time. And then I do like 3 more Ace Academy tournaments of like who am I fighting? Okay, not Miriam. Who am I fighting? Okay, Arvin. Okay, who am I fighting? Penny. Oh, okay, cool. It's like,
I guess it is nice that it is a gamble, so you don't know what to expect. But also, it's like, I like the traditional Elite Four, where it's like, okay, I'm battling these characters that I don't normally battle, and they're really strong, and they have their set teams and stuff like that. I kind of like that tradition a little bit more. It's like, I'm all for, like, moving forward on stuff, but it's like, this one, I feel like that they should have both options, at least. They should have an option for the random ones. They should have one for the set ones. Or at least,
so
like, when you're setting up the Ace Academy tournament, you should be able to do, like, oh, do you want like set battles or do you want randomized?
Right. I just don't. I would appreciate like knowing who I'm battling, not to like change my team because you can't even do that. Once you're locked in, you're locked in. I just would like appreciate it to know like, hey, who won against who? Like I know it's random and it doesn't matter, but it would have been cool to see like, oh, Nimona beat Dendra and Tulip, or Nimona and Penny beat Arvin and somebody else or something like that, like Arvin and Hassel or something. So like I just don't know. I really wish it would have been done better. And also, I think you get like $1 million Poké for the first one, but after that, it's like just a lump, not much, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, at least in terms of the base game, like that's I think as much. I mean, we could totally flesh it out even more. But we've gone to almost 3 hours of recording, and we really like gone into it. We haven't even talked about the DLC. I know this is all going to be out in one episode, but like we're going to be recording these in different sessions because I didn't expect for us to talk so much about this, and I love it.
This is definitely
the most fleshed out episode we've ever done.
This is definitely one you're gonna like put on at the gym and then work out and then shut it off and then go back to the gym the next day and turn it on again.
Yeah, this is gonna be a huge excursion. This is by far the most that we've talked about any game for Pokemon, and overall it's like. This game really does have its flaws, but it's mostly on the back end in terms of the performance. I think if performance was an issue, I said it before, but I'll say it again. Like this game could easily be a 9 or even a 10 out of 10 if everything worked as it should.
And that's where I find the most difficult is like trying to like numerically point out like how much I should take off this game for performance issues,
all the flaws that it has, because for all the flaws there's a lot of great that comes with this game, and people are not even willing to give it a shot because of all the stuff they heard online and because of all the performance issues and all that stuff. But like there's a genuinely good game under all of that. It's like there's so many fun things to do, like with like shiny hunting or just exploring the world and just the characters, a story, Area Zero. Like there's so much stuff in this game, but it's marred by the poor development and just like things just not working the way they're supposed to. Like the Terradens not working the way they're supposed to, or even then, like even if it was running, there's some things where it's like you could probably just like fix around, it'll be better, like in terms of their overall mechanics. But
I'd say
it's hard to really say for sure just like on that alone.
Right. I'd say like go with, just like as a frame of reference from here on out, like base Scarlet and Violet, 7 out of 10.
Yeah,
like
I
there's
agree.
there's so much good with like the story and stuff you can do. Like you're getting your money's worth playing this game, but it's just it's held back so much by the performance issues and just like little bits of detail that like they could have just fleshed out more. Not and I get like people are like, oh, like when you're doing games and stuff like that, like to have cutscenes and whatnot, you have to like animate them and get people to act and do stuff like that. But like I said, just like with like the stuff with text, like the writing decisions, like the making the confrontation between the people at Team Star and their like bullies, like let's say oppressors, like an actual thing. Like I felt like narratively that would have made more sense than, oh, they just decided like, oh, we were in the wrong and we left the campus, and like it's kind of like they took the cheap way out on that. Like, oh, we realize we're a mistake, but we're not going to take any responsibility for our actions. We're just going to leave.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
And
also like the Nimona stuff. Like I wish like they would have said like, Nimona isn't necessarily like bothered by it, or she's not like, she doesn't take it to heart, but she is bothered by the fact that like everybody kind of is just like, I don't want to battle you. Why would I want to battle you? I'm just going to lose.
Yeah, because like they all have their things that they're going through, and I think that's what makes them more human in this game.
It makes them characters.
Yeah, it makes them characters, and it makes them interesting. And like, I mean, I feel like they tried that with Hop in Sword and Shield, but I still did not care about him at all. Like, because like, I mean, I kind of felt with like the inadequacy of him comparing himself to his brother, and like his brother being the champion, he's kind of just like getting pushed around by everybody. But it's like, that's the only time that I felt bad for him. Every other time he's annoying to me. Like he's just kind of like, he's whatever. But he's a little bit better than Hao in Sun and Moon, because Hao had no turmoil, no nothing. It was just blind, just happiness, which is also equally annoying. But like these characters have a mix of like, they have optimism, they have moments of sadness, they have things that make them well-rounded as characters.
Right, and I feel like Arvin's is like the most complete in terms of like the depth that he has in like the tragedy he goes through, but there's not that much of the upturn afterwards, like him moving on and him like coming to terms with everything and stuff like that. We're kind of led to believe that that's what happens with like the end scene, but like we go so much on like the down from like the Mabal stiff to like the up of the, hey, the Mabal is still alive, to the down like, oh, your parents are dead. And your surrogate parents gone, to like, hey, maybe we could look towards the future, but like that's so like cut off that there's not much like left. Like there should be more, and we do get more, but way later.
Oh yeah, 100%. And so
like, but like Nimona and Penny, I feel like they're overshadowed by Arvin, but they there's just a little bit more would have put them not on par with Arvin, because Arvin's basically like the main character of this game, but just enough to where I feel like they don't get like completely overshadowed.
Yeah, because I feel like that in terms of like the drama of like me liking the characters, it'd have to be Arvin, Penny, and then Nimona. Like I really like Nimona's character, I think overall the most, but in terms of like the stakes of it, I think Arvin has number one.
In no way does that ranking make Nimona less of a character than the others. It's just like in terms of like what they have to work with.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Penny has a lot to go through too. It's like that, like I can't discredit Penny's like struggles and stuff with like bullying and like being an outcast and things like that, but it's like Arvin's is like with like grief and loss and just all this shit. Like I don't think you've seen a character in a Pokemon game that has as much terrible things happen to them as Arvin does.
Maybe N, but like maybe, I feel like Arvin still is like not outclasses, because there's no way you could like quantify that, but like there's a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot to go with there.
Yeah, and so yeah, the story is definitely one of the best that they've ever had in a game whatsoever. I think like Black and White, Black 2, White 2, those are still my peak for Pokemon story. This is like a close second.
Yeah, I'd say like the graphical and performance stuff like 2 points off, and then like a half a point for like the potential of like more story with like the gym leaders. I mean, honestly, I'm starting to lean more towards 6 out of 10, but like to give 6 out of 10 to Scarlet and Violet is kind of like a disservice. But like the way I'm grading it, it's kind of like
you can't be you can't be too scientific with it. I feel like you got to add some emotion to it too. I feel like
like I feel like there's just more potential with characters, with like the people at the school. The gym leaders could have had way more done to them to make them more likable, at least for me. Like I said, the more tweaks to Penny and Nemona's character just to make them a little bit more, not more dramatic, but a little bit more characterization to them. And yeah, just like a little bit more and a little bit more like game for my game. to make it better. And because I don't understand why they're afraid to put like shitty mini, like, you know, just mini games in general in a Pokemon game. You're adding more to your product. It makes me feel like you're giving me more for what I'm paying, while not really giving me a lot. Like the Mario Party games exist. Like they're not, it's not like you can't walk over or call somebody and be like, hey, what's the script for the Drawing Mario game? Like, you know, they don't. Nintendo doesn't own them, but you guys are very
like they all have their own. They all serve their own purpose. But for this, it's like to have different facets to break the monotony would be really cool. Because it's like, but when they try to do that though, like the ideas that they have are somehow just bad. Like they have they have the world at their disposal in terms of assets and stuff like that, but they still decide that the Olive minigame is the best that they could come up with.
Right, and also, like I said, like we said before a little bit, they take away like stuff from other games that's very clearly worked, like the whole Terra Den or the Dynamax Den, like
match
framework
battles and stuff.
Worked like to a T, you know, and it doesn't do that. Then they did the shiny events thing that did massive for their games. I can't tell, I don't have the data, but like I feel like it did massive amounts for them,
especially the Zeraora one
and stuff like that. Like I feel like they like. Easy, just put it in the game. We could dress it up. Maybe we'll talk about adding like terrestrialization, stuff like that. Just, you know, throw that in there. Pokejobs, you know what, doesn't really matter. Add the script, throw it in there. Pokepelago, or like some passive way to like do certain stuff, throw it in there. Works.
That's fan service at this point. I feel like that if you were to bring in old mechanics, even if you don't mess with them too much, you just throw them in the game, people are gonna be like, oh my god, they brought it back. Like people are gonna freak out about that kind of stuff.
Right, and it's not like it is not like it doesn't exist. It exists. No. Like you know, like figure it out.
They're sitting on a gold mine basically.
They're sitting on a gold mine. Yeah. So like with everything said, like I say 7 out of 10, and I'm just gonna stick it there. Even though
I'm staying with
still 7 out of 10
as well.
To go below feels like a disservice to Scarlet and Violet.
It really does, especially with all the like you could tell that there was.
Even though Scarlet and Violet is disservicing us by being what it is, like it's still 7 out of 10.
It's a very flawed game, but it's a game that it's like I said before, there's a lot of good with it, but there's also, you have to take the bad with it.
You'd have to be a very calloused person to play this game and tell me you felt nothing.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think, like, you're gonna tell that there is some effort put in here, but it's more on the technical side that they could have just worked on more. But there's more to this story, which we will bring in just about now. So we are now going to be talking about the DLC for Scarlet and Violet, which is going to be the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero. There's the 2 parts, the Teal Mask, the Indigo Disc, which was released on September 13th. At least the Teal Mask was released on September 13th.
Right.
And it was basically, you have to buy them as a bundle like every other DLC pack. And it was $34.99. So I think that it was more expensive this time around than the Sword and Shield one, wasn't it? I think that one was like $20 or something, or $25.
I don't know, you have to check, but it sounds like that's true.
Yeah. And so it was announced on Pokemon Day 2023. So on February 27th of 2023, that's when it was announced. But then released a few months later, because they said at the time it was going to be like, they're going to release in the fall and they're going to release in the winter. Which we were like, really? Like
back to back.
Yeah, it was like, that seems kind of close. And so I was expecting that they were going to drop Indigo Disc in 2024. I thought that it would have been like a delayed release. But I'm surprised that it actually came out, like, on time.
Right.
And so Indigo Disc, there were 7 new Pokemon that were introduced, bringing the total currently to 1017. And there were 102 previously available Pokemon returning, so overall in the game there's about 587 Pokemon, which is pretty solid. At least, I mean, just with one DLC thing, and then also there was all the Terra Dens we mentioned last time. So, I mean, it's
what was Diplin? That's what it was.
Yeah.
I was like counting in my head. I'm like 7 Pokemon. There's the Matcha Gacha, the Geist, the trio, Ogerpon, and who's the other one?
Yeah.
Oh, Diplin.
Yeah, it was Poltergeist, or was it
Matcha Geist?
Yeah, Matcha Geist, or what are the two Matcha Pokemon that are like they're also convergent Pokemon or ecologically similar to Poltergeist or Sinistcha and Poltergeist.
Sinistcha.
Yeah, and then there was the 3 legendaries in this one, which we'll talk about with the plot and everything. There is Ogerpon, which is kind of the legend, like the main legendary / mythical of this one. There was Diplin, which was an evolution of Applin. There was... I think
that's all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, basically, this one, mainly I just have notes about the plot. There were a few other things that they introduced as well. So do you want to go straight into the plot, or do you want to talk about, like, the things that they introduced?
I think we can talk about the things they introduced first, then we can go into the plot.
Okay, so basically you're in a new world, the Kitakami region, and so...
Brand new world.
Brand
you
new
just
world.
flew to Japan.
Yeah, so this one's now based in Japan because Paldea was based on Spain. And so there was, like, of course you get to traverse the whole thing, a bunch of areas to look at, and there was
you fly there, and you get to go with your best friends, Marvin, Verona, and Benny.
Yeah, exactly. Your nondescript friends, basically. So all your friends that you made in Paldea, not here. They're gone.
No.
Yeah, you're abandoning them like they were like they're trash.
You get your discount buddies to go with you.
Yeah, all that trauma that you guys just processed, nah, that doesn't mean anything. Let them process it back in Paldea. You got things to do.
You got things to do.
So they introduced a mini game called Ogre Oustin. So you are on your ride Pokemon collecting berries and dropping them off in baskets. And there's like 4 different types of berries, and you can only carry a certain amount. And then you have to go drop them off. And when you have them dropped off, if you didn't get the full amount yet, there will be Pokemon that go and try and eat the berries in the basket. So Squavit, Munchlax, Greedent, Snorlax, depending on difficulty. And so you got to scare them off with your ride Pokemon. And the reward's given based on difficulty, but if you win on hard, then you're given a shiny Munchlax with a crafty mark, which is actually pretty cool, but it's pretty tough to do. Like, you'd have to do it with a group of 4 if you're doing that.
Right. They did lower the difficulty a little bit after like a patch, but
did they?
It's still, yeah, they did, but it still suffers from like the performance issues that Scarlet and Violet suffer from.
Yeah, it runs pretty bad.
There is noticeable lag and like noticeable I don't want to say disconnectivity, but like the between host and like somebody
bad.
else, it's bad.
Yeah, even single player is bad too, because you're required to play in the plot of Teal Mask, and it's pretty bad. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, how they did that, because like it feels like it should work even better because they're only focusing on loading a smaller area, and for whatever reason, that smaller area just like chugs.
Game Freak dropping the ball once again. Yeah. Game Freak and dropping the ball. Name a better duo.
Right. So yeah, it sounds fun, and it is fun. This also introduces the concept of mochi as like a reward item, which is like a substitute for vitamins.
Feathers
only do 1. Vitamins do 10. Mochi does 10. So it would be cool, but it's also like very time consuming, and it's not like you get a boatload of mochi to compensate you for the time. You barely get any, but you get like a spread. You can't just like say, hey, I just want like a bunch of attack mochi, or I want a bunch of HP mochi, or it's just like you get whatever you're given.
Mm-hmm. Right. And so also go ahead.
I would say they also introduced the blank mochi, which resets EVs because there was no way to do that previously. Mm-hmm. So there's that actually helps. They had that in Sword and Shield. I believe you just gave her Watts and she'd do it for you, or Dynite Ore, or one of the other ores. The lady would reset EVs for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so that was like in the DLC only. It's not like you could go anywhere and do that, which is kind of crazy that it's locked behind a paywall.
So again, this is also just in the DLC, so you have to pay for it.
Yeah, locked behind a paywall. That's ridiculous.
Right. Ogre Austin, like I said, great
concept.
Or I didn't say it, but great concept, very poor execution. I still want to do it, but I have to like go and like on Reddit and beg people like, can anyone want to do Ogre Alston?
And everybody's be like, no, I think I will.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they introduced also this is just some extra stuff that's in Kitakami to do is that there's a group called the Kitakami Ogre Clan. So there's 8 trainers that specialize in specific types or battle styles, and they're way more difficult than your standard trainers. So like they'll have items like hold items on their Pokemon that are mainly used like in competitive, and you get these items from these trainers as well. So like Focus Sash, Assault Vest, ability patches, things like that. So you get rewards for battling these trainers. Also, there's a random factoid. So actually in Medali and Paldea, actually there was a poster over there that had silhouettes of the Loyal 3, which was kind of an early hint to the release of the DLC. That it's one of those things where it's like the initial release trailer for Scarlet and Violet, where they had like the oranges and the grapes and stuff like that. This is kind of like that too. It's like, unless you like saw that poster and you were like, oh, this is a sign, like nobody caught on to that.
Right.
Yeah. And also there is a side quest in here with the lovely character Perrin, the Timeless Woods, basically. So
it's very much a nod to Legends Arceus, which is kind of cool, considering that this DLC came out maybe like a year later or 2 years later from Arceus.
Yeah, it's like almost 2 years later. So Perrin is... You could totally tell that she's related to the character Adaman from Legends, at least in terms of like color scheme and like hairstyle and all that kind of stuff. And so it's only available after you have 150 Pokemon in your Kitakami Pokedex. And so you and this character Perrin, who's like a photographer, you go with her and her Hisuian Growlithe. Also, that's another nod to Legends. So
right.
You go to the Timeless Woods and you look for a character. You're going to be waiting and camping out for a Pokemon that's dubbed the Blood Moon Beast. So while you're there, you're like traversing around the woods, you're taking pictures of Pokemon, and then once you have enough pictures, then you go to sleep and you wake up and there's the Blood Moon Beast out there, which is basically an Ursaluna that's like completely disheveled. Like it has like mats on its fur, one of its eyes is like sliced basically. It's like it has a big like red blood moon thing on its face. It's really rugged looking. And so you have to battle that, and then you catch it. It's guaranteed capture. And I liked the design of Blood Moon Ursaluna. But also, something that you told me about that I didn't know about is that if you had a shiny Ursaluna from Legends Arceus, and you brought it over to Scarlet and Violet, that the shiny entry for the Blood Moon Ursaluna would show up too, even though shiny Blood Moon Ursaluna is shiny. It's shiny locked. It doesn't exist.
It's shiny locked, and there's no way to like make your regular Ursaluna into Blood Moon Ursaluna. So this is like another Urshifu slash Enamorus slash I guess Blood Moon Ursaluna now, because it's a Pokemon that you have to buy. Well, you have to buy the DLC for, and you only get one. So if you want like a good, and it's really good competitively, like Blood Moon Ursaluna is ridiculously powerful. It has like a double ability, Mind's Eye, where it like I don't think it always crits, but it always it can't miss, and it has Scrappy, so it can hit ghost types with like normal and fighting type moves.
Dang.
And Blood Moon Ursaluna, I believe, is normal ground, and it has access to like its special move, which is like an insanely more powerful Hyper Beam or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's just called Blood Moon, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that, and it's special. And then this one, aside from being like regular Ursaluna, which is physical, this one is the special attacking Ursaluna. So on top of having a special normal type move with the stab boost, having ridiculous stats, it also gets access to like Calm Mind and like a bunch of other stat boosting moves. So this thing is like a demon, but at the same time it suffers from one of those things that like there's only one of them. So if you play the game and you get like a wrong one with like wrong stats, you have to like reset the game and catch it again to get a better one. So yeah, like if you get like a really crappy one with IVs, you have to play the game again to get another one, because you can't like modify IVs. So it's like another one of those Pokemon where like, oh well, this one sucks, guess you got to restart the game.
Yeah, that's rough. But it's like you have to constantly go over and over, and it's like, and you can't like breed it down, you can't evolve it like you said. So it's like you get the one, and it's stuck behind a paywall too. So people that want to get into competitive have to basically either beg somebody to trade them a Blood Moon Ursaluna, or they have to buy the DLC on top of the game just to like get their start on that.
Yeah, so it sucks, but Blood Moon Ursa Limit is really cool, and the side quest is that you do it with is really cool. It's also like it was neat, like like how we were talking about before, like they were like, oh, like do a mini game, and like in this one you have to do it with like the camera. Mm-hmm. I would appreciated that more instead of like Hurt with Perrin, like instead of doing the catching like 150 Pokemon, I would have preferred instead like we did like the picture thing in each area of Kitakami.
Mm-hmm. That would have been cool.
It's not super biodiverse in Kitakami, but the areas are pretty different from one another. Like there's the Apple Hill, and then there's like the craggy area, then there's the mountain and the Timeless Woods.
Yeah, the Crystal Pool.
The pool, the kind of lake off to the right with like the little. There's also like the little river leading up to that.
Yeah.
Like I would have loved to like do that in each area, and then like she could like I don't know maybe give you like a that could have been a way for her to like tweak, because there was also like an update towards the Rotom phone, so that you could use like the selfie stick and do like all these different poses and whatnot in the camera and stuff like that. She could have given that to you, and I feel like that would have made more sense than her just giving you like the like getting access to the blood. Well, that could have been like the end, but like I don't it makes more sense that way than it does like, oh hey, stranger who I don't know, catch 150 Pokemon and I'll let you in on a secret.
Right, exactly.
Right.
And also, there was, what was it? There were these characters in the game, they're named Billy and Onair. They're trainers, they're like super, super rich, Billy, Onair, billionaire. And so they're just totally aloof, they're just completely disconnected from reality. And so all they want to do is just like, basically, they just want to meet a normal-ass person. I think that's kind of their thing. And so like, you go up to them, you battle them, and their teams are kind of whatever. And they give you a fuck ton of money for beating them. And so, and they'll travel, like, to places in, like, Kitakami and Paldea and stuff like that, and you battle them all over, and they're giving you a bunch of money. So, like, if you're trying to max it, like, get a bunch of money, put the amulet coin on and just battle them. And they're going to give you all these rewards, and also at the end of it, so another thing they introduced, too, so we didn't mention it in the first session that we did of this episode, is that your Rotom phone could be customized with like different skins. So, like if you like, you could buy some of them. There's some where like if you have save file data for like Legends or BDSP or whatever, then you get a special Rotom phone case for that too. And so now if you have your case, like if you have a case equipped, then you're gonna have a special overlay on the inside of your phone. You'll have like a special like wallpaper almost. And so with this one, when you beat Billy and Onair, then you get access to like a gold background, so it just looks super lavish. You also get a new outfit from them, like an all gold like costume. So I've been wearing that.
You get the new Fluchie drip.
Mm-hmm. You get the new drip.
The new Fluchie drip.
Mm-hmm. Fluchie.
Fluchie. That's Gucci in the Pokemon world. Fluchie.
Yeah, exactly. So also you run into Jacques again, the biology professor from Paldea. And he's just like, oh, what are you doing over here? And, like, I think it's once you complete the Kitakami Dex that he gives you an egg that gives you one of the Sinnoh starters. And so, I don't remember which one I got. I think I got Turtwig in my egg or Chimchar. I can't remember.
You did, and you got Turtwig, and you got Chimchar, and I got Piplup.
Yeah, blessed. Yeah, Piplup's one of the best.
I would have preferred Turtwig.
Yeah. I would have preferred Piplup, but you take what you get.
Right.
But,
yeah. And that kind of leads into, like, the plot, too, like, the whole Jacques thing, so let's just go ahead and jump into that. So, like, you just get a random call from Clavel, I believe, or
Clive.
Jacques? No, Clive's done.
Clive's
gone.
dead. Clive's dead.
Clive's transferred out. You get a call, I'm pretty sure it's from...
Yeah, it's from Clavel, I'm pretty sure.
Clavel. And he tells you that you've been selected as, like, randomly, by the way. This is how they, like, wash away, like, the No Penny and Arvin and Nimona stuff. You've been selected at random to go to a school field trip to Kitakami as part of a joint school trip with the Blueberry Academy. And the Blueberry Academy professor, who's going to be like your chaperone, has come to pick you and the other people up. Like I said, Marvin, Benny, and Verona, your three best friends.
Are those actual names?
No, it's just like the play on Penny, Marvin, and Nimona.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I don't remember any of their names. I didn't know if you actually like looked at them.
No, they don't have names, unfortunately. They don't deserve names because they're not Penny, Arvin, and Nimona. So anyway, you meet the professor, named Professor Breyer, she's got really weird eyes, dude. Like she's got like compared to everybody else in the game, she has like very weird character design, which is cool and whatnot. And you realize that her entire outfit is Scarlet and Violet, which is pretty cool. And then she also has earrings that have like the terrestrial thing. And so when you're talking to her, she name drops that she's actually related to Heath and like the Scarlet Book, and you're like, oh, that's cool. Especially like when you're like, you know, just coming right off of all of Area Zero, you do kind of like get a little bit of background that Heath is an explorer that was with the first team that went to go down there in Area Zero. Unfortunately, that doesn't get flushed out. But yeah, she makes mention of that and that she wants to go to Kitakami to do some research, but also, you know, it's a school trip, so bring everybody along. So you bring the faceless NPCs to go with you to Kitakami on, and you do like a little transition, and it has like the little plane and like a Dragonite could show up while you guys are on the plane, because you're flying from Spain to Japan, so it's a little bit of a long trip. And then you take a bus to get there, and then Benny, I guess, is the one that falls sick in the bus, and they're like, oh no, what are we gonna do? Like, hey, why don't you, player character, go to the town and see if you can get us some help, because the bus has already left, while everybody else stays and tries to help out the kid. And as soon as I got there, I'm pretty sure it's the same for everybody else too, is like, because it's the DLC and all of it's brand new, and you know there's going to be a new Pokedex, right? Like, you got, like, that's when you just start, you know, run, and you're given like somewhat free reign. You can't explore all of Kitakami, but you can explore most of it, and you also can't pull out your ride Pokemon, because by this point you should have everything unlocked, like the, you know, like jumping, climbing, and all that stuff. And I think they realized that if you were able to do that, you would just leave like the contained area they want to keep you in, and like explore everything else, which totally would have done. So what I ended up doing as soon as I got there, I was like, oh, he's sick, that sucks, because I'm going to be catching everything in sight.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
I was like, I'm going to be catching everything in here in sight and evolving it from here between where I'm supposed to go. And so, yeah, it was really nice. I can't put a price on that experience of like getting to Kitakami and like getting off, doing all the cutscene, and like running around, catching a Pushigina, catching a Ribombi, catching another one, evolving it, like making sure I kept going back and forth, and I caught everything in between. And then I realized that the time isn't changing, because I was waiting for it to go dark so that way I could like get all the night spawns, but it wouldn't. So that once I finally had, you know, combed over every little inch of the area, I went inside to meet our first new character.
Yes.
So that's where you go pick it up.
Yeah, so Carmine is the first character that you meet. She is a trainer from the Blueberry Academy, and she kind of ends up being your guide from there on out. It's like Briar kind of just does her own thing the whole time, while like Carmine's kind of your guide, and you meet her brother, who's the very sheepish, meek character named Kieran. Beta male, basically. Complete scrub. No.
And Carmine basically calls you a filthy gaijin, and that you're not allowed in their town when you first meet.
Yeah, she's like, we don't take kindly to outsiders over here.
We don't take kindly to outsiders. Let me battle you. And like, a lot of people, like a lot of reactions are like, bitch, do you know who I am?
Yeah. And so, yeah, you wipe the floor with her, and then she's like, oh, this person's actually a big deal.
Right, and so, I think it doesn't scale, unfortunately. She's always going to be, it does scale, but there's only two separate scalings. There's very, very low, which is like level 20, and she has a Puchina and the Poltegeist, or whatever it is.
Yeah, Poltegeist.
And then she has the Evolve, she has Mightyena, and then I think she still has the Poltegeist, but it's a lower level.
Yeah, so it's like later on she'll get Sinistcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically they're first assigned to find signboards all over Kitakami, and take
the mayor
selfies
is
on
the
them.
one that does that after he chases off Carmine for trying to kick you out of town.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys meet the caretaker, or I think that's what he's called, as caretaker. He doesn't actually have a name.
Yeah, I don't think so. And so they gave you the selfie stick there, so now you could do all those pictures by yourself, which again
of
would have
all
made
people, the guy in a rural village is like, here, kid, use the selfie stick.
Yeah, here's a hoverboard too while you're at it.
Yeah, and so you that like once that's over with, you finally like you all get together after you explore like the hotel or whatever it is in the center, the community center, I think they call it.
Yeah.
You go there and then you talk, and then like once you go outside, Briar and gets everybody together, and then like they like line the kids up. But it's weird because like it's 4 kids from the Naranja or Uva Academy, and then only 2 from Blueberry Academy. So like it's odd. And then you find out that Carmine and Kieran are from Kitakami, but they go to school in the Unova Academy or the Blueberry Academy.
Yeah.
and they're like, oh, pair up and like go explore the town's local sensations and whatnot. So you get paired up with Kieran, and Carmine gets paired up with, I believe, Verona, or no, yeah, somebody. I don't know.
One of the bootleg characters.
Yeah, somebody, and then the other two just get put together to go like do whatever. And if you do talk to them after certain story beats, they do say like, oh, hey, we barely found the first signboard, but by the time it was like already night. And then the other one would be like, that Carmine, she just took off to the signboard and left me. I can't believe she'd do something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then you and Kieran are just like immediately like, let's do this, let's get this done. And also each signboard has like a story on it too. Basically, it's telling you. Yeah, there's a lot of lore in this area too.
And it really ties in well with the actual like town of, or it's called Mosui Town, I believe.
Mosui is like the main town you go to.
It's the only town.
Yeah, it's the only town. It's really rural.
So this place is like very secluded, and like they only, you know, like it seems like everybody in the town kind of like looks out for each other and like tries to like pitch in, because like the only thing they have is like this tourism thing with like the ogre, with like the story of the ogre and the ogre mountain and stuff like that. And
like the city has maybe like 20 people at most,
right? And that's what they like capitalize on, and getting people to like come and visit, and you know that's why they're happy to have the kids there, so they could sell like all the merch.
Yeah, gotta sell.
And so part of that is like the trip, and he's like, go look at the signboard and like read the story. So the first one I believe is on Apple Hill. Where like you, after getting into Kitakami, you go through like their little rice field, which I assume is just like their like, you know, at their agriculture or like community garden or whatnot. Then you go up Apple Hill, which I assume is the same thing, just like the apple, they just eat or sell apples wholesale. And you go up there, and then you make a right, and then it's like I don't know what the shrine's called or something like that. It's just like the shrine, I believe,
something of that sort. I know that there's a name
the Loyal
to
Three.
It, yeah.
And Kieran talks about, reads the signboard for you, and tells the story about the ogre and how the three loyal heroes fought to defend the town from the raging ogre, but the ogre ended up killing them. So Pokemon and Pokemon violence.
Actual death.
Actual death ended up killing them, and then like got chased away. And because of that, the townsfolk have revered the Loyal Three ever since, and built them statues and gave them a little like knitted things. So I think like the monkey Dory, or the monkey, has like a little beanie and stuff like that.
Yeah.
On the statue.
Yeah. And so Kieran has a weird fascination with the ogre as well, which at first you're like, it's kind of sus. Why are you so obsessed with the murderer? But so then they're like, okay, let me take you to where Ogre Pond lived. It's called the Dreaded Den, which is like up in the mountains and stuff. It's super secluded, just like this little cave, like a little hole in the wall thing. Right. And then after that, they go back to the community center. They go to sleep, so that way they can look for the. Actually, no, did they? They go to the next signboard.
Which is in the craggy area.
Yeah.
No. No, I think you do the festival before you do the next two signboards.
Right. Yeah, because I think one of the signboards is actually by the festival grounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you do that the same night as the festival, I believe.
Exactly. Yeah. So that night, basically, there's a festival that they have over there called the Festival of Masks, where the Loyal Three are honored. And so basically, you and Carmine, like off to the distance, you see like a little character, like it looks like a kid with a mask on. It's like in green, and so you try to go closer to it, but it scurries away and it drops its mask, and so you pick that up, which ends up being the teal mask. So she keeps that a secret from Kieran because like they think that it might be the ogre that they saw.
Right, and the whole time she's like, what are you talking to this little kid for? And it's like very clearly not a child.
Yeah, it's like, you're such a little kid.
Oh, you also get your Jinbei, your little festival outfit. You unfortunately don't get a mask because Carmine. Well, you don't get one.
No, you gotta buy it.
You gotta buy it because Carmine rubs it in your face too that you don't have a mask, and then battles you.
Yeah.
To like see who gets the mask, and then like, oh well, there's only two, so.
Yeah.
And she
there
has
are other
like
masks you can buy too.
Yeah, she has the ranger monkey mask, and Kieran has his ogre mask.
Yeah, so it's like you could buy a bunch of masks to wear too, which are like the shittiest compressed JPEGs ever. So like there's like
Right.
the teal mask, there's like a Pikachu one, an Eevee one, there's a Loyal 3, they have their own masks as well.
Right, and I think they force you to buy a candied apple, like in the story, because like Kieran's
Yeah.
like, go buy a candied apple, and this is also I think where they force you to do Ogre Oustin for the first time, and Carmine's actually like I think like part before like after you do it, Carmine gets jealous and tries like is like doing it like over and over again, and Kieran's like, can we just like go?
Yeah.
And then that's when you meet Ogre Pawn and the teal mask and stuff like that. But yeah, like Alex said, Carmine is like if that's like really the ogre, I don't want to like go looking for it because you know she still believes like this whole tale of like because at this point Kieran's kind of like you know maybe I don't believe it or like what if like the ogre's actually friendly and we just don't know like he doesn't take the legend for like
he's skeptic.
as fact and Carmine does and she's like we can't because if he goes out there like who knows what's gonna happen to him like the ogre might attack him and like hurt him or something she doesn't want to do that and so we're talking about this stuff like you know like don't tell him about it blah 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 and you're really not given much of a choice. You just kind of like go on and then like you could see, they cut to a scene where like Kieran's like hiding behind like a thing and he can hear the whole conversation. And then as the festival ends and you guys are like leaving, Kieran asks if you guys saw anything and you basically are forced into lying to him like oh no we didn't see anything or we didn't do anything.
Yeah.
And stuff
so
like that's
it's you're basically keeping it all a secret from him. You don't want him to catch on because he's
Right, and
such a little kid.
Carmine realizes that the mask is actually broken and that her grandfather is knows how to repair masks and stuff like that. Coincidentally, yeah. And so he's like, oh, the mask is definitely broken, but I'm going to need a piece of something before we like do that. And so Carmine's like, well, let's save that for another day. And then you have to go visit the third sign board or whatever. And that's where Kieran battles you for like the first time or second time, I think.
Actually, so before that though, so when they show the mask to the grandfather, he gives them the whole story about like what actually actually happened with Ogrepon and the Loyal 3. So like he goes over that whole thing, and that's actually where Kieran was listening in. So like he's kind of like behind like a pillar, like at their house, at the grandparents'
he's
house.
like outside their fence of their house as the grandpa's telling the story.
Yeah, because basically the true story of it is that years ago, this is a condensed version, of course. So Ogrepon and her owner, because the Ogrepon is female, they're shunned from their town due to like looking strange, and they're forced to retreat to Oni Mountain. And so a mask maker that's witnessed this felt bad for them and basically made them a bunch of masks so that way they could wear them at the festival and they could be welcomed and nobody would know who they are because of their appearance. And then there were 3 greedy Pokemon that found out about the masks and attacked them and stole the masks. Well, they stole 3 of the 4 masks. So Ogrepon,
they went to the cave while Ogrepon was out and fought the Ogrepon's partner and stole 3 of the 4 masks because Ogrepon had the owner fought to keep the last one and then they took off. And then Ogrepon comes back and finds out that finds the partner in the last mask, and we're assumed to believe that he either died from like trying to fight off the Pokemon or something happened to him because he's never mentioned again.
Yeah.
And Ogrepon dons the mask, and that's when he goes to the town, and the Loyal 3 were just like happened to be close to the town, and people misinterpreted that fight as the Loyal 3 trying to protect the town, whereas they were actually like running off with the goods, and Ogrepon just caught up to him.
Yeah. And so, upon this realization, Carmine freaks out, but she still promises to keep that a secret from Kieran because, like, they don't want him to possibly get hurt by anything or anyone. But, like we said, Kieran was listening in, and he felt betrayed from, like, not knowing. And so, at this point, they go to the last signboard. And so, so the next day they go to basically at the top of the mountain. There's this big like body of water over there called the Crystal Pool. There's a bunch of like giant crystals all around it, and they need one of those like it's just a little bit of the crystal to fix the mask. And they also just happen to have an energy similar to terastallizing, according to Briar, who meets you over there.
You also meet Briar is there, and Carmine's like you're not supposed to be here. Like we only let like people from the village up here, and she's like, I already talked about it with the caretaker, like don't worry about it. And it's kind of like a thing of like, hey, you've really been up on this mountain the entire time we've been here.
She's like,
Yeah.
So then after getting back to Masui Town, it's revealed that...
Oh, you also fight Milotic. A
yeah,
Milotic.
it just shows up from out of the water like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so that's also a sign that you can get Feebas and well, you get Feebas over here. I don't think you can find Milotic straight up. But yeah, you can find Feebas, especially you can find it also in Outbreaks as well. So it's a hard find, but you can get it. So Kieran stole the teal mask and battles a player about it. And so after Kieran loses, he punches a monument. Like, actually, you end up going to the monument. You find him over there, like where the first signboard was. And he punches the monument. And he runs off. And after this, the Loyal Three suddenly appear. They're resurrected from their graves. And they just escape. They leave. They head towards Kitakami Hall, which is in Matsui Town. And the villagers are so ecstatic that they're there. And they give them mochi to like celebrate their appearance, but that makes them stronger and bigger and everything too. So, and so you basically save Ogerpon from the Loyal Three. You have to battle them in like different areas. Like you actually have to get clues from the villagers on like where they ran off to.
They also stole the masks again.
Yeah, they stole them again. So you have to get the masks from the Loyal Three to bring them back for Ogerpon. And so you battle them. You can't catch them just yet, so you just battle them straight up.
And you also get to travel with Ogerpon at this point too.
Yeah, which is nice. Like you become buddies with Ogerpon, and they still are like the village is still against Ogerpon. They still think that it's the enemy. But after you retrieve the masks from the Loyal Three, which are three Pokemon, there's Okidogi, Monkey Dory, and Pheasantipity. All have part poison types, but they all have their own types after that. So Okidogi is fighting poison, Monkey Dory is psychic poison, and Pheasantipity is fairy poison. And so you get the masks, and Kieran reveals that he spent time convincing the townspeople about the true story of Ogerpon while you were gone and doing all of this. So that way it clears her name of like any wrongdoing. So so after that, like Ogerpon's kind of like revered as a hero. They escort Ogerpon back to her home, and she expresses desire to join the player in their journey. But Kieran doesn't like this, and he challenges you to who gets to battle Ogerpon and win and catch it. So you, of course, wipe the floor with him again because, again, he's a beta male. And then you go battle Ogerpon, which is pretty intense of a battle. It's like you're battling it 4 times over because it'll don each mask as you battle it. And it has its own special like terastallizing as well. And with each mask, it changes its type as well. So it's like its primary, it's always going to be a grass type. But in terms of what it is extra is on top of that. So we get like grass fire type, grass water type. Also, the very first time we see grass rock, which is really cool. So, yeah, then once you defeat all 4 forms of Ogerpon, you get to catch
Grass
it.
Rock Cradily, no?
Oh, right, sorry. No, there was, I thought that there was like an exclusive type that it had, didn't it?
Grass Fire.
Grass Fire. Wait, no, we had Scovillain, right?
Yeah. So it doesn't have a specific type.
Never mind. No, maybe, I was thinking of something else, I guess. No, I was thinking of Hydrapple later on with Grass Dragon.
What you're thinking of is Lies.
Lies and slander, I'm sorry. So yeah, you beat Ogerpon, you catch it, it's guaranteed capture as well. And that's pretty much the end of the story, but you see Kieran's like he's like mulling it over at home, and he's like, "I will show them. I'll show them."
He goes Sasuke Uchiha ass.
Yeah,
it's like I'm gonna leave the village and come back and
you see that everybody. He's like parting his hair like Peter Parker in Spider-Man 3.
He's doing that as he charges fucking Chidori up and shit.
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna be the next Hokage. I don't know anything about Naruto.
Yeah,
actually.
the whole like goodbye is kind of weird because Briar's like, we gotta go. Like we gotta take off. Mm-hmm. Like all of a sudden, like your school trip technically isn't over, and it's technically never over, because you can go back to Kitakami as much as you want, obviously. Mm-hmm. But for the story bit, Briar's like, we have to go. Like we got to go back to Blueberry Academy, and Carmine's kind of like there, and it's like, yeah, like Kieran couldn't make it, but we'll see you later. At some point, hopefully we can find you at some point later. Wink, 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 nudge, nudge. Mm-hmm. And yeah, so the story just kind of ends there for Kitakami. People know the truth about Ogerpon, are kind of like happy to see it, and are like, oh, like the disloyal 3 were like, how terrible, how could they do that and whatnot.
Yeah, and also now with the story, you could actually, with the story being over, you could go and catch the Loyal Three now in like a standard battle.
They're hiding in. I think that they're hiding in the same spots they were hiding before. You just have to go there and catch and fight them a second time, and you get to catch them this time.
Yeah, and so it's like, and they were. I feel like that some of them, like Fezandipity, was always stubborn to catch for me. Like the first two were easy, but Fezandipity really just didn't want to be caught. I don't know. Maybe I just had bad luck, but
probably just had bad luck because they all have like the same catch rate, and yeah, none of them were actually like super good, which is kind of weird that they made like it's weird because it's like it seems like every DLC legendary they make broken, like Urshifu and Calyrex are both broken, Ogerpon's similarly broken, but the Loyal Three kind of aren't. Like there's no real like good. They're like very hindered by their type and their ability. Because they all share the same ability, Toxic Chain, which I think like they have like each have like a chance of like poisoning or something like that.
Yeah, when they do a physical attack.
When they do a physical attack, as opposed to, and so they got really like shafted. So it's like whatever. But Ogerpon, if you thought it was broken before, it's like crazy. Nope. You know, you thought Urshifu was broken. This one's even more crazier broken. So as well as like getting specific unique terrestrial masks and like changing its type into like whatever, each mask also boosts a different stat. So I don't know these by heart, but I had to like look. I had to bring it up. So the Wellspring mask, which changes it into grass water, does special defense. The Hearthflame mask, which is grass fire, does attack, and then the Cornerstone mask, which is grass rock, does defense. And the Teal mask boosts speed.
Yeah. Oh, and so also like I forgot to mention at the end after you beat Kieran, was it Carmine wants to battle you with Ogerpon, so you got to do that too.
So if you thought that was great, so it changes the type. It also gives it the stat boost. It also changes the ability as well. So this thing gets like 3 separate changes depending on which mask it's got. So for the Teal mask, it gets Defiant, so its attack gets raised by 2 stage when it's hit by a dark type move. I think I don't know. If its stats get boosted, if you throw out Intimidate or like or Incineroar on this thing, and it's the Teal mask gets Defiant, it gets a 2-stage attack boost on top of the speed boost it gets from the Teal mask, which is absolutely crazy. The Wellspring mask is it Water Absorb, so that's it nullifies water attacks right there. So it's only weak to what would the Wellspring mask be weak to? It would be only weak to poison and bug, which is pretty insane. And I'm pretty sure that's why the Wellspring one is like the most commonly used one in VGC right now.
Yeah.
Because it only has 2 weaknesses of types that aren't really that great right now, especially bug. Bug is like the weakest type overall.
The Hearthflame mask gets Mold Breaker. Sure.
Mold Breaker, which I'm never sure what Mold Breaker does.
It's
not affected by abilities.
And then
so if the other Pokemon has like Levitate, you could still hit it with Earthquake. And then Cornerstone has Sturdy, which isn't that great.
Yeah, it's like Sturdy's overrated at this point.
But yeah, just like how Urshifu was like mandatory in Sword and Shield DLC, Ogerpon is like basically mandatory in Scarlet and Violet DLC. It's just completely broken. I love its design. I like the aspect of it. It's just like obscenely like hey, we made this Pokemon and you like need it if you ever want to play VGC, like ever. Right.
And I mean, overall, I did like the Teal mask, but I felt like it ran a bit too short for its story. I like the characters that they introduced. Well, I liked Carmine and Perrin. Kieran was. I don't know. I didn't care about Kieran too much, honestly.
I feel like we just didn't get enough time to cook with our new characters, and I think I said that too. Like when we talked about it before, it's just like if you want me, because like we're talking about Kieran and Carmine, which obviously after the Indigo Disc and stuff like in the epilogue, there's more of a rapport with them. So like it's hard for me to be like from that moment before, but like it's just there wasn't enough there. Like I feel like we should have spent more time. Doing the signboards, or like I said, more time doing something else. Like maybe if Perrin was like a teacher at Blueberry Academy, like another chaperone, and Perrin was like, like, oh, do you want to take pictures with everybody? And like they folded the picture taking thing that I mentioned before. That didn't happen, except that we're living in a wishful world with like the school trip and stuff like that with Kieran and Carmine, and like Carmine and Kieran could like tell you stories about like, Oh, remember the time Kiki fell into the creek chasing after the Poliwag that he caught? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was hilarious. And then, like, I don't know, she could, like, push him or something like that.
Him or something.
Yeah, embarrasses
she just
him or
becomes
something.
a total bully.
And either that or, like, it's like a back and forth kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or, then, like, she does that, and then, like, they go somewhere else, and then, like, Kiki's like, yeah, I remember the time that Carmine was so, like, hungry for candied apples, she was trying to eat 2 at once, and one of them got stuck in her hair, and we had to cut her hair, and then, like, he could show... Yeah, I don't know if he like could show it, and then like maybe like in the end scroll for it, they could show like an actual picture of her getting like her haircut on one side because there's a candy apple.
That would be funny. I would like something like that.
They just need more like personality and more time to like develop his characters to where then we get to the point where I'm like, oh, you know what? I actually do feel genuinely bad that I caught Ogerpon.
Yeah, it's like just because they have the grandparents doesn't mean that they have depth as characters. Like, yeah, you you see them, but like you're not seeing a direct interaction of like this is family. This is like it's another character that they know. Like you replace that with like, anybody, and then
we could have had dinner at like Kiki and Carmine or Kieran and Carmine's
you keep on
house
calling him Kiki. That's cute.
Kiki, yeah. We could like have dinner or something. Just more to like give. Even like like doing like we had to go to like the top of Oni Mountain to do like the Milotic thing. If we had like the reverse of like the Area Zero thing where we're actually like walking up there with Carmine, and we get to have like a back and forth or like just the text scrolling on the bottom of like stuff. Give me more.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Of stuff like that, but that it definitely was too short. And like I said, that could just be solved with like more dialogue and like more interaction with them.
Mm-hmm.
But I know we talked about like all the side quests and all the story and stuff like that, but what did you actually think of like the Kitakami region or area as like a whole?
I wasn't super crazy on it. I mean, like I feel like that some places were just kind of like whatever to me. I didn't completely hate it though. It just, I don't know, it just wasn't super special. Like there are areas that I just didn't bother exploring. Just because, like, I just didn't care. Like, I felt like I was spending most of my time at, like the top of, like, Oni Mountain. Like, the crystal pools and, like, the area where you find, like, Slugma, like, the volcano kind of area. But, and then it's, like, then I spent some time in Timeless Woods. But then it's, like, when you go into where the crystal pool, like, into the mountain, those areas were so, it was so condensed and, like, hard to traverse when you're on, like, Miraidon or Koraidon. That I just didn't want to go there because there's just too much clutter and there's too many Pokemon down there where I was stuck in encounters the whole time. Mm-hmm. Like, if they lowered the encounter right over there or maybe made the mountain a little bit more expanded where you have some breathing room, then I'd probably like it a bit more, but yeah, I'm indifferent for the most part.
Yeah, I feel like if they made it like as big as like the Crown Tundra caves, like as you're going up to like the tree, those were a little bit more like breathable and stuff like that. And I didn't think about that before, but that totally is like a thing. Like when you're down there, it's very cramped and very like hard to like get through without like running into encounter. And we didn't talk about that in the base review, but like if you get into in a group of Pokemon and you get into an encounter. And then you like run away, there's like a very good chance you're gonna get into another encounter with a different Pokemon because your trainer like jumps out of the way and those Pokemon like don't despawn. So like as soon as you're out, it like registers the contact and then throws you in another battle, then you jump out of the way and then you hit another Pokemon, then you jump out of the way.
And also the amount of times that like I'll like pause the game and there's a Pokemon that runs into me while I'm paused and I have to wait for them to like walk away so I don't have to do the encounter. Because, like, you'll be stuck there for, like, 2 or 3 encounters sometimes, and it's insane. And also the pop-in in this game is really bad. Like, literally, it'll be at the beginning of, like, oh, look at this new world, they're so expansive. It's, like, the mountains are, like, popping in and out like this, and it's, like, there's characters over here that are, like, slide-showing and just, like, popping in. It's absurd that's what they want to show us and say that's your first impression of this thing that you paid $35 for.
It's very poorly done. It's shame too because it's like probably a fourth of Paldea, like the size, and it somehow runs about the same as like regular Paldea.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Which is crazy, like extremely crazy, very poorly optimized.
Yeah,
but for me, I loved Kitakami. I don't know if it's because now we live in a time where all Pokemon aren't available in some sort or the other. In games, so like I'm starved for like new Pokemon, and like now I get to see like Mightyena come back and Swaddle and all that stuff like that, so that like I'm genuinely excited to like go and like look for them. I just enjoyed the areas. Like it's definitely suffers from like what I've said before of like being too diverse. Like here's Masui Town, here's Apple Hill, here's like a literal quarry of rocks. You know, here's Masui Town, here's a little creek and a river, that's nice, and then here's the festival hall, and then oh yeah, here's like the high rise like cliffs of, you know, whatever, and then oh here's the woods, and then here's nondescript field area, and then oh yeah, here's like giant mountain. Like it's like really crazy that like I feel like in Paldea it's kind of a little bit stretched, but it's still the same thing. Like, oh, here's the fucking desert. Here's literally the beach. Here's literally a big ass.
It's very specifically biome number 1, biome number 2, biome number 3, which that's pretty much how the terrarium is, but more in literal terms too.
Right, I get it. I mean, it's a little bit like you have to suspend your disbelief because like if you think about like Ocarina of Time and like you have Hyrule Field, like oh here's the Gerudo Desert, oh here's the Zoro Domain, and here's like Death Mountain. But I feel like because of the transition, I'm led to believe that like Hyrule Field is like a ways away, and like we spent like a day and a half to get to Death Mountain and stuff like that. Whereas now it's like, oh, I could fly from one end up to the one end of the map to the other, and it's like there's a desert, and now I'm in the snow.
It's a disconnect. Yeah,
right, not everywhere is California, okay? Yeah. Right, not everywhere is California. But yeah, I enjoyed Kitakami. I think it was a neat. Like I said, the story could use a little bit more time to cook with its characters to like, you know, get me to do it. The story with Ogerpon is whatever. It's just Ogerpon itself is crazy. Blood Moon Ursaluna is crazy. I just wish Perrin had a little bit more. And also like I just, you know, I feel like the town could have benefited from like a little bit more of like a little bit more fleshed out, like, you know, we could like repair like old Joe's like roof or something like that, or by like, you know, going and collecting wood from the timeless woods. I just like you go to like, you know, can help him out, like go chase bug Pokemon out from the rice fields, or go collect I don't know, rocks from like the creek for something or something like that, you know. Just like I feel like Masui Town is literally just the Pokemon Center, and that's it.
Yeah,
like, that's all you need.
And they have a shop over there.
Right, that's it.
Yeah, it's really like it's fine. Like I don't completely hate it or anything. I feel like I liked it more than like if I'm comparing to the first part of the DLC for Sword and Shield, that was Isle
of Armor.
Yeah, Isle of Armor. Like I liked Teal Mask more than Isle of Armor, I would say.
I feel like the Isle of Armor is better because it's bigger.
But also the battles in Isle of Armor were pretty crazy too. It's just like I didn't like traversing through that area. I just wasn't crazy about traversing it. But like the battles were really good. Like the last battle against Mustard is nuts. But like yeah, I don't know. It's fine, but yeah,
it needed more time to cook. And I think that like I've said it before, and I know you disagree with it, but I really think that like DLC is the way that they like give themselves more time, like either by adding more DLC or like making the DLC better.
I don't think I ever disagreed with that, did I?
Yeah, you said that we shouldn't get more DLC.
Oh no, yeah, I don't think we should get like another set of DLC. Yeah. It's like I think the one thing of DLC is enough of like having like that and that.
Well, if they're cooking like if they're just making DLC like this, I think making like more would probably like is the same thing, because I feel like this suffered from time issues. Like it really needed more stuff added to it in order for it to like A, be better, and B, you know, just like I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I'm hopeful that Legends ZA, because it's not coming out in 2024, that they'll give it more love and give it more time to develop, because they haven't announced any like other games. I don't think they will, but like I think hopefully if they put all the resources into this game, that it'll actually be running well, maybe it'll be optimized well, but we won't know, of course, until we see the actual game come out next year.
Yeah, I'd say Teal Mask overall probably 6 out of 10.
I'd agree. Yeah. That's fair. So, a few months later, they actually kept to the word. Well, technically it's a week before winter, but December 14th, 2023, they released the second part of the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero. This is the Indigo Disc. And it's only accessible after you complete the story for Teal Mask.
Right, so you go to the Teal Mask, I believe, at some point in the middle of your journey.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you have to complete like Area 0 or anything in that, but like for the Indigo Disc, you have to do the Teal Mask and the entire Scarlet and Violet story.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very important. And you need it too, because this place is tough.
Well, I don't think it's important. I think you actually have to do it in order to access the Indigo and to access the DLC.
Yeah. And so there's 8 Pokemon that are new that are introduced. So now the current total is 1,025 Pokemon. And there's 139 Pokemon that were previously unavailable that return, making the current total 734 Pokemon. Still pretty solid. And also, something that I was very excited about, nobody knew this until later on, the mythical Pokemon Metalowetta is completely available for the very first time. It's not locked behind like a time constraint or anything like that. It is it's available. You have to unlock it by a special means. I'm not going to say how, but you are able to catch it finally for the very first time. It's like how they did with in Crown Tundra with Keldeo. Now Metalowetta is available.
Yeah, it's also available, like I said, like Alex said, like, well, he didn't say it, but it's in the most obscure and impossible way to ever imagine. Like, there's no way somebody's, like, without looking at the game code, was, like, went to do it and, like, did the exact thing necessary. There's no way. Yeah. Absolutely no way.
No, there has to be some kind of release for it or some kind of guide that you followed, or, like, they look into the code and find out how. Because it's probably the most convoluted way I've ever seen to unlock a character.
Right. Almost like Keldeo, but Keldeo was kind of like, I mean, like, there was, like, something there to, like, allude to it, whereas with Metalowetta, there's, like, absolutely no sign.
Mm-hmm. And so a couple of things to introduce. So the big thing, which you're going to be spending pretty much all your time in, is the main area, which is called the Terrarium. So this game, it's based in Unova, which is the region for Black and White. And so this is just somewhere off the coast in Unova. So this is a giant undersea dome that is divided into 4 biomes. So it's very literal on, like, this is Area 1, this is Area 2. So you have the savanna, the coastal, the canyon, and the polar biomes. And each one has their own wild Pokemon, including regional forms. So you could get, like, Alolan Exeggutor, you could get Galarian Slowpoke, Hisuian Quillfish. You get a whole bunch of stuff in here. It's
but
really
not all
cool.
of them.
Yeah, not all of them, but you can get a good chunk of them.
There's some that are missing, like Alolan Raichu is missing, which, I mean,
sad.
If they were going to go balls to the wall and put all the regional forms in there, I don't know why they'd stop at certain Pokemon, considering Pikachu's already in the game, so we just need to put in Alolan Raichu.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I think Marowak is also unavailable. Alolan Marowak is unavailable. Galarian Darmanitan, I believe, is also unavailable.
Yeah, Darmanitan unfortunately got completely snubbed, to my dismay.
Right, so, and it's just like, I don't know. I feel like it's just like more they could have added to the decks and make the terrarium a little bit more special.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But yeah, you are going to spend a lot of time. Well, not you're going to be spending a lot of time here because it's the only thing to spend time here. Mm-hmm. But in terms of, like, story wise, you really don't spend a lot of time here, which is a shame, I guess. I feel like. Mm-hmm. I mean, you do spend time there, but not like the amount of time that you would have spent like
afterwards,
I guess neither
in the later part of the story.
Either,
it's like the first like third maybe of the story. You're in the terrarium in the Blueberry Academy. After that, like, you're totally out there. Like, you are not even looking really at the Blueberry League. Or not Blueberry League, the Blueberry Academy. Which, actually, speaking of Blueberry League, so after you battle Carmine when you get to the terrarium, you're invited to challenge the Blueberry League, which will go into more depth with the plot. And, they have their own Elite Four with their own, like, prerequisites, too. That's pretty much all they got. It's like a ranking of trainers. Yeah. It's like the ranking of trainers. They're not like any like special trainers outside of that. They're like students. Mm-hmm. And they call them the Elite Four. They have their own champion, which at the time over here, when you get there, is Kieran, who's gone rogue.
Right.
So, let's see. What other things were introduced before we get to the plot? So, there's a place over there called the League Club Room, where you could use their currency, which is BP, to acquire certain things, which the thing that we really cared about the most when we were trying to finish the Pokedex is that you could get the starter Pokemon up from Gens 1 through 8. They become available in the biomes, but you got to spend 3,000 BP per biome to get them. So, yeah. And it's It's crazy. It's crazy the first time that you could actually catch starter Pokemon in a game like that. Oh, that's not Legends.
Right.
And yeah, the requirement is so difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult, but it makes sense because like the terrarium itself is like its own like man-made ecological dome or whatever, so it makes sense they could like import Charmanders or something like that to the place. It's just kind of weird that it costs student resources to like actually get done. But yeah, so you could do that. I think it probably would have like benefited from like having the Unova starters be available or something like that before you could get everything else.
Right, that would be cool.
And that stuff, but also like you said it before, and that was like a huge selling point of like the DLCs, that it's like this underwater academy that we don't actually see anything related to underwater like at all.
Yeah,
like just like the entrance is in the ocean, and then that's it. Other than that, you never know you were like the academy was underwater.
It just looks like another place,
right?
Yeah,
which is kind of weird and like kind of dumb that they would like sell it like that. Like just I don't know.
Yeah,
and maybe it was an excuse that they didn't have to like design anything else aside from that.
Like
but
sea designs like on the outside or whatever.
Yeah, it is a very just throwaway line that it's an underwater academy, very underutilized. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
What it's whatever, but like it just seems very dumb.
Yeah, and so the way that you get these the BP, or actually sorry, they're blueberry points, not battle points. So you get them by doing these quests called blueberry quests, aka BBQs. And these could be as simple as like picking up like 10 items on the floor and you get a few BP, or if like catching a Pokemon based on vague hints if you're like doing a group one. So there's a bunch of individual solo quests you could do, but there's also a bunch of them you do while you're in like Union Circle. And so those ones, it's like, oh, there's like one person has an idea of like the silhouette of the Pokemon, another one has like an idea of like where the Pokemon is located. And you have to go and catch a Pokemon based off of those hints, and you get a bunch of points. Or there'll be like cubes. So there are these like random like I don't know what you would call
Lego blocks,
Lego block kind of looking things
that the terrarium is like constructed out of.
Yeah, and so these blocks that these designs are made out of, and sometimes you might see like a Ditto in the middle of those. You'll see like a face of a Ditto, and you have to click on it, and you have to notice these Ditto. Actually, the first one I found was a shiny one. I don't know if that means anything, but like I saw a shiny Ditto cube, and I thought that was kind of cool. Yeah, so that's how you get BP. It takes a lot longer to get them solo than it does in a group, but
because everybody can do the quests, and if they do it, everybody gets points, not just the one person.
Exactly. So it's way better to do this with a group if you can. We were able to get it done in an evening. I think you had a head start because I was working, I think. But, yeah, so then there's a thing called the item printer that's located in the club room where you redeem your BP, where basically you can add the TM materials that you got so far in your quest and add it into there to receive rewards, including some hard-to-find items like a gold bottle cap. You can even get a Master Ball in there. It's a very, very, very low chance, but it is possible. There's like a bunch of items you can get from it. It kind of reminds me of the Cramorant machine in Isle of Armor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then there's another thing which we mentioned way earlier, the Synchro Machine, which is basically a key item that allows the player to traverse the terrarium with their lead party Pokemon. You could you basically walk around as a Pokemon, and you could do like battling over there, but it's like kind of like an auto battle situation, and it's not like you're going like turn based or whatever. You just fight random Pokemon. But when you get to low HP, then the Synchro Machine ends. But you can pick up items. NPCs can't be interacted with, and if you find any shinies, then tough luck, because you can't go and catch them or battle them like that. So it's kind of scary. Like, I'm worried if I were to ever do that and I run into a shiny, then I would just be broken.
Right.
But maybe I'd have to kind of dissociate the two, where it's like, oh, they weren't actually there. I'm just there on a field trip or whatever. I'm not actually going to catch this Pokemon. These Pokemon don't exist. But I feel like I would feel more upset that I saw shiny in the Synchro than I did without.
Right.
Yeah. Because people are trying to understand what the point of it was, and I still don't see a point for it, but it is cool that you kind of walk around as like a Charizard or whatever, because some Pokemon will actually fly around rather than just walk. So then we mentioned it earlier, but there's a new Terra type that was introduced, the Stellar Terra type. And that one, we already talked about it, so yeah, it was introduced. Basically, it's almost like a shadow type in a way, but it's not really as great, or I don't really care for it too much.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there's a character that was introduced. His name is Snacksworth, very eccentric older gentleman that provides the player with treats to help them find 25 different legendary Pokemon in Paldea. And so the way that you get these snacks or the treats is by doing a number, like a physical number of like quests, like 10 solo BBQs or group BBQs, and then he'll give you some special like treats to find legendaries, and he'll give you a photo of like where they would be, so you can kind of have an idea. So Pokemon that were included in both games were the legendary birds and Kubfu. But then there were some that were version exclusives, which in Scarlet you got the legendary beasts, so like Entei, Raikou, Suicune, Ho-Oh, Latios, Groudon, Reshiram, Solgaleo, Glastrier. Then in Violet you get Lugia, you get the Swords of Justice, Latias, Kyogre, Zekrom, Lunala, Spectrier. But then there's some that are exclusive to group quests, so Rayquaza, Kyurem, and Necrozma are all exclusive to being in a group. And so, as you can tell, all of the Gen 6 legendaries were snubbed. So no Zygarde, no Yveltal, no Xerneas. Which, I mean, I guess at the time, I remember asking you, is like, why aren't those Pokemon there? Why aren't Xerneas and Yveltal there? But now, as we found out with the reveal of Legends ZA, it kind of makes more sense that they weren't there, so that way they probably get more spotlight in that game.
Right, and I think like initially people just thought that that like because we got Dialga and Palkia for whatever reason in like the Terra raids that the Yveltal and Xerneas were going to be like in another pair of like raids, and then Zygarde would have been like a special thing, and I think that was like the thing everybody was like going for. Nobody really were like looking too much deeper into it than that, because people were just like, oh, you know, we'll just get it in the raids, and a lot of people thought that was going to happen with like the other ones, like that was going to be the new thing after the 7-star was like legendary timed raids.
That would have been cool, but yeah, they only did Dialga Palkia. And they did the Mewtwo one, and you got a free Mew with it as well, which was sick. But yeah, so it was kind of weird. It was like I remember questioning it briefly, and I kind of forgot about it, and then looking back after seeing like a Twitter post, I was like, oh, I get it now.
Right.
Yeah. And so those are at least all the things that they introduced, or at least the things that I wrote down that were introduced. But I mean, I think I can appreciate the terrarium just because of how just straightforward it is, of like this is that, and also with the variety of Pokemon that are available. But I said it before, I'll say it again. I don't like that there's no equivalent to a Dynamax Adventures in this part of the DLC. Maybe it's because I was expecting it because the second part of the Sword and Shield DLC had it, and that is the second part of this DLC. But there's nothing in there, and Dynamax Adventures brings me back to Sword and Shield. Like, I love playing that with my friends, with like Bano and Patrick and Greg whenever he's available. But yeah, we had nothing like that over here. The closest you get to like having like a communal kind of thing is the BBQs, but even then, it's the same tedium over and over. There's like 10 BBQs that you're recycling through, so it's kind of silly.
It's very apparent because like our friend Patrick bought this game, but he didn't buy the DLC because he was like really like in between jobs and was like, is it worth the money? And I told him, I'm like, not really, no. And Greg didn't buy Scarlet and Violet, but I'm pretty sure if they had the Dynamax Adventures, he probably would have bought it and been in for it, and then we could have had like a thing. But there literally is like no like group thing to do in this game.
Yeah, we were like the only ones, and our friend Joel, who were like actively playing Scarlet and Violet in the DLC. Actually, did Joel even play the DLC? I'm pretty sure he did.
But, yeah, I'm pretty sure he did too. But yeah, like there's no real like
incentive
to buy it.
You like, other than like, unless you're like a diehard shiny hunter and you want to go for like shiny starters. But even then, it's like you got to be really dedicated.
Right.
Yeah, so let's just get into the plot then. And so basically you go back to the academy in Mesagoza, and you meet up with the director of the Blu-ray Academy. His name's Serrano. And he's so he was told by Carmine that you'd be a good fit to go over to the Blu-ray Academy and like check it out and see what it's all about because of how strong of a trainer you are. And so you're brought to the terrarium, which has a core, like at the absolute top of the terrarium, there's like this big, like almost disco ball looking thing that was designed by Breyer, so that way you could terrestrialize while you're in the terrarium.
Mm-hmm.
And so after you meet up with Carmine, which she's hanging out at like one of the there's like different hubs in each biome where you're gonna be battling the Elite Four. So she's hanging out at like the one in the absolute center. So there's one in each biome, and then there's one in the dead center. So you meet up with there, and then she reveals that Kieran went rogue since the whole Ogre Pond situation, and that he got a lot stronger. He ended up becoming the champion of the Blueberry League, but he's also a dick. So it's like...
You also noticed that he's changed. Well, he's got a brand new team, but that means like what happened to his other Pokemon, and very much likely that he ditched them or left them at home.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, so she kind of wants you to like help him out and like bring him back to normal. So you meet a character named Drayton, who was the former champion of the Blueberry League, but now he's just a member.
The Drayster.
Yeah, the Drayster, Draytowns, Draytones.
Oh no, they actually call him the Drayster, but go on.
Yeah. And so he's really like emphasizing like you should take on the league. Like I think you'd be a great fit for it. We need to like bring Kieran down a couple notches, and but the thing was there was an issue about you joining the Blueberry League. Is that
a couple being able to compete?
Compete. Yeah, because there were a couple members of the Elite Four that were like, they're not like your character is not from Unova, so we don't want outsiders over.
Fucking Lacey.
Yeah, Lacey was like, hell no, I don't want that. But
like, ow, and then Amorous is just a robot and followed her.
Yeah, oh my god, Amorous is like the worst character they've ever introduced in the Pokemon franchise. I will die on that hill. I fucking can't stand her.
My boy Crispin was like, let's cook, bro.
Yeah, Crispin was cool. Drayton was cool. I started to appreciate him more. At first, I thought he was going to be like a rat. I thought he was going to be an asshole, but he actually turned out to be like a genuinely nice character. And then
I don't know. I think he was still an asshole like the whole time.
He's kind of a dick, but it's like he wasn't like. I feel like he had good intentions, but he was kind of like he just didn't know how to implement them well.
I mean, you're missing the entire context of how this happened. He invites you out to lunch and then sandbags you with like the whole thing of them like doing it. Like he didn't ask you there to like do that. He puts you there with the intention of like, you know, making this confrontation happen.
Well, I'm sure that like having Kieran be over there is like not really helping because he got so strong that like, and he doesn't want to listen to anybody.
You gotta start thinking like one of these. All right, you gotta start thinking like one of these.
Okay, so it's basically like it's manipulation it's rat tactics, if you may.
It's rat tactics. There you go. Now you understand.
Rat tactics, but he's a dragon trainer though. Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense. So. Are you Drayton?
No, what are we talking about? I'm not Drayton.
I mean, you like dragon Pokemon like Dragonite, and
I do
kind of use rat tactics, so.
1 and 1 equals 2.
Yeah, 9 plus 10 equals 21. So yeah, you basically go and battle these Elite Four members. You have their own challenges after you get accepted to challenge the Blueberry League, and so it was Lacey, who's Fairy type. Amorous is Steel type, Crispin's Fire, Drayton's Dragon, and so basically with Crispin you have to negotiate with some trainers of like getting certain like sandwich items, and you have to negotiate
sandwich items.
What's that?
Spicy sandwich items.
Yeah, you have to like that's your intention is to get spicy sandwich items, but like you'll find some that are like mayonnaise, and you have to trade that mayonnaise with somebody, and it's like sometimes they'll give you items if you battle them. And so once you have all the items that you think will make a spicy sandwich, you make that. Crispin has it, and he's like, oh, shit, this is spicy. Then he battles you. And then, like, Drayton is like, okay, I want you to catch Pokemon only from the terrarium and then battle these trainers with it. And then if you win these 3 battles, then I will battle you. And so you
don't have to use those Pokemon.
You don't have to use those Pokemon against Drayton, which is nice. But, like, I just loaded up a Flygon team, and I swept all those trainers. Just have 2 of them, Earthquake, everything, you're good. But Amorous had honestly, it had probably like a really cool introduction there. So you're on your ride Pokemon, and it's almost like a Superman 64 thing where you're like flying through rings. But it's like, because usually before you had the gliding mechanic, so it's like you'd go just on a downward trajectory like that. But this one you could fly free range wherever. So it's like you're flying through these rings. and then you like battle her, which I mean isn't tough or anything like the flying through the rings, but it was like whoa, like why haven't I been able to do that sooner? And with Lacey, that was like it was like a quiz. So like you had some questions that she asked you, and then just answer those. It's pretty basic. But yeah, so after you beat them, then you get to battle Kieran, which I forgot to mention earlier. So it was a split decision between like if you could challenge the BB League or not. But Kieran was a tiebreaker, and he said yes because he wants to whoop the floor with you, allegedly. So yeah, you beat them, you challenge Kieran, and you wipe the floor with him because he's still beta male, despite him looking like trying to dress up like an alpha. And he has a nervous breakdown and realizes that all of his training and everything was just for naught. Like he was just, right. Yeah.
I think it's also important to mention that like there was a like not a pre-release party, but like a event where they invited a bunch of creators to like play the game beforehand. And a lot of the same people were saying that like the battles were going to be like insanely hard and they were like competitive double battles and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And I think that that skewed my expectations a bit because I went in there like thinking that and I just like blew through all the things. So
yeah, there were like, some things that they added which was kind of cool. Like they had like held items on for like trainer battles and stuff like that. But it's still a clean sweep if you have like a good enough team.
And I mean, I guess it's still a valid thing because it wasn't just like, hey, they're just like regular trainers where they're like absolutely nothing. But I still think that like people kind of oversold it.
Yeah, they are like, stronger, but relatively speaking.
Yeah, relatively speaking to like the game, like you're not gonna struggle. You just have to literally like. And I didn't even go at it with like level 100s either. I think my team was like all Paradox Pokemon at level 75. Mm-hmm. And like I didn't just use like the team of 6 Roaring Moons. I used like Screamtail and like Sandy Shocks, and Brute Bonnet, and I had Flucci Mane and Great Tusk, which are still pretty good, and Roaring Moon, but I hardly ever had to like bring those out,
right?
to like fight.
Yeah. And so after this victory, basically you, Carmine, Kieran, and Drayton are invited by Briar to go into Area Zero because she discovered that there's a Pokemon still hiding within Area Zero that is the cause for like the terrestrializing and stuff like that. So if you've been paying attention to like the Scarlet Violet book and like reading and like going to the library and stuff, there's like there's like a couple secret Pokemon that they kind of alluded to, and one of them is like in this giant ball, and it's kind of like the start of the terrestrialized phenomena, and so they realize that this Pokemon is named Terapagos, and so
also,
you're going there to confirm
the Indigo Disc.
Yeah, so it's like I was about to get to that too.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah, so basically you're trying to confirm Heath's findings of Terapagos and the whole thing. So everyone agrees to go except for Drayton. And so before you leave, Gita and Rika meet up with you. And they're like, and Gita's like, hey, you should take this with you. And it's literally the Indigo Disc. It's a literal plot device. Mm-hmm. And so basically that was originally, it belonged to Heath. So you take that with you. You get to Area Zero. You get to the Zero Lab. And at first you're locked out. You can't go in because of all the stuff that happened with the professor. But the machine that locks you out recognizes that you have the Indigo Disc and has a special entrance for you that allows you to go to the Underdepths. So it's way lower than anybody else has gone before other than like Heath. And so you're going through the caves and you discover Pokemon that have the stellar Terra typing. So that's like a first for you. It's the first time you witness it. And you're battling these Pokemon as you go through, and that's how like the gates and stuff are unlocked. Or actually, no, it's not that. It's like they're like these like crystals that are blocking your way, and you have to battle these stellar Terra types to unlock it.
So like also like you go like to the bottom of Area Zero, like where the lab was that you went in to go fight the AI Sada or AI Turo, and then you put that Indigo Disc in, and then it unlocks like you still go into the lab, but it unlocks like a different strata of the Area Zero that you can go down into. To like go in there, and then there's also like a research desk and stuff like that down there. So Sada and Turo have actually already been down there, and if you read some of the things for it, they make mention of a white book that they got these notes from that find stuff like there. And the whole time that Briar is like down there, she's writing stuff in a white book.
Oh,
yeah.
Whoa.
right?
That's crazy.
So as you go through and you like defeat the stellar types or defeat the stellar Pokemon and make your way through it, and you get closer and closer to like where it is, like they don't say, I think they like mention it, but it doesn't really like click because like you're going down there like probably blowing through everything. That like, oh, my Pokemon are getting weak and yada 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 from like Carmine and Kieran. And it's kind of a little bit odd because you're like, oh, what are you guys talking about? Like I haven't lost any Pokemon. Yeah, I'm good. So it's like really kind of like stretching that like everything has like that, like you guys are like really stretching yourselves thin there. Eventually you guys get to the area where like Terrapagos is, and it's like a little crystal hanging off of like a bigger crystal.
Yeah.
And Kieran like makes a beeline straight for it and like just starts trying to rip the thing off of the big crystal, and you're like, oh man, like he's like really lost it at this point, or he's like really like
he lost the plot.
Yeah, he's like lost the plot and is like lost in himself and stuff like that. Like, and he's giving like this whole spiel about like, I want to win, like help me win, blah blah blah. And Carmine's trying to tell him like, you don't need that, and the adult in the room is like, rip that shit off the rock.
Yeah, no, safe to say Kieran got lost in the sauce.
Right, like here, and I just finished watching Absol Blogs' like Tiamat or Indigo Disc movie, and something I didn't realize like doing it the first time is that like the group that you're with is like the inverse of the group that you went with before. So like Briar and Arvin both have a connection to Area Zero, but Arvin could care less about it, whereas Briar is like completely obsessed with it. And you have Kieran, who's like or like a parallel to Nimona, who's like your rival, but who's only cares about like, if you get stronger, she's like even more excited to like fight you, whereas like Kieran's like, if you get stronger, he'll never catch up to you, and he'll never he'll just take more and more away from you. And Carmine, who's usually outgoing and like outgoing and
like enigmatic almost,
has now like become Penny, who's like very like cautious and very like soft spoken and whatnot and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. I thought that was interesting as like a parallel.
Yeah.
I see it more with Nimona and Arvin, but I didn't like with Penny. Yeah, I never thought about it either.
Yeah.
To be honest.
And so
I was wondering why like Gita's like, yeah, you kids can go, and I'm like, what about the actual group that that went down there and came back alive?
So like we have it, but like this is the group at home. Yeah.
Right.
So once the crystal awakens, it turns out to be the Terrapagos, which is like a little turtle-looking thing, and Kieran immediately throws a Master Ball at it because he's just like, I want to use this. I don't want to destroy you. He wants to destroy the trainer.
Well, the Terrapagos sees you as the first one after it awakens, and starts walking towards you, and that's when Kieran's like, no, not again, and then tosses
no, you don't.
Right.
Oh my god, that reminds me of the scene. It's Always Sunny where like the twins. Like one's holding for the it's like, I'll never let you go, and Frank's like, oh no you don't.
Right.
But so then he challenges the player to a battle, and he gets his ass handed to him again. But Briar realizes that Terrapagos is probably not at full power since Kieran didn't use his Terra Orb on it. So he does that, and Terrapagos goes completely rampant, like goes completely berserk, even breaks the Master Ball that it was kept in. And so now it's not contained, it's going haywire, and
the cave's collapsing.
Yeah, Kieran is like shutting down mentally because he's like, oh my god, what did I do? So player and Carmine have to fend off the Terrapagos, but it's constantly draining both of the terrestrial energy that you guys have. So it's like Carmine gets knocked out almost immediately, and so you're trying to fend it off, you're failing, but Kieran finally gathers the courage after like convincing him to like help out and stop Terrapagos. And once it gets quelled, because it's a very intense battle, I would say, like it's on par, if not a little bit more intense than the last Koraidon battle you do with the AI professor. So you do this. Kieran kind of supports the player with catching Terrapagos. You catch it, guaranteed capture, of course, and then you reconcile with Kieran.
Right.
So after all of this, Briar actually publishes a book based on her findings. So it's Like, she's kind of following in her ancestors' legacy of, like, what happened in Area Zero in the Underdepths. And after receiving the book, now you can go to the Crystal Pool in Kitakami. And so where Terrapagos emerges from his Pokeball, and all of a sudden, like, a strange mist appears. And from that mist, the professor shows up. And once they arrive, then your Pokemon, the Koraidon and Miraidon, will emerge from the Pokeball, happy to see the former owner. And the professor's kind of interested in the stories that the player has for them, after, like, with all the events that they just did with Terrapagos. And the professor trades basically the book that you have for their book of the Scarlet Violet book before the mist disappears.
And so that's how she has, like, I think that ties up, like, how she has the knowledge of, like, Area Zero and to do the time machine and all this other stuff, because it's all from Briar's notes, which kind of creates, like, a paradox, like, a loop, yeah.
They put it on a loop.
And it's like, is this a new timeline? Is she Asada from a different timeline? Like, how does it work? It doesn't, you know, it's left to interpretation, but also this change, it really is weird because, like, it cuts the game right there, and then you get the new title screen with, like, the Scarlet book on the desk and, like, the sunset in the background, and that's, like, your permanent starting screen from now on.
Yeah, it's wild. It's pretty wild. I liked the story, actually. Like, later on, like, once you get into the Underdepths, I really liked how things turned out that way. Like, I don't really care about Kieran still. Like, I liked him a little bit more. Like, it actually made me like Carmine more. But I honestly thought, like, when I was first doing it, that I thought that Briar was gonna be the one that goes insane and, like, fights the trainer and, like, Carmine and Kieran. I thought that she was gonna go rogue. Like, once she sees Terrapagos.
A lot of people thought Carmine or Professor Briar had, like, more of a plot, and I think like right before the DLC released, like, one of the leakers was like the most useless duo, and then just uploaded a picture of Briar and Carmine to the thing, and people were like, "Does this mean we're not gonna?" Does this mean that the battle against Briar sucks? Or, like, there was no context to it. You don't even battle her, no. And it was just kind of weird about, like, to do that. And a lot of people were like, you know, like why would they make that choice? Or why wouldn't they just, like, make it better or something like that?
You know, I realize she's the bad version of Miss Frizzle from A Magic School Bus.
Yeah. She's the unresponsible adult. Like, really, she really is. And, regardless of, like, all her, she's kind of like a mirror of the professor from the Naranja or Uva Academy, where, like, I mean, Briar doesn't have a kid, but, you know, she's very irresponsible, and she very much put, like, every single one of you in danger just because she cared about finding Terrapagos. Like, you know, that's it. And the ending's kind of cool. It really ends on you reconciling with Kieran, but I feel like that story was, like, very undersold. Like, it really didn't feel like there was ever, like, super much beef, because, like, the first time Kieran sees you, he's kind of shocked that you're there, and it's just like, I don't know, I don't feel like the animosity, like, there. And even, like, when he, like, comes and periodically, like, checks on you after you beat, like, some Elite Four member, he doesn't really, like, you know, like, smell you later, kid, or something like that. Like, he's just really just like, oh, you beat him, so what, they're weak anyway, and, like, walks away.
It's like, later, kid. It's like, stop being a little emo baby.
Right.
Like,
and also, I just feel like the whole thing was kind of weird. I feel like instead of, like, the league kind of thing, and, like, the whole question about you being into the league, it kind of should have just been, like, an Ace Academy tournament, but, like, bigger. Yeah. And, you know, like, if they had done it, and then, like, they have, like, the rankings, and it's like, see where you go up into the thing, and then we could have had, like, I mean, sure, like, it probably wouldn't have had you fight the Elite Four, like, one after the other. I feel like it could have been separate, like, the BB League and, like, whatever the tournament was to fight Kieran and see, like, who really is the strongest there. Could have been two separate things. Like, you could have fought in the tournament and then maybe fought, like, Crispin and Drayton or Amaris, and then not fought Lacey and Drayton, and they, like, lost to whoever, and then, like, it could have been, like, the semifinals could have been you versus Carmine, and then, like, you know, like, they had a whole thing with Carmine, and then the finals could have been you versus Kieran, with kind of more of an audience than we actually got, and maybe Serrano. Well, Serrano was there.
Yeah, you don't battle him either.
No, I just feel like maybe, like, there could have been more stakes and, like, more stuff, and maybe Kieran could have, like, actually, like, been more of a dick to you, I guess, to, like, kind of really sell him, like, no, we're not friends, we got beef, like, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Like, very intense about it. But he's still that beta male on the inside, because he's non-confrontational too.
He's got a little emo baby.
He's like, you won that battle. But it's like, right. But then it's like if you were battling against like Blue, he just smash your face in the dirt. He's like, smell you later, nerd. Like,
right. I don't think they'd have the imagination, the balls to do it. If you because you're a guest, you got like your own room or something like that. And then after Kieran finds out that like your thing like
trashes your room.
I would say good trashes your room and like just spray paints on the room. Liar.
Yeah. And like the teal mask just spray painted on your wall. She was mine.
Right, and then like Carmine could be like, this is too much, like he needs to be stopped or whatever.
Yeah.
And that could have been like, Carmine could have gotten like a souped up team like Kieran did, and stuff like that. So that could have made like that fight more better, or like if like they could have had more stakes or whatnot.
I feel like Serrano could have had a team with like 3 random starters, like at their fullest forms, and like 3 other strong Pokemon from the Terrarium. I feel like that would have been a cool battle.
And I mean, we kind of got it. Like, when you finally beat Kieran, like, you could kind of see that, like, people are like, oh, maybe he's not that strong, or like, they don't feel for him. But I feel like that could have been amplified if we had, like every student in the school there and, like, in the staff, too, like, which is there, like, watch it. Kind of like, like, Ash losing in the Silver League or in the Indigo League. Like, there's, a huge thing of people, like, seeing this. And that could have really driven the point home, and then like we could have had time pass where like nobody saw him until like he was called, because we get like that battle and then like called to the classroom for Briar's thing like right after there. There's like no time to like let that steam.
No,
because I feel like if there was time, like then when he does like I'd believe it more when he like is like trying to rip Terrapagos off the wall, like he's desperate. But like it's like it's whiplash because you do that and that like all right after the like right after the next.
Yeah, well, I'd probably give the Indigo Disco like a 7 out of 10 on this one. There's a lot of things they could have done, like especially with that, like plot wise, making Kieran a little bit more like evil or like unhinged. They could have done more with the Briar character instead of her just being a glorified tour guide. They could have done more with the Terrarium, I feel like, in terms of, like, Pokemon availability, or not even Pokemon availability, just, like, I don't know, just things to do, like different Blueberry quests, or having some kind of Dynamax adventure, some kind of tournament, anything. Like, there's a lot of missed opportunities over there, and I'm kind of bummed that it turned out like it did. I mean, it's still good, but it's not something that I would recommend going to buy if you're like, I don't know.
If you're strapped for cash.
Yeah,
if you're strapped for cash and you don't really like Scarlet Violet, I wouldn't buy it.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider it, honestly.
It's the same thing. If you're a collector, like you have to catch them all, then yeah, but like if you don't really care about catching them all, don't buy it.
Yeah, it's like, and that's something where, like, I remember Patrick asking us, like, is the DLC worth it? And I was like, I'm not going to give an opinion until after all the DLC's out. It's not worth it.
It's not. I honestly, I'd give the Indigo Disc a 5 out of 10. It's not.
Oh, like, wow.
I think I'd like Kitakami more than I liked this one. I still like it for shiny hunting, but like I can't give like the whole thing like 2 more points and make it 7 out of 10 just because of that.
Yeah, I liked the plot after, at least. Like, I really like the plot. I think that's what bumps it up a couple points for me, is like the plot with the Underdepths and all that kind of stuff, and that battle. I thought it was kind of cool. But, and also being able to catch the starter Pokemon was really cool as well. I like that they also introduced a flying mechanic, which also, by the way, once you beat all the story stuff for Indigo Disc, you go over and talk to Amarys, and she'll give you the fly ability permanently on your Pokemon. So you can fly anywhere, like Paldea, Kitakami, all that. You could do it flying instead of worrying about gliding and stuff, which is so nice, but it runs slow, but it's really convenient, and I like having that now.
It's just, for me, it's like there's so much missed opportunity with it that just like brings it down, because it's literally just the Terrarium to catch Pokemon, the BBQs to get starters, the BBQs to get like a bunch of other features that should have been in the game already, like the throwing, the scan feature, the item machine, the synchro. It really feels like they're throwing all these random things out to like like they're just throwing it out at random and hoping it sticks to the wall, and it's like I don't. Like, why that those aren't features that I was like begging for.
Yeah,
there's just features you gave me in attempts to like be like, oh, hopefully we get like a better. Well, they're not fishing for a better rating, but hoping that you're that you're like sated with it.
Yeah,
and it's also like there's so much missed potential. Like the story, I felt could have been a lot better. the new Pokemon we got introduced to, like Iron Crown, Iron Boulder.
We didn't talk about those. Those are literally on my mind right now. So
Raging Bolt and Gouging Fire.
Missed opportunity. Perrin in Indigo Disc again. She gets bombarded. She gets screwed over again, but in a worse way too. Because like you see her right when you get to the terrarium, assuming that you have like all the Pokedex, or that you completed the Blood Moon Beast quest. And she's like, "Hey, didn't expect to see you here." It's like, come see me when you have 200 Pokemon in your Blueberry Dex. And all she does is give you like a photo, like a vague photo of the new Paradox Pokemon. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, you go find them now. It's like, that's all it is. It's like, you don't get to do anything with her. She doesn't give you anything else. And I'm like,
it's Snacksworth in a Perrin mask, really.
Yeah. And it's like, it could have been so much more.
Right, and at the same time, we have to think about the fact that like everybody was thinking that because the other two Paradox forms are going to be in here, that they'd be smart and realize like, hey, if there's a very small percentage of people that just didn't have the time to catch Iron Leaves or Walking Wake, so let's go ahead and put those in the DLC so that way everybody could have like a complete trio. They didn't do that.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were thinking that, hey, if we're diving deeper into Area Zero, there's probably going to be like a whole new area, right? Mm-hmm. And let's put aside like it going deeper in Area Zero makes it like, you know, like there's like a whole new like area where these things could exist. Like there's light and grass and whatnot. Like if there was just like another like the top of Area Zero even deeper in there.
Yeah.
Like I could suspend my disbelief because most of the time stuff in Pokemon World doesn't make sense. Like if they made another Area Zero within Area Zero, which had like even a bigger crystal like there, and like that's where Terrapagos was, and like outside of it were like, you know, more like the same Paradox Pokemon we had plus the Walking Wake and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm personally like if they were just like a bunch of them, like I could like shiny hunt them or like just like look like catch a bunch until I got like the right one. Instead of just getting the one, like they were just like regular Pokemon down there, and then even more Paradox Pokemon, that would have shot like the 5 to like an 8.
Yeah.
Because not only did we get the Terrarium, but we also get more to Area Zero plus more Paradox Pokemon, and like just like more to do there, and like I could see like Briar and stuff like that going crazy. Also, it could have even given us like more like stuff to do instead of like a straight shot to Terrapagos. Like we could have like legit like explored this like new Area Zero with like Carmine, and like we could have had the reverse of like what we had at the first one of like going down the spiral, doing all this stuff, and like we could have had like exploring this and try to like figure out like where Carmine and Kieran and Briar all like do stuff, whether we all split up or we're all together, and stuff like that. And you know, I feel like there could have been more. There could have been more done.
Total missed opportunities overall.
A lot of missed opportunities. I think it also suffers from the fact that these DLCs came one right after the other. Mm-hmm. But there's just like, you know, there's not. It just seems like a misstep, really. It feels like they when they were in the room, like deciding how to go about this, every time that the decision came up to do something, they picked like the wrong one each time, or like the one that was like just gonna get this out faster rather than the one that was gonna make this worth it.
I think I'm gonna lower my score actually based off of all of that. I'll probably bring it down to a 6.
A 6, yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably say 6 if I'm being real.
Oh, you know that I'm not trying to do that.
No. But I started thinking about it more. I feel like I was being a little bit too generous.
Right, if you lay everything out, what did we get? We got the Terrarium. We got rebattling trainers that we've already rebattled in like all the gym leaders already. We got trades with them. We got a couple of legendaries.
We got some starters, but you got to work really hard for them.
We got starters, but you got to work really hard for them.
We got some new Pokemon, like the Paradox Pokemon that they introduced, like Raging Fire, or like Gouging Fire, Raging Bolt. Those ones are goated. They're so good.
Again, really good, and then Scarlet, and then Violet.
Yeah. Also, we got Hydrapple, which is easily the best thing that's come out of the Applin line ever, in my opinion. We got Archaludon, which I don't care for, really. Yeah. But, I mean...
And that's about it.
Yeah.
Like, the Terrarium, aside from, like, catching Pokemon, serves no purpose, aside from, like, the very short time you do the BB League.
Yeah.
And then the BBQs, and then there's no replayability. You can't like even the area to get down in there to like deeper in Area Zero is available, but there's nothing down there besides Carbink and Glamora.
Yeah.
Like, that's it.
It's so just... But,
right.
So we thought this was the end at first, but it wasn't.
It was not the end.
They announced very shortly after that there was one more part of DLC, a free update that they're going to give us, the epilogue, the final story of Scarlet and Violet, Mochi Mayhem, which was released January 11th of 2024 via mystery gift. So you had to have it. I mean, it's still available now, so get it while you can, because who knows when it'll end.
Yeah, which is really, 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 really dumb. Very stupid that this is a mystery gift and not just like something you get for completing the Indigo Disc, because God knows whoever down the line that the mythical Pokemon, quote unquote, you might never get, and you might never get this experience again because this is tied to an online event. So, like, let's say in the next 20 years I want to play Scarlet and Violet again and I want the complete experience. I can't get it because I didn't download the event onto my Switch when I did it.
Yeah, exactly. It's so ridiculous.
Same thing with Walking Wake and Iron Leaves. I probably won't be able to ever get those.
Yeah, who knows when or if they'll ever give those back again, or if they'll have it available like at a later point permanently, which I doubt. But
right.
Yeah. So basically, you have to connect to Mystery Gift online and get the mystical Pecha Berry. And after all the post-game content is done for the main game and the DLC, you can access it. Basically, it introduces the mythical Pokemon Pecharunt, and the way that you start it is that you got to interact with the...
Hold on. You start it by getting the Pecha Berry, and then you get like a whole little cutscene at home where your mom talks about cutting it up and serving it to, and guess who shows up to hang out?
The squad.
It's not Marvin and Benny and Verona. It's actually Benny, Marvin, and Nimona.
So no, like you get the start. So it's like you start it, like you're at the shop in Masui Town, and you get a call from Arvin, and he's like, "Hey, come over and hang out at your mom's house."
Like, come over and hang out at your house.
Like, what are you doing? Like hanging out with my mom? And I'm like, Dad. Right. So you go there and he surprises you with all your friends being over there. So like Penny and Nimona are all there. The squad's back. The real squad is back.
The real squad is back.
So in the middle of the conversation, after the mother trying to cut up the Pecharunt, so the decoration at the so actually in the middle of this conversation when you're on the phone, the decoration disappears from the shop. And then the mom gives you a letter from Kieran saying that they're taking a break from Blueberry Academy, that they're laying low in Kitakami because they're wanted for murder. No, they're just like, hey, just come along, bring your friends with you.
We came back home for we got the semester off or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Just bring your friends along. There's a bunch of free tickets to go to Kitakami, so they all join you. The whole squad
and then it's completely like just... the squad is back because Nimona's like, oh, there's 4 tickets, we can all go, and Penny's like, what are you talking about? Those are his tickets. Like, what if he wants to bring somebody else? And then Arvin's like, well, you're gonna bring me, right? Because we're best friends.
Yeah,
because Arvin's
it's like I'm gonna bring...
Arvin's trying to like latch onto you because he has nobody else.
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna bring Jacques, I'm gonna bring Clive. Clive was cool. I'm gonna bring Giacomo as well. I'm gonna bring Giacomo.
Oh, dude, Giacomo's gonna be dropping beats on the plane.
Yeah, he didn't have to go that hard.
Right. But eventually they all go, obviously.
You get to Masui Town, and Nimona immediately is just like, I'm going to fight this Kieran guy because he was like your rival, and I'm the rival. So I was like, let's do this. And also finding out that he was a champion at one point, too. And
so you dump Nimona off on Kieran.
Yeah, and she sweeps the floor with him, too. Like, it's not even a thing. So like Carmine shows up and is like doing like a weird dance. Like she's doing this like chicken dance saying mochi, 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 mochi over and over. Right. And Kieran's just like, this is really the reason why I brought you over here. He was pulling a rat tactic as well. And to be like, there wasn't actually a reason other than like I needed to help my sister because she's been doing this for days. And so they think he thinks that there's a curse that's happening and that it's rumored to be going around. It's like almost like contagious in a way. And so they go to the community center to sleep for the night.
Which is awesome because Penny's like, we gotta fit. So in the community center, there's not much, but there is a TV.
Yeah.
And Penny and Kieran and Arvin and you are there because Nimona is gone at this point.
Yeah.
Are like dude, let's do like a movie night. Like I got movies on my laptop. We'll hook it up to the TV. We just gotta find the remote, and then there's like a little like thing like, and everybody's like on it.
Yeah.
Which is like really funny because it's like obviously like the character stuff. Like,
it's a very character bonding thing. I like that.
Like this is what Penny would do. Arvin's probably gonna start making the snacks, and Kieran's probably just gonna just start hanging out and watching movies with everybody.
Yeah.
And then that's when everybody realizes like Nemona's missing.
Yeah, Nemona dipped, and you follow her. They follow her to Kitakami Hall, where they run into Kieran's grandparents, and the grandmother is really insisting that the grandpa eats this like mochi that she has. And he's like, I don't know, I'm not really hungry. And she's like, no, you want it.
We're talking about a missing kid, honey. With like, there's not a time for mochi.
Yeah, and then she's like, no, eat it. Like, trust me. And then he's like, okay, I guess. And then it turns out that they're both cursed. And now and then you have to battle them in a double battle. Like, all these battles that you do are all double battles up until like the end almost.
It's hilarious because like Kieran's like, it's only a matter of time before it comes for me next, and like he loses like the light in his eyes, and then you snap him back to reality.
Yeah, and
it's like a totally like Kieran moment. Like he's like, I'm done for.
Yeah, and they're still like the whole time they're battling, they're still doing the mochi.
They're still doing the dance.
Mm-hmm.
So you beat Grandma and Grandpa and go back to town.
Yeah, you get a call from Arvin and Penny saying that they're at Peachy's, which is the shop in Masui.
And I think people are attacking them or something like that.
Yeah.
So you have to fight those people too.
Yeah, so they get back, and there's an unusual Pokemon over there that's basically placed Arvin and Penny under its curse by firing mochi into their mouths.
Yeah, and the cutscene where it fires the mochi is like... It's so well done because like you see the mochi in like slow mo like go straight for their mouth, and then you do like a fucking Neo fucking dodge, and it domes Kieran in the head.
That was so freaking funny.
And I was like, oh my god, this is the best.
Yeah. So now you have to battle Arvin and Penny, and
so they do the same thing, right? They say mochi, and Arvin's kind of do it. Penny's character gets so into it, and I don't know why. Like her model is like so like doing it so fast, and I'm like, does Penny like to dance? Is that what's going on here? It's really weird, like how it affects everybody, because like if everybody else is kind of like whatever, and then Arvin's kind of whatever, and then for whatever reason Penny's just
like going crazy. Yeah, and then after that battle, so you chase the Pokemon to the Loyalty Plaza, and they finally find Nemona, who's also shockingly possessed. And you gotta battle Nemona, and of course, in the middle of that too, she's kind of like saying mochi, but also saying like battle as well.
I was gonna say, if you go back to it, I think when because Arvin and Penny call you saying they're being attacked, you fight those guys. You see Petra like floating above there. And after the fight, Petra starts to walk away, and I think Penny's like, "Where the hell do you think you're going?" Like, because like everybody's like talking amongst themselves, but Penny's like on track, like, like where do you think you're going and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so it's just like, oh my god, it's like the greatest hits of Scarlet and Violet are like back for
it's like all condensed in a free update.
And like you said, you go to fight like the Petra runs to Nemona, who's like probably like, well, not the first it took over, but like the most important one.
Yeah.
And like you said, she's still under the effect of the mochi and still doing it, but like her personality is so like her will and personality are so strong to battle that's coming through over the mochi curse.
Yeah.
And then
Kieran's like fighting the horde of people that have been possessed because they all want to like destroy you and like get Petra to feed you mochi.
It's Fiji mochi, and then
like
and the Nemona battle, if you notice it, she actually has Komo-o and like another Pokemon that are from Kitakami. So if you think about it, Nemona dipped at some point to go get more Pokemon and evolve them to become stronger like while you're gone.
Jesus, I didn't think about that. She just like
she I don't know. I want to look it up what she has because I know it's
she has a strong team too.
She has a Gudra. Or no, Milotic. Milotic is what she has. So she keeps Pawmot and her starter, but she subs out a couple Pokemon for Komo-o and Milotic while you were gone. So like, the Milotic is crazy. So she found the Phoebus in the middle of the mountain and got a Marvel scale and evolved it, and then also took Komo-o and evolved it to level 86.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so in character for her, and it's actually pretty crazy because like I think even during the middle of the fight, she starts like overcoming the mochi and like keeps talking about like battle this, battle that. Even like the Petra does like a confused face, like what? Like what is happening? But eventually you beat her. and then you fight Pecharunt itself, and then you beat Pecharunt. And like I said, I don't know if we put it in the random factoid. If you throw out Ogerpon or any of the Loyal 3, it does have like a little special. Both of them have like a little special thing of dialogue, but it's not much.
Yeah.
Like Ogerpon just like yells even more, and then like the other 3 kind of just do that, and Pecharunt gets mad. And so you beat it, catch it right, and everybody starts to like wake up. Like all the villagers start to wake up, and then it like zooms in on Nimona. Like
Yeah.
And she does say Mochi something, and then like you think like the curse isn't lifted, and then she snaps back to it.
Yeah. And so
I think the characters mention it too. Like I can't believe that like even after the Mochi thing, she's still like Nemona's came through, even though like everybody else was like doing the dance.
And so basically the story ends from there, where the group spends time together in Kitakami, and then they kind of go back to their respective regions. Right. But that's basically, as far as we know, I'm pretty sure that's the full stop end of the story for Scarlet Violet, which honestly, Mochi and Mayhem was really good for the story. Probably some of the like outside like the main story itself. Right. This was the best story that they've had in like with any of the DLC stuff.
Right, and I just like it's what I wanted. I wanted that interaction. It just would have meant more if they had been there from the beginning.
Yeah.
Like if they had been in the teal mask and they had been in the indigo disc, I felt like it would have made like the interactions and like all that stuff worth more. It still is, and like to be honest, if I was giving like it a rating just solely on like, because it's a free update and it's also like a gift legendary, which we didn't need mythical. We didn't need like the extra story. Like they could have just like had like an encounter for it, and that just been it. But the fact that they did like
distribution like they did on every other mythical, but they gave it a whole plot.
They gave it a whole plot, and it's gonna sound weird, but I want to give Mochi Mayhem like an 8 out of 10.
I mean, I kind of feel that too, honestly. Even though it only takes like an hour to go through the whole thing, like it's really good. Just because like I think that'd probably be my biggest gripe, is that it's not long enough. And 2, it's like, I don't know what I would dock it, but like that's.
It's not the same as the DLC, because the DLC you paid for and you didn't get like.
But also you have to do all the DLC stuff to get Mochi Mayhem.
So
technically you are paying for it.
You are paying for it, but at the same time, it's just like.
It's definitely better in quality because it's so condensed, and it brings you to like the region, at least through Kitakami once more, because I feel like that they didn't flesh it out too much, and now this one is like, here's another step to it, and it's just there's a lot more charm to it. There's a lot more emotion in here, and it's like you really care for all the characters all together, and seeing all of the plots, like and all the characters and friends you made, all just like conversing and like being this whole group together. It's just so cool to me.
Right, and they're being themselves. They're not like completely different characters now that they're all together. They're still themselves.
And there isn't like serious trauma going on here either. It's pretty lighthearted. It's like their take on like a zombie movie almost.
Yeah, and it's just it's good. I really enjoy it. And like I said, if there was more context to it, then it would have made Mochi Mayhem like even better.
And so. I think that's it's like overall though with Scarlet and Violet, I'd still give the whole experience a 7 out of 10. Like it's not the best Pokemon game out there in terms of plot. It's second to Black and White, like Black and White 2, but it's marred by a lot of things of like, oh, they could have done this, they could have done that, and then all the performance issues really hunkers it down. Like it really brings it down for me, and it's like. I'll probably I'd be more likely to play like Legends or Let's Go or something because of how much better they run. But in terms of like shiny hunting and like the story, the characters, just how expansive the world is, there's so much great going on for Scarlet and Violet, but there's a lot that they should have worked on and should have had some more time and care with. And also a good number of the Pokemon were cool. There were some that were like forgettable, but nothing that I egregiously hated. Like there was no like offensively bad like Stunfisk Pokemon in this game, which I'm super thankful for. But yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts on Scarlet and Violet. I feel like if I'm just gonna condense it,
I kind of want to give it an 8 because
Okay.
like I'm thinking about like base Scarlet and Violet plus the DLCs, but they don't add that much. Plus Mochi Mayhem as like a complete package. There's so much content in this game. Like way like, while Sword and Shield has Dynamax Adventures and that has like a replayability and like a longevity for Sword and Shield, there's never a reason to go back and play the story of Sword and Shield. There's never a reason to do that.
It's a slog.
Right. There is a reason though to play the Scarlet and Violet story again though. Like if you just like want a refresher or like you want to experience that again, you can play it again. And it does not outstrip the Dynamax Adventures, I'll tell you that. But it is better than like, you know, Sword and Shield. Like I won't play Sword and Shield again unless I have to because it's something I want to do. But I would play Scarlet and Violet again to enjoy the story. And then like I said, if I could flush all my memories down the drain, like this game has so much to offer, like in terms of like there's 18 badges, like quote unquote 18 badges to get. There's multiple classes of legendaries with like the Quartet, Koraidon, Miraidon, Ogerpon, and the Loyal 3 and Terrapagos to catch. There's 700 Pokemon to complete a Pokedex with. There's the Paradox Pokemon to do stuff with. There's shiny hunting. There's Ogre Ousting if it ever worked. There's the Synchro Machine. There's still like a lot of small interactions in the classroom, and then also small side stories with like Team Star after. It's also like a free, like kind of a thing with the Indigo Disc. I don't think we touched upon it, but there's like a small cutscene with the members of Team Star at the academy, like if you come back and talk to them there, where they're like discuss what they're gonna do with Team Star afterwards. There's the legendaries that you can hunt with snacks worth, but they're not shiny huntable. But if you don't have them, you know, you're more than welcome to them. There's the Synchro Machine, which is okay, but like, you know, whatever. There's catchable starters. There's the regional forms. There's like the Ace Academy tournament for whatever. There's still the raids, but they're not like as good as the old raids were. There's just a lot of stuff to do in this game. And it's a hollow 8 out of 10. That's what I'll say.
It's a high 7, low 8.
A high 7, low 8. It's like it's built upon very poor foundations. That, like, you know, there's a very poor core, but like a lot of stuff packed upon it. So I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a equivalent like fruit or like a vegetable. Like what has a shitty core, but like great on the outside.
A peach.
Yeah, a peach has like a very shitty. A peach is a nice one. It's a very shitty foundation, but like the rest of it's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll stick at 8 because I don't know what I gave Sword and Shield, but it's definitely better than Sword and Shield.
Yeah, 100%.
It's not a 9 or a 10, that's for sure. Because it's missing key components. I just don't know like how to equate all those other components into those other 2 points that's missing from a 10. But it's definitely not like the worst Pokemon game.
Yeah.
But with all that being said, that's the end of Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah. I feel like if this game was like it had better performance, I would have given this game like a 9, maybe even a 10, possibly. Almost.
If it had better, just a little bit more better writing with its and a little bit more time focused on its characters and better performance, easy 9 and 10, easy.
Yeah. But that's it for Scarlet and Violet, and that's it for the Pokemon Babblers podcast as a series. So I just want to give a couple thanks at this point. So, of course, thank you, Bano, for sticking it out with me for like 40 episodes almost altogether from season 1 and season 2. Thank you to everybody that's joined us: Greg, Patrick, Tom, Joel, Jeff, AJ. Everybody that's joined us, thank you. Also, thanks to Joel for making the thumbnails too. Like, you really knocked it out of the park with those. Thanks to anybody that watched, that like shared, supported the whole thing. Like, I'm eternally thankful. And I'm sure, and like I said before, like Babblers will probably come back on like one-off things, or like we'll do like reacts and stuff. But like as a series, is pretty much it. Also, I'm really hoping that I'll have this out on the 27th, because that'll also tie in with my 30th birthday. So, fingers crossed for that. But let us know what you thought of Scarlet and Violet, your experience with it, your thoughts. I'd really like to hear it in the comments. I know this episode is running near 5 hours, but you know what? Like, I think that's a good send off for this whole series and for this game. So, yeah, thank you. We'll see you eventually later on.
Yep. See ya.